for you. Give a crown to you. Bow down for you. Put the ground for you. Make a sound for you. This the naughty anthem. Champion of the band. Some weight class. Whoop ass. And don't you for ransom. Got a grandson that's handsome. And then some. Spends his income on dim sum to fill some. You talking retention. Me, I'm talking expansion. Got the whole squad, yeah, keep them in detention. And I'm not in that princess, I'm taking no tension. So, gather round now, celebrate me. I'm your boss, I'm your fucking honey. Got the dark dream bitch, so don't fucking try me. Don't need a nano, cause I'm living my dream. Kitty my dream. Run this whole city like a rummy on things. Stay sitting people up, I'm seeing the shiny. If you see me in the streets, don't be asking Guani. Bow down for you. Put the ground for you.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is HasanAbi Broadcast coming to you live from gloomy ass, but kind of warm California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Even though we're on stolen land, it's the last day of 2025. We're finally getting the fuck out of this year. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Also, as of tomorrow, we will have a socialist Muslim 34-year-old mayor in New York City. So that's something to look forward to in 2026, and that's obviously what we're going to be doing a lot. But before we get into that, because it's the last day of the year, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's precisely what I'm going to do. It's my birthday. Can you give me a shout out? Can you give a shout out to my friends, Mystic, Emily, please? Okay, shout out Jay Bateman. Happy birthday. And shout out to your friends, Mystic and Emily. That's a terrible birthday, dude. I'm sorry. Being born, like, literally as the year ends, that's gotta suck. It's Hunter Schaefer's birthday too. Oh my God, friend of the show, Hunter's birthday is today. I should hit her up. Anyway, Unknown or Bubba got to bust out the clippers. What's going on with the hair, Unk? Good question, actually. That's a personal news related answer that I have for you, as a matter of fact. What are you doing? Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Anyway, personal news-wise, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker. And one of the things, I'm in a great mood. I'm in a great mood today. It feels like a Friday. It's not actually a Friday. Oh, come, Kaya, you can't lay that. Kaya, place. That's crazy. Get out of here. She literally sat right next to the chair. She's like, please, I need you to scrunch my tail. I need you to drive over my tail with your 200+ pound body. I need it. Okay. She wants donut. There's no more donut left. So unfortunately for her, sucks to suck. Anyway, personal news wise, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you that, right? Last night I ended the broadcast and I had some time to myself, and I started watching Cover Up, the Cy Hirsch story, Seymour Hirsch. For those of you who don't know, the GOAT, the man, the myth, the legend Cy. Shouts out to Noah Cullen, of course, who often works with the GOAT. And in any case, he is. I started watching his documentary. And he's so awesome. I mean, I love him. I have so much respect for him. He is one of the legends. He's one of the greats. He's one of the GOATs. And I highly recommend you guys watch that as well. Lauren Poitras made that documentary called Cover Up. It's on Netflix. And this is a testament to how little Netflix knows me, I think. Because that shit wasn't even on my main page. Like, it blows my mind that this Seymour Hirsch documentary came out. I knew that it was supposed to come out because Noah was telling me about how he could possibly get Cy on the broadcast. This implies that Cy Hirsch knows who I am, by the way, which is pretty fucking cool.
All
anyway,
right. Showtime.
But like, the fact that Netflix didn't even promote this to me is crazy. Netflix algo is garbanzo beans. Because this is like, there is nothing more in my wheelhouse than a fucking Seymour Hersh documentary made by Lauren Poitras about the My Lai massacre and his like ongoing work. Anyway, yeah, we're gonna do the year in review from this point on as well. But hold on. Anyway, personal news wise, just wanted to say, Laura Poitras, sorry, not Lauren Poitras. Oh God, I'm so bad with names. Anyway, I started watching it. I didn't finish it yet, but it's fucking awesome. It's awesome.
All right. We'd love to talk about sources. And
let's put it this way. You'd love to talk.
I also want to say this. My dude, my goat is still kicking. Like, it's kind of crazy because he is 88 years old, chat. This man is 88 years old and he still has the sauce. Like, think about that. 8 years old and it still has the sauce. And I would go so far as to say he has more sauce than even like Norm does. And Norm's got a lot of sauce too. And Norm is, I think Norm's a little bit younger than he is, but let me see. Norm Finkelstein, Faze Finkelstein age. Yeah, Norm is like 72. Norm is obviously Norm's in great shape as well, but like he is dynamic. I cannot believe it. He is so dynamic. The dynamism is off the charts. Dude held up to several hour interviews every day pretty well. Okay, what's really funny about it is that while they're doing the interviews, he's still getting phone calls. He's still literally getting sources reaching out to him because there's a point in the documentary where they're talking about, and I really appreciated this, because the documentary is obviously about like the importance of good journalism, something that is basically a lost art at this point, and why we still have to have like, you know, stubborn guys who will dig deep and try to find sources and will break stories when the Department of Defense, now the Department of War, is obviously like trying to do a cover up. It talks about the banality of massacres in Vietnam. Obviously, that's a huge part of this as well. It talks about the lack of care or consideration for human life in general in the hands of the American military. But one of the best things that I saw in this documentary is the not so subtle connection to the ongoing Holocaust in Gaza. Because there's a point where he's, is this Donziger? No, guys, this is Seymour Hersh. Oh my God, I have such an uneducated audience. Sometimes it blows my fucking mind. Seymour Hersh, American journalist, American investigative reporter. Seymour Hersh, Cy Hersh, remember the guy who fucking broke I mean, Donziger is great too. This is Cy Hersh. He's 88 years old. He is one of the most important American investigative reporters of all time. He still actually has a Substack where he breaks stories. One of his most famous stories that he broke was around the Iran bombing campaign. But even prior to the Iran bombing campaign, one of the stories that he broke was the Russian pipeline explosion. When the mainstream narrative on the Russian pipeline explosion was that Russia might have done it to itself, Cy Hersh dug deep, got his fucking sources, and said, no, that's not the case. But as far as his, what do you call it? But as far as his work goes, yeah, and there are some instances where he's gotten things, you know, not completely correct, and that's fine. But at his peak, he is the guy who broke very famously the My Lai massacre, right? Like that was his first major story. Anyway, yeah, it's the Laura Poitras doc. Anyway, let's just watch this and
about sources.
No,
and I'd love.
Aren't some of his sources like actual CIA employees? Yes. He also wrote about the secret Israel nuke program. He's gotten things wrong. Why are you platforming Seymour Hersh? Oh, shut the fuck up.
Not to talk about sources.
Yeah, it's funny. They ask him about the sources in this, and he's like, I can't give you my sources. This is supposed to be something that you find out after I die, and some of my sources are still alive.
People, for a lot of reasons, they talk. They talk to me. People want to talk about stuff they did that was wrong and stupid. All you had to do was just let their voice be the story. There's a history of America that's so hard to write. I was always writing stories that got certain people mad.
This fellow Hirsch is a son of a bitch. He's probably a communist agent.
So last week he broke a story about an Army lieutenant who was accused of murdering 109 Vietnamese civilians.
Nobody's willing to say, well, you know, the Army's lying through its teeth.
Tsai had some sort of appeal, and a lot of people want to talk to him. Tsai's report.
Yeah, this is out already, and I didn't even fucking know about it. It's been out for a couple days because Netflix didn't show it to me because Netflix's algorithm is ass. Anyway.
Was the trigger that set up the ugliest portrayal of a government agency.
Vietnam, Kissinger, Watergate, foreign assassinations, Abu Ghraib. It just
Abu
got
Ghraib,
worse, worse.
So his career basically follows the evil trajectory of American empire. And basically, like, story after story that he broke going against the grain at a time when the NatSec reporting side was becoming increasingly more servile, increasingly more invested in access reporting, Seymour Hersh was going in the exact opposite direction. And the thing is, obviously, like, there is, you know, he has like very reliable sources, but sometimes they do leak him shit that's like, you know, I think, you know, there's some difference in opinion, let's say, within the CIA. And famously, I think they just give him stuff if they, you know, his buddies give him stuff whenever, you know, they have an issue with whatever the fucking official narrative is or something like that. But regardless, he was incredibly consequential. But what I found to be very cool was that the documentary, in a not so subtle way, ties it all the way back to his ongoing work in Gaza. Okay? NatSec means national security, chatter.
Fuck is this doing in your hands?
I don't know how this stuff slipped into your file, but these are all people that I would never mention their names. I can't do it. That would be murderous. Look at this. It's complicated to know who to trust. You know, I barely trust you guys. Time after time, I'm told things that turn out to be right. The power these people have is so immense. They would do anything to stay in power. Any lie, any story, bury anybody. You guys know too much about what I'm doing, so I'd like to quit. What? No, let's just quit it.
It looks very good. It's already out. Yeah, it's out. But it's gonna be amazing. I mean, I'm gonna finish it hopefully, eventually. But he is the GOAT. He is the fucking GOAT, and I think it's important to acknowledge the GOATs, especially at a time when new GOATs are coming out of the woodwork, like Nick Shirley. You know, carrying on the tradition of Seymour Hersh by going outside of fucking childcare facilities and demanding to see the children with camera crews and security. You know, who's to say where real investigative journalism has gone? You know, shit from the butt. Okay. As expected, the ass has fallen out of Nick's reporting. Bonus was backed by local Republicans. I know all of that. And I've been there from day one. And once again, I had to tank all the fucking aggro for no goddamn reason because, unfortunately, the stupids are very loud. The stupids are very loud. The stupids are very proud. We'll cover all of that in a little bit, though. I'm also going to be having a conversation with one of these barstool guys that was also, going tit for tat in the back and forth between me and Nick Shitley. Curious, do you still got cable? No, I don't. Wait, what? Yeah, this is 2025 has been obviously the year of vindication, and we'll still talk about that. We'll talk about that in a little bit as it pertains to today's events, considering it's the last day. Yeah, Jack Mack, that's who I'm going to have on the stream. In any case, where was I? What the fuck was I talking about? Yeah, Zohran Mamdani is going to. Zohran Mamdani is building the Islamic Caliphate in New York. Obviously, we'll be talking about that. But yeah, personal news-wise, I'm in actually a really good mood, and that's partially because I did legs today. I lifted legs today. I can't do too much. I can't put too much weight. But I can't squat yet. But I did some sumo deadlifts. Obviously, not a lot of not a lot of weight, but not a lot of compound exercises. But I did do some legs today, and I feel much better. Why does your shirt say Frank? It's actually a Frank Ocean limited edition Frank Ocean Market collab, which wasn't really a Frank Ocean Market collab at all. And I know that people don't really fuck with Frank Ocean anymore, but I really like this shirt, so I still wear it. It's fake. It's a fake shirt. Market used to do fake shirts back in the day. Why no squats? Because my ankle is still the size of a fucking watermelon. You're so fake for forgetting Braun's birthday yesterday. I didn't. I literally celebrated his birthday in the beginning. I think you're fake for not being in here when I did that. I remember seeing a bunch of shit saying you were quitting streaming. I'm guessing you just said you were going to stream less and weirdos ran with it. At a certain point, you have to understand, my friend, that every single thing that someone says about me at this stage is most likely a lie. Okay? There is no other source of information about HasanAbi related shit that you can get aside from here. It's just the dumber people get, the worse the media landscape gets, the more angry people get, and the louder they get, the louder their voices get, and they basically dominate the fucking space, the airspace, the airwaves with a whole bunch of nonsense. And that's precisely the reason why there is a tremendous amount of lies about everything that I say and do, including that I'm like fucking quitting streaming. It's the dumbest thing of all time. Anyway, but you did say at one point, maybe I'll stop streaming altogether in 2026, and went off on that for like a minute. Yeah, I say a bunch of shit. It's not happening. Okay, New Year's Eve, 2025 year in review, 2026 predictions. Local reporters and mainstream news investigate child care fraud allegations and blow it up. Okay. 2025 year of vindication. W's and L's of the year. Okay. Hold on. Let me get that out of here. 2025 year in review with chat votes. Your weekly quitting rants always get clipped now. Something that you have said since you started streaming. Yeah. Who gives a fuck? My point is, if you are, don't get your information from random dumb fucks on the internet. You can just come in here and ask me directly. New Year's resolution of locking the fuck in on the blast off tweet. Yeah. What happened to your ankle? I cranked it. Okay. www.twitch.tv/HasanAbi. Get in now. I rolled it pretty bad. Do we have a blast off meme? May I ask you directly for artistic nudes? No, you may not. Does chat not give a fuck about Turkey? I was going to ask about the Yalova ISIS raids. First of all, no, they do not give a fuck about Turkey. Of course they don't give a fuck about Turkey. What are you talking about? And secondly, very interesting that at a time when Israel and Turkey are beefing, they figure out that there's a ISIS cell, and then they raid it. Good. Erdogan said, not on my watch. Did you flash hog in 2025? And if not, will you flash hog in 2026? Yes. Totally. Anyway, do we have a blast off meme or not? I turned your goals and predictions into a website. Oh, thank you. I will do that. Bro, I found the Taiwanese Joe Rogan you mentioned yesterday. No, I know. He's gotten really into China. He's going full blown pro China, pro mainland, pro PRC. Do we have a blast off meme? Is one of your goals being more parasocial? Yes. It is. Yes, my goal is to be more parasocial this year. I need to lock in. I wasn't parasocial enough. Okay. Okay, I'm not seeing no blast off memes this year. I feel like 2025, last day of 2025, no blast off memes whatsoever. Kind of feels like we're cooked. Okay, I'll use this one then. I'll use something else. Less reliant on chat in 2026. More self-reliance, Jusha style, okay? That's what we're entering. We're entering not our Chinese arc, but we're entering our Marxist-Leninist Jushaist arc. No more Chinese socialism with Chinese characteristics and more... what is this? Meme bracket 2025? Sure, we can do that too. Yeah, more Jusha self-reliance arc. Okay. Local reporters at MSM investigate childcare fraud allegations of blow it up. 2025 year of vindication. W's and L's of the year. 2025 year in review with chat votes. New Year's Eve. 2026 predictions. Get in now. Okay. No more getting one guide. Yeah. Of course. My entire timeline is Grok undressing women and male streamers. What the fuck are people doing? Oh, is that why you guys are asking me for... Did you see you are nominated for the China Fun Award? Oh, hell yeah. That's one of the greatest awards of all time. That's crazy. I probably didn't win it, but... Is that why people keep asking me for nudes? There's already backlash from the Nick Shitley video with threats, vandalism, and robbery reports from Somali daycares in Minneapolis. Oh my God, I can't believe it. Another thing that I fucking said was going to happen. Again, if you want to know tomorrow's news, come here. If you want to be on the wrong side and not know what's going to happen tomorrow or not even fully understand what's happening today, go anywhere else. In most places, they will just simply take the opposite position of mine, and it's actually pretty bad because the opposite position of mine is oftentimes going to be wrong. Yeah, right, but too early, as always. I can't believe there's still motherfuckers doing now you're defending blatant fraud. Actually pathetic little fuck. First of all, I'm bigger. I'm the biggest your mom has ever seen. That's number one. Number two, okay? I'm not defending the fraud. If anything, the fraudulent behavior in this situation is a random YouTuber going up to a bunch of childcare facilities, demanding to see the children, and then not seeing any children because some of the facilities that he's going to is like outside of business hours and things like that, and then duping a bunch of dumb fucks like yourself into believing that every single childcare facility that is owned and operated by Somalis in Minneapolis is actually fraudulent and has no children in it whatsoever. Don't worry. By the time the real news gets to you and your side of the fucking internet, you will have moved the goalposts already, and you'll be like, oh, actually, we were talking about how the facilities are in a state of dire disrepair or something like that. Okay. Once again, if you want to be wrong all the time, go elsewhere. If you want to know what's going to happen tomorrow or what's happening today, if you want to truly understand it, come here and listen to my words. Do not listen to my words from a negative filter. Try to understand what I'm saying. Okay. There's never been a moment where I haven't said that I've never said that there's no fraud happening in Minneapolis. Of course, there's fraud happening in Minneapolis. The investigations first started in 2014, and then continued at separate dates. But the major investigation, the one that actually has finally gotten some convictions, started under the Brandon regime, under the Brandon DOJ. Okay, just so you understand. Not only did it happen, fraud happens all around the country, but specifically in Minneapolis, this fraudulent activity was the product, the arrest that took place and the convictions that came from this fraud investigation was a product of a multi-year cooperative investigation and court process that took place that was extensively covered by mainstream news. It is not anyone else's fault that you are oblivious to this stuff and you only heard about it for the first time through the dumbest way you possibly could. That does not mean that Nick Shitley is actually correct on any of the allegations that he made. Okay? But it doesn't really matter because we are dealing with, unfortunately, a wave of stupids. This is the stupids era, which I will be talking about. 2026 is going to be the year of stupids. Okay? It is what it is. And we have to really reconsider how we will navigate this landscape full of stupids, because this landscape is filled to the brim with stupids. Okay? Unfortunately, it is what it is. This is the reality. This is the makeup of the media landscape. And I will readjust my commentary in an effort to dial in and educate the stupids to the best of my ability.
Hey, show me the kids. Show me your kids. Hey, open up and let me and this elderly man look at all the kids in there. Well, they won't open up and let me see the kids, so they must be committing fraud.
That is pretty much this very viral video. And everybody that watched it, for some weird reason, including people who are like somewhat educated, saw that and went, that's good for me. I believe it. That's great journalism. Such fantastic journalism. How incredible. Now, of course, one of my biggest issues, as always, is that I am the number one tank for all this aggro. Because as soon as I saw the video, I was in a state of disbelief. I could not believe that there were so many fucking people that were looking at basically like a QAnon-style investigation that's not a real investigation at all and going, well, this is brilliant work. I can't believe how smart this guy is. I can't believe how smart this investigation is. And it blew my fucking mind. And people kept defending it over and over again. I mean, if you... Here, I'll even show you the Jack Mack TikTok that I saw. And I will be talking to Jack Mack in a little bit about that TikTok. But he basically put the timeline battle that took place when, the day after Hasan the Sin Eater Piker. Yeah, no, it's fucking insane. Vaguely reminds me of Pizzagate. Yeah. Congratulations. You made the list of 7 most annoying people on 2025 on Fox. Unfortunately, you have to share your spot with Nick Fuentes. I can't post a link, but search for 7 most annoying people of 2025 Fox. Wait, really? I mean, the fact that I have to share it with Nick Fuentes is gross, but if they put me up there, God, who's number 1? That's pretty awesome. I mean, I love that Fox News hates me. Remember, I love when my enemies hate me, okay? Dan Gaynor, these are the 7 most annoying people of the year 2025. Jimmy Kimmel, he was funny 20 years ago. The View, the first of the pod people, more poddish people. Podcaster anti-Semite Nick Fuentes and Twitch anti-Semite Hasan Piker showed the world that the users of social media have one thing in common, hatred. I love that Fox News is saying we were doing too much hatred. Dog, you're a Fox News commentary person. The fuck do you mean I was doing too much hatred? That's awesome. Also, another testament to the word anti-Semite both being utterly meaningless and destroyed in this circumstance. putting up an actual anti-Semite with someone who combats anti-Semitism with regular frequency, a lot more than fucking Fox News ever has, only to dilute the term anti-Semitism so stupidly that it almost feels as though it is by design. Piker, when he's not being accused of giving his dog electric shock, spends his time saying offensive things like America deserved 9/11. He later walked it back because of the backlash, but he still has millions of followers on multiple platforms. Fox News did an analysis of what he says and is so vile, I don't want to repeat it. He's all across major media. The Times called him a progressive mind and a body made for the manosphere. The press is desperate to recreate their own Joe Rogan. This is the best they got. Hell yeah. My favorite quote of yours is the 9/11 one. Yeah, I know. Convincing your enemies that you are dumb as a rock is OP because then they have to give concessions to you since you cannot be reasoned with. Works especially better if your party's in power. Anyway, we'll get into this list in a second. I do love this though. This is fucking awesome. This is I'll posterize this. But yeah, a Fox News correspondent did talk about killing homeless people, but that's just normal Fox News stuff, you know? That's just Fox News things. Okay. Where was I? Oh, we were going to talk about the stupids. The age of stupids is upon us. Okay, the age of stupids is upon us. And I was talking about how I was like tanking the aggro for this dumb fuck video made by a very obvious grifter by the name of Nick Shirley, who is genuinely too stupid to make a convincing case. But because of how stupid everyone has become, being stupid while you're making propaganda, slopaganda specifically, is a superpower. Okay? It has gotten to a point where it is quite literally a fucking superpower to be dumber than a bag of rocks. Now, while when I first came out of the gate swinging with my commentary, criticizing this coverage, saying this is pretty insane, I cannot believe how much people are leaning into this shit, how much people are falling for this incredibly dumb propaganda, right? Where the fuck is the Jack Mack video? Someone send it to me, please, if you can find it. A lot of people were very upset. And immediately said, oh my God, it's clear that you are defending Somalis doing fraud. You love when Somalis do fraud, blah, blah, blah. Okay? That wasn't the case at all. That's never something that I said. It's never something that I not something that I believe. Doesn't really fucking matter, right? Unfortunately, it doesn't really matter. I'm going to have to be explaining that this was fake to my extended family for years. No, the worst part, the other part about it is that it's not entirely fucking fake.
Takeaways from Nick Shirley uncovering the alleged fraud.
No, this isn't even his video. I wasn't even talking about this. I was talking about the other video that he made where he was he posted a TikTok of like me and Nick Shirley going back and forth. I am suspicious it's entirely organic, but partially because social media companies have gotten insane at manipulating their users. I think this was a testing ground. Okay? This was a test. How fast can we whip up people into a frenzy, into a panic? How fast can we get them to pay attention to something that has elements of truth in it, right? Has elements of truth because there is real fraud that has taken place. It's just how can we extend it to an entire racialized minority, one that actually suits the purpose, like maybe geopolitical interests of a foreign country that we are in line with, in this case, Israel, with Somalia, right? With Somaliland. Israel's the first country that recognized Somaliland. Day after that comes out, all of these influencers that have gone to Israel, all of these pro-Israel, pro-MAGA influencers that were, not really talking about the Epstein cover-up at all for the last week, even though it was the biggest fucking news story of the day, turn around and start investigating the fraud that all Somalis are conducting in Minneapolis. this has been an ongoing investigation for the past fucking, 3 years now? It's ridiculous. Where the fuck did this come from? Where did it come from? Okay. And my take on it was very cool that every pro-Israel MAGA content creator is rushing to see children at daycares around the country after a week of Trump's DOJ playing defense for Epstein's co-conspirators. Normal country. Okay. Now, obviously, the main goal here, this is a convergence of a lot of different interests. Okay. This is a convergence of a lot of different interests. Obviously, finding a new racial minority to fucking dunk on from the perspective of like fomenting anti-immigrant sentiment is fantastic for Donald Trump. He did it during the election cycle against the Haitians when he said that, what do you call it? Haitians were eating cats and dogs, obviously, you know? So that's always going to work. Obviously, this has also been a story that the Republicans have been using pretty aggressively. Republicans have been using this pretty aggressively against. Oh, yeah, here it is. This is what I wanted to show you guys. Republicans have been using this story already against the Democrat Farmer Labor Party in Minnesota, in Minneapolis, Minnesota, for quite a while now. They are using this against Tim Walz. Obviously, they want to take out a bunch of Democrats from their positions of power in the state by tying them all to real existing fraud that took place and utilizing the investigations and the convictions and the charges that came after the real existing fraud that took place with not so real information, right? Like they're taking unsubstantiated and oftentimes racialized agitative propaganda and running with it and trying to do this to tie it back to like the Democrats. And the reality of the matter is, and I'm going to give you something, I'm going to tell you something that you might not enjoy here. There might be ties to some Democrats in the fucking state. That's the craziest part about this story. There is truth to some of these. There's truth to some of these fucking incredible, the incredibly weaponized statements. Okay? There's truth. It's just not where you think it is. And we'll talk about that in a little bit. But I will say this much. It's not a person that I particularly appreciate or enjoy. Former mayor, now current mayor as well, Jacob Frey, was in some ways tied back to, in some ways, ironically enough, tied back to the white lady who was responsible for the initial Feeding Our Children charity fraud. And he was protected. He was protected by Tim Walz. So even Tim Walz might have some kind of connection to it, potentially. We don't know. In any case, although there are suspicions of this sort, none of those things are being thoroughly investigated by the likes of Nick Shirley. And now we have even more information. Okay? Now we have even more information on it. Minnesota Public Radio reports that the Republican caucus was behind steering Nick Shirley to the daycares and shaping the narrative, and local outlets had reported about more than 62 investigations of the child care centers and covered it for years. Okay? The YouTuber claims he's uncovering new fraud. There are ongoing investigations, and by the way, some of these investigations are simply licensing investigations and investigations into whether or not these daycare facilities are like up to date, up to standard. Clearly, many of them weren't, as we saw, not because of Nick Shirley's video, of course, but because we actually looked at the Department of Human Services in the state and their actual investigations into renewing or potentially revoking the license of some of these facilities. Okay? Now, of course, the licensing thing happens every year at a random time. That's normal. So that's not really a gotcha. But in any case, in any case, the reality of the matter is the story was completely fucking, the story was completely propagandized from the start, and it featured no real information. And yet, for some reason, when I brought that up, everybody fucking yelled at me, and everybody did victory laps about it, saying, oh, Hasan is like defending Somali fraud or some shit. No, I'm defending investigative reporting. I'm not defending fraud at all. And I'm actually frustrated at the fact that sloppy hit jobs such as this one unironically interfere with good investigation, okay? With real investigations into real fraud.
Nick Shirley's reporting in Minnesota. Hasan and him have been going back and forth on Twitter. A matchup of the ages to end 2025. Hasan tweeted yesterday at 11 a.m. I don't know what kind of fraud Somalis in daycares are doing, but I think it's a separate crime to try and storm with a camera into a daycare with kids in it. Shirley responded by saying, ha ha, you would say something stupid like this. Nick won the ratio off here by almost an order of 5-1.
Oh, dude, I can't believe on the Hitler website he got way more likes. I guess that means I was wrong. Shit, dude, my bad.
Hasan then quote tweeted himself saying, bleak future of all media with this photo. I think that's from a movie. That's Jake Gyllenhaal, I believe. Vigilante content that can be weaponized for radicalized / white nativist agitprop. I don't know. I'm sorry if I said that word wrong, agitprop. Everyone's going to behave like the fake pedo hunters. On top of responding to Hasan's original tweet, Nick quote tweeted him saying, people like this commie literally shock their dogs and complain about America 24/7. And when someone actually leaves their room to do something, wait for it, they then defend the criminals. Hasan responded by saying, I traveled around the world and went to numerous protests, but since I wasn't trying to storm childcare facilities with a camera crew screaming, show me the children now, it doesn't count. There's a proper way to conduct a thorough investigation, and you botched it for clickbait. Hasan also quote tweeted a tweet involving Nick Shirley when he met with the mayor of Gaza and said he made the most Israel.
No disrespect, but this story is less exciting than watching paint dry. Day 3 of a story, everyone will forget as soon as anything else happens. Yes, you're not actually brilliant or above it all when you say dumb fucking shit like this. In this media cycle, of course, things are going to be forgotten like that. The problem here is that this is a major, major propaganda moment. And if you are too stupid to recognize that the administration will consistently weaponize this in 2026, you need to dial it the fuck back, okay? And really reconsider why I'm trying to hammer this to the best of my ability, okay? This was a moment where there was a convergence of interest and a bunch of slopaganda right-wingers came out of the gate swinging. Narratives blew the fuck up, and it led to the administration shutting off funding to all childcare facilities in the state of fucking Minnesota. Stop saying it's just an Epstein distraction, okay? It's beyond more than just an Epstein distraction. God damn it, dude. I don't want to fucking pull this card on you, but it is awfully suspicious anytime we talk about like black people being victimized en masse. Every motherfucker has different opinions on it. They're like, come on, dude. Enough. Enough. It's just a distraction, bro. Let them fucking storm daycare facilities all around the country where there are, you know, Somali people or black people running daycare centers. Come on, dude. What the fuck are you talking about? I don't even like it when people complain about what I choose to cover, whether it's like phase or whatever the fuck, but this is beyond the pale. This is a huge fucking story. It is directly at the intersection of social media narratives being able to change people's real life conditions. Okay? Sean the Black Raid. Hey, Sean, thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good one. Yeah, HHS is now stopping all child care payments to all states until they prove funds are being spent legitimately. This is, once again, like I said, at the intersection of the right-wing administration that has been desperately looking for an opportunity to cut any kind of fucking social safety nets they can, using this as an opportunity to do that. Get out of your chair seems more like a criticism for Asmongold. I know. It's weird that people keep saying that to me when I literally traveled around the fucking planet this year. I know it doesn't matter because dumb fucks with no object permanence don't realize that because they're like, well, every clip I see of you, you're sitting in a chair. I know. You're stupid. It's okay.
Video demanding to see children in all these facilities, and when they wouldn't let them in, that was enough evidence of fraud. There was, of course, going to be criticism of Nick Shirley's video that he posted on Friday night. The main criticism is that he was trying to storm into a daycare, which is fine, but the video is 42 minutes long. It's not just the daycare.
Yeah, the other side, the second half of the video is even dumber. The second half of the video is even dumber than this, because the second half of the video, he goes to a healthcare plaza, a medical plaza, which is a normal concept that exists in America. It's in basically every fucking town. A medical plaza is the plaza that I go to when, because my dentist is in a fucking medical plaza, right? If you've ever gotten tests done, you've probably gone to a medical plaza at some point. It's not a hospital. Not every healthcare facility is literally a fucking hospital. Anyway, it is crazy, though. That's the point. They manufacture stupid discourse and make you give up trying to reason and do discourse. They try to desensitize us to the issues. Part of it is just convincing the opposition, us, that the supporters of the admin are too dumb to reason with. Yes, but I am too fucking stubborn to give up on it. And I know that many of these people in my chat as well get frustrated and they go, Hasan, this is too stupid. These people cannot be reasoned with. Why the fuck are you worrying about this? Why the fuck are you trying to, consistently push back on this shit? If I don't do it, who the fuck's gonna do it? Someone has to do it. Someone has to tank the damage. Someone has to be the fucking first guy to come out and be like, nope, this is not true. Okay? If we wait for CBS News and CNN to fucking send their journalists out there, it's not gonna, you're gonna have to wait like 3-4 days. This kind of shit needs to be called out by fucking adults, okay? I'll tank it every time. I know that for years and years, I've been a thorn on the side of many people that want to do fucked up shit, whether it be, promote gambling to a young audience and get millions and millions of dollars in sponsorships to do so. And I say, oh, that sucks. And then people go, fuck you, you're a piece of shit, and you're a snake, you're a phony, you're a shark, I hate you. And then the audience carries over that resentment, even if they inevitably come to that same conclusion years down the line. It doesn't matter. I'll keep eating that shit, okay? Someone has to. Someone's got to fucking do it.
Wager that I don't think Hasan has watched it in full. Same with a lot of the people that have been criticizing it.
I did watch it, as a matter of fact.
Other criticism has been that it was filmed over Christmas break, which Somalians are typically Muslim, not...
That's not one of my criticisms at all. And it wasn't filmed over Christmas break. It was during the holidays, and it doesn't even matter. This is not a kindergarten. It's a childcare facility.
Catholic or Christian, so they may not be taking Christmas break, but let's say it was a state mandated thing. We can see in the video that Nick was there during a...
Oh, he asked one random guy. I guess that's it then. This is good. He asked a random guy on the street whether he's seen children there or not. Again, my criticism from the start, top to bottom, has been that this is not real journalism. This is not real reporting. And it's very frustrating that a lot of people looked at this and got fucking duped and thought, well, I'm convinced. We're fucked.
3rd,
okay?
Which would be 2 days before Christmas, or Tuesday, December 16th. You can look up historical weather. Tuesday, December 23rd, it did not get above 32 degrees. But on Tuesday, December 16th, you can see it got just above 40 degrees during the afternoon, around 42. So we can assume this was December 16th, 9 days before Christmas. This will continue on, I'm sure. Now, Nick should be careful, just like Hasan has to be. Not because Hasan is going to injure Nick, more so because of the fact that there's a lot of crazies out there. And
Yeah, no, I know. It's just tough to fucking, say the truth. You get killed out there for that kind of thing, obviously. Absolute crushing pathos here as James O'Keefe tries to get it on with weapons grade lameness. If I'm James O'Keefe, I'm so pissed. If I am James motherfucking Keefe, I'm so mad because for years and years he did this, but he actually put a lot of fucking thought and effort into making better propaganda, at least. And this guy unironically comes in and doesn't even try to find a source, get them drunk in a bar with a fucking hidden camera and ask them questions and then deceptively edit the footage. He didn't do none of that shit. No hidden cameras, no fucking op, no inside guy, nothing. James O'Keefe was doing this and had standardized the Project Veritas concept for years and years, only for a much dumber version of that to come in and totally sweep away the market. This is even worse than Tyler Oliveira's commentary on shit. That's how bad it is. Tyler Oliveira will go and he'll also work with a right-wing local dipshit, right? But even Tyler Oliveira works to make a more convincing right-wing slop. And it turns out the dumber your fucking argument is, the more people believe it. It turns out the dumber the argument is, the more effective it is. I cannot believe it. If we're ranking different versions of right-wing propaganda, okay? Here, I'll pull up Paint for this one, okay? Just, every now and then we got to use the fucking Paint application here, okay? If we're doing right-wing slopaganda, okay? You got up here, you have Fox News digital team, right? They have the most Fox News D. They have more interest in making it seem like they're a reliable news outlet, making it seem as though they have an interest in at least accurate reporting, even though it is heavily biased. Okay, it's biased, but it at the very least, regardless of being biased, we'll still have real evidence, okay? Bias, but real evidence. They'll omit certain things, but they'll at least have real evidence in it. Then a step below that is Project Veritas with James O'Keefe. They have done a bunch of work. You guys have seen around the Epstein stuff. Project Veritas is one step below. Incredibly biased, doesn't have real evidence in it. They will obviously chop things deceptively. They'll edit things deceptively. They'll liquor up people, but at least it has sources, right? So they'll find people who they claim are sources, insiders, right? They have sources. They have people who work inside the facility that they will go and ask questions to, right? They'll greatly overextend the influence and power that a source holds. They'll go to a fucking secretary of the assistant of the assistant to the deputy of whatever the fuck, and they'll make it seem like that person is actually, the most in the know person of all time. Then they'll also get him to talk shit. Then they'll cut stuff out of context, and they'll make it seem like they're, they'll get their message across that way. Okay. Now that is obviously more popular than Fox News, right? So the more, if this is the credibility, if this is the credibility axis, okay, this is the more credible versus less credible, right? The less credible it gets, the less credible the news source gets, the more popular it gets. So we don't even need to do an XY. Okay? There's no reason to do an even XY here, because the reality is the more credible something gets, the less popular it gets. The less credible something gets, the less work and effort is put into it. Okay? The less credible something gets, the less work and effort is put into it, the more popular it gets. Okay? Effort, less effort. I can't even fucking write. I don't even know why I chose to do this with paint, but whatever. It doesn't matter. Okay? Can you just make, oh, there it is. Okay. I'll use a bigger brush here. Okay? And then last but not least, less popular, more popular. Okay? There's a textbook option. I don't care. Shut up. Now we move down from Project Veritas to Tyler Oliveira. Okay? Now we get to a part of the internet where you can at least like seem like you're apolitical, even though you're a right-wing slop merchant, right? You're a right-wing propagandist, you're a slop merchant, but you at the very least can present yourself as apolitical. And not only can you present yourself as apolitical, but you also have less interest in getting sources. You have less interest in cutting deceptive editing. You can do deceptive editing. Now you have also more flair and more drama. More drama, getting into a fight with like a homeless person or some shit like that, and more flair. At the bottom of this barrel is Nick Shirley, okay? At the bottom of this pile is Nick Shirley. Nick Shirley literally has all of the worst elements of Tyler Oliveira. He has none of the effort that he puts in. Okay? None of the effort whatsoever. Barely any fucking sources. Just running around with a camera and demanding to see children. Something that is objectively supposed to be, an illegal act. Just harassing random daycare facilities, shit like that. Okay? Unfortunately, as we have seen time and time again, and specifically this year, I think this story in and of itself perfectly proves this. The less credible you are and the less effort that you put into your right-wing slop merchantry, the more popular your video gets and the more it drives discourse. And then what people will do, and this is another dumb guy thing that I have noticed, the more popular it is, the more legitimate it is. A lot of stupid people will mistake popularity for veracity, okay? People genuinely have this attitude where I've seen it over and over again. They're like, oh, well, this video got 1 million views. This video got 100 million views. How many views have you gotten in your videos? It's like, yeah, okay. ProPublica is one of the last remaining incredible outlets for investigative reporting. Just because they don't drive clicks doesn't mean that they're not doing valid fucking work. It is ridiculous. Okay? It is fucking ridiculous. Right-wing slop merchants. The more outrage you bake in, the more fucking, the less interest you have in finding evidence, even if that evidence was supposed to help your argument, okay? And the more eyeballs you get, the more people go, well, this guy's obviously right. And the reason why we have this dynamic, unfortunately, is because we're getting dumber and dumber every single fucking day, okay? Jack Smith, full video out. What's Jack Smith? The work is only valid if you sell ads. It's not even about selling ads. It's about how many fucking eyeballs you get. And it doesn't even matter if you bought it, okay? You can bot the fuck out of your eyeballs, but from the outsider's perspective, the more eyeballs something has, the more real it is, the more true it is, okay? Whoever yells loudest, whoever is first to market, and whoever yells loudest is winning, is going to get the biggest amount of attention, and therefore they are going to be the most correct. This is what happens when there is no consensus reality, okay? Unfortunately, when there's no consensus reality, everything falls apart. And that's where we're at. This is the meta. This is the unfortunate reality of the media landscape that we exist in. And myself and many others, I have to, talk to a bunch of other people on the left. We have to try to figure out a new way to reach out to a broad audience, because I think trying to actively disparage whatever kind of new idiocy is coming from the right is clearly not going to work. We're fucking cooked. And this is before we even, wait, what? Special counsel full testimony for Jack Smith. Brother, I cannot begin to explain to you how little I care about this right now. Oh my God. The reason why I'm talking about this is not because of this specific instance, okay? The reason why I'm talking about this story in general is because you will see this dynamic play itself out over and over again, especially leading up to the midterms. Anytime Donald Trump is underwater on a certain issue, anytime people start going, hey, what about that affordability you were promising us that didn't fucking work? He's going to throw another grenade similar to this one. And then the right-wing slop merchants will storm whichever area of interest exists, like a bunch of fucking piranhas, and the story will be whatever the fuck they want you to pay attention to. Okay? This is it. Yeah. Lowest tier slopaganda gets the goods. It has the most effective results. The Trump admin cutting off all childcare funding during cost of living crisis because the January 6th insurrectionist cameraman made a completely fake, debunked YouTube video of himself going to daycares outside of their business hours. And there are still people going, when was it debunked and by whom? Got receipts. Over and over and over again. And that's what's so crazy about it, because unfortunately, this kind of dumb propaganda does work on a lot of people. Okay? That's what it is. And that's where we're at. How do you combat it? It seems practically impossible. The confirmation bias of the average American seems to be that black and brown people are evil. No, I don't even think that this is just because there's like, black and brown people. That plays a role in it for sure. White supremacy plays a major role in it. Absolutely. Okay. It's much easier to craft a narrative such as this one against like a minority group for sure. It's a big factor. Because if this was a bunch of like white liberals in a blue city or something, that would still bang. Like that video would still do numbers, especially if it ties back to a real instance of fraud. Okay? This has many different factors at play. There were so many different convergence of factors here that made this story as explosive as it is. And it's not just like Elon Musk base boosting this shit on the platform Twitter and then making it virtually impossible not to discuss this and driving discourse for the last couple of days. Okay? That is one factor, however. But there are multiple reasons as to why this was so explosive. But if you think that those with genuine power in this administration are not taking notice of this, you are delusional. This is going to happen over and over again. I don't know what the next thing will be. Okay? I don't know what the next thing will be, but it's coming. Going forward, you'll see it a lot more frequently. Whenever there's something going on that looks bad for Donald Trump, they will foment hatred towards one group and they will storm it. Like they'll send their fucking nuisance streamers and all these other fucking freaks and losers to do bottom of the barrel slopaganda, and a lot of people are so primed to believe that shit that they will be endlessly distracted by this stuff. People who are talking about the Epstein files not only a day prior to this have now locked in and laser focused on this and are talking about how all Somalis are running fraudulent daycares all around the country. This is a mass epidemic. They all, boom, inserted the new chip You included. If you cannot comprehend the broader point that I'm making here, that isn't just about this story, I don't know what to tell you. Okay? This is now media analysis over effective propaganda. Do you understand? Effective propaganda that is going to come back and be a problem over and over and over again. Things are getting dumber and dumber. Yeah, here's a flashback from the background of Nick Shirley and other nuisance streamers such as this one. Per Reuters, Nick Shirley, the guy behind the Minnesota daycare fraud video, once paid Hispanic day laborers he recruited at Home Depot $20 to hold pro-Biden signs in front of the White House to gin up fears of an invasion, right? Half a dozen Hispanic day laborers were paid $20 each to parade in front of the White House on camera holding signs with slogans like, I love Biden, I need a work permit for my family. The stunt was orchestrated by Nick Shirley, a pro-Trump online influencer who often asks migrants on camera if they support the Democratic President Joe Biden or think he made it easier for them to come to the U.S. We want to take you to the White House, Shirley told men he recruited at a Home Depot parking lot where day laborers typically wait for jobs. In a video later posted to YouTube, what Biden did for migrants is very kind, right? Letting everyone come in. So we are going to show him and say thank you. Shirley, a 22-year-old with more than 318,000 followers on social media, is among the new class of influencers supportive of the Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump, who are helping shape the immigration debate as the U.S. election campaign heats up. This guy is a Mormon whose mom drives him around still to this fucking day. Okay. Was at January 6th, and he's been at the scene of every single right-wing cultural touch point, making slopaganda like this, and now one of them hit big. Okay? It's going to happen. It's going to happen over and over again. You guys think this shit is irrelevant. It pisses you off that people are stupid. It pisses you off that someone who is genuinely mentally inept is capable of having this much reach and is capable of getting the government to basically use this dog shit reporting and manufactured hysteria to cut funds to all child care facilities in every fucking state. Someone who is fucking illiterate is capable of doing that. Yeah, I get that it fucking offends you. It offends your sensibilities. You find yourself to be much smarter than this, but it doesn't matter. Unfortunately, if slop is king, we have to fucking do it. We have to cover it. Okay? It upset me reading comments on an IG clip. Yes. Don't ever do that, honestly. It is so much worse. It is so much worse than you think. There are people that will shock you, okay? People that you think, frat boy politics, no offense. Oh my fucking Lord. I know, you're so brilliant. You're so smart. You're such an academic. You're an intellectual. Everyone is praising you in the chat right now for how big your fucking brain is. Except it doesn't matter, okay? It doesn't matter if it's dumb politics. But dumb politics is now ruling the land. Because unfortunately, the land is comprised of dummies. This is going to hurt MAGA folks too because they need to have their kids watch and they're poor. I know. But this is how it's always worked historically. Historically, in the United States of America, white Republicans have always gotten on board with cutting welfare initiatives and cutting social safety nets that they rely on because they think black people are stealing it. That's where the welfare queen strategy comes from. They're gutting entitlements programs. They're gutting welfare because, and people who rely on this stuff, disability and the like, are championing the gutting of welfare because in their minds, they're perceiving people who are not worthy, people who are not deserving of this social safety nets, taking advantage of it, okay? Or even engaging in fraud. You cannot think you're above this. You cannot just simply say these guys are stupid and fucking move on, okay? You cannot just say, oh, I don't want to touch this. This is too dumb. You have to pull people out of this stupor, okay? You have to, or else we're fucked. It took, in this media environment where things move rapidly, things go viral instantly, mainstream reporters move far too slow, okay? And especially when there's not a lot of interest in stories like this, because they're like, who gives a fuck about this shit, man? I don't understand. Why are you even covering this? If that's your attitude, you're going to lose. If that's your attitude, you're going to let the dummies dominate discourse, dominate the narrative, okay? Donald Trump is president for a reason. We have to fight back. Anyway, here is one example of the stupidity of Nick Shirley's video.
Check of your top stories this morning. We're following major developments in Minnesota's fraud crisis, specifically related to child care. Here's the latest.
We believe the state of Minnesota has allowed scammers and fake daycares to siphon millions of taxpayer dollars over the past decade.
The U.S. Department of Health and Human Services says it's freezing.
If you want this YouTube quality, it's the second video on the playlist. Okay, sure, I'll go into it. Yeah,
Check of your top stories this morning. We're following major developments in Minnesota's fraud crisis, specifically related to child care. Here's the latest.
We believe the state of Minnesota has allowed scammers and fake daycares to siphon millions of taxpayer dollars over the past decade.
The U.S. Department of Health and Human Services says it's freezing.
The next meta in this, for the record, is going to be finding any sort of issues with any number of different daycares, as long as it's like operated by a Somali person, and then hammering that on as though that was the major point, as though that was the real argument that they were conducting. So get ready for that as well. They're too stupid to recognize that there was already one daycare facility that was operated by one of the fucking one of the defendants in the previous investigation that had taken place. They're too stupid to know that one daycare facility was actually closed. Once they figure that out, they're going to be like, well, see, there's the proof. Again, their lack of interest or their lack of knowledge, but the overarching lack of knowledge on this stuff, the overarching lack of interest and lack of knowledge on pre-existing investigations that have been conducted into it is how these guys get to make this seem like it's a totally new story and also simultaneously expand on the targets.
Child care funds for Minnesota after a YouTuber claimed to uncover fraudulent centers in a viral video. The state gets about $185 million in federal funds each year. The HHS deputy secretary says he's demanded Minnesota Governor Tim Walz audit the centers featured in that video. The governor responded on X saying, quote, "This is Trump's long game. We've spent years cracking down on fraudsters. It's a serious issue, but this has been his plan all along. He's politicizing the issue to defund programs that help Minnesotans."
Some of the featured child care centers are now firing back. This one says footage from their security cameras proves kids were...
Why is the daycare not open on a Sunday? Streams seem strange. You don't find that suspicious? Wait, what? You're joking, right?
Present when
I know it's already happening. I saw. I have the Cam Higby link. I know. That's another pro-Israel. That's another fucking Israel op.
Ready for kindergarten. This is ABC Learning Center in Minneapolis.
They have to learn ABC and numbers.
Director Ahmed Hasan gave WCCO a tour after finding his daycare in the national spotlight.
All right, we've arrived to ABC Learning.
Yeah, they also show security cam footage. Hold on. Here,
this
look.
has been his plan all along.
Sorry.
Child care centers are now firing back. This one says footage from their security cameras proves kids were present when the YouTuber stopped by.
Like, can you imagine? Like, I cannot believe that this is what it's gotten down to, where they have to be like, see, there's children. The fuck are you talking about? Here's our security footage. That's insane. That is insane. Again, because they don't have fucking object permanence because people don't have object permanence, this is not going to be enough because they're going to be like, oh, sure, bud. Well, I didn't see the entire security footage. I need to see the faces of every child that has walked in. I need to know what kind of finger painting initiatives they engaged with. I need to know what kind of chicken nuggets they had. Was the middle of the chicken nugget cold? Was it too hot? I need to know all of it. Otherwise, I will not believe you. And it goes back to the dumbest guy you know saying, well, did you see it literally with your own two eyes? How can you believe anything if you don't personally experience it? That is where we're at. It's not even about going back to the drawing board and explaining to people like how investigations are conducted and how court proceedings take place, how people get charged with a crime, people get arrested in the process. Like, it's beyond that. You need to explain to people, like, you need to start explaining to people, unfortunately, that sometimes you can rely on information from trusted sources, right? Like a book, for example. You can read something. You don't have to like directly observe everything to believe that it actually happened, okay? That's not how information works. That's not how learning works. If we didn't do this, right? If the only stuff that we could believe was things that we observed with our own two eyes, then there would be no thousands of years of knowledge that we're relying on in order to expand on pre-existing technological improvements, for example. That's just not how this would work.
Connor White went there to take a closer look.
You want to make ready for kindergarten.
This is ABC Learning Center in Minneapolis.
They have to learn ABC and numbers.
Director Ahmed Hasan gave WCCO a tour after finding his daycare in the national spotlight.
All right, we've arrived to ABC Learning Center.
In a now viral video, right-wing YouTuber Nick Shirley claims nearly a dozen daycare centers in Minnesota are taking public funds but not providing a service. He says ABC Learning Center is one of them, knocking on the door in mid-December.
I would like to check a child in the daycare.
Hasan says his employee didn't respond because Shirley was in a group of about 8 people, and his staff were concerned about recent ICE activity.
Is this daycare committing fraud?
No, we're not committing fraud.
Hasan showed us security footage from the same day Shirley was here. According to the timestamp.
Oh, wow. Just as I fucking called. And I'm not a particularly brilliant person, okay? I'm not. I just have common fucking sense. And unfortunately, it's not so fucking common anymore. This is what I said. Why the fuck would anybody open the door to a goddamn group of people with cameras in tow, being like, oh, I want to sign up my son Joey. He's not here right now. You don't have to be genius to figure out how stupid this narrative was.
In the videos, this woman takes a young child into the center at around 9 a.m. that day, about 3 hours before Shirley arrives at the door closer to the street. Within the hour after Shirley leaves, a woman arrives at the other door with a stroller. A larger family heads inside a few hours later. Tuesday afternoon, WCCO found at least a dozen children at ABC Learning Center, which is licensed with the state. Records show Minnesota officials last visited the daycare in November, noting some corrected and ongoing violations related.
Yeah, this is the reason why I said this is a filter, okay? This video was a fucking filter. Straight up. That dog better not move or you're going to go Ewas on her. Brother, in a situation where we're just talking about filters, you've proven once again that you are an easily tricked adult, okay? Speaking of filters, there it is.
To day-to-day operations, but no record of fraud.
What did I do? I'm just a typical human being who wants to live and do the right thing. I have kids to feed.
Umi Hasan, the daycare's current owner, believes these latest fraud accusations are political. Both she and Hasan are Somali Americans.
We pay our taxes. We do whatever we can to be a law-abiding citizen. At the same time, when one Somali does something wrong, we all get collective punishment.
With Shirley's video now.
Bro, I cannot. The other thing is like, Like, how do people not even realize that this is bad from like a national security perspective, for example? Like how, like no one seems to care. Everyone is so proud of how fucking stupid they've become. There's this like shared comfort with the collective knowledge that like the guy next to you is just as dumb as you are, so it doesn't really matter. There's no reason to apply any sort of skepticism, any sort of fucking scrutiny, you know? How the fuck are there so many people consistently up your ass over that dog shit? I see it in a completely unrelated post. Brother, it's because my haters aren't fucking normal. They lose their minds. They literally carry that over to every fucking platform. You need to understand. It's like it's unlike anything I've ever seen. It's like I've personally went to their house and like fucked all their moms or something and like killed their loved ones. When someone decides they despise me, they don't just go, yeah, I don't like this guy, I don't fuck with him, and move on with their life. They literally go, anywhere I see this person, even in unrelated places, even in areas where it's not even relevant to the conversation, I will constantly carry this resentment. Some of these people have more of a derangement syndrome than even like liberals do with Donald Trump. It's one of the more intense, it's one of the more insane things I've ever encountered. It is not something I can do. We got to stay on subject. Let's just continue.
Now approaching 2.3 million views on YouTube alone, they say they are getting nonstop phone calls harassing them.
I was looking for a place for my granddaughter.
With many of those calls attached to out-of-state phone numbers.
They normally say, knock, knock, we're gonna come. You're gonna arrest, something like that.
Connor White, WCCO News.
Hasan there says they turned over attendance records to comply with the Department of Homeland Security request, and they're now waiting to hear back. CBS News is reviewing records related to the same daycares. All but 2 have active licenses.
And while the active places have violations related to safety or staff training, there is no recorded evidence of fraud. Another facility highlighted in the YouTube video was Quality Learning Center. The people operating it would not speak with us, but we did talk to a mother dropping off her kids.
I take my kids here, 2 o'clock.
I'll say it like this. Out of all the facilities they went to, the only one that I'm a little bit sus on is this one, the Quality Learning Center. People say staged. I don't think it is, but there are inconsistencies with the Quality Learning Center. No disrespect if they're running a clean operation. I apologize, and it's not because of the name of the fucking signage. I don't care about that. But there is something that doesn't add up with that because of the inconsistencies with what the state has said about that place being not an operation. It's about the place not being in operation, but the place is, as a matter of fact, very clearly in operation. So that was the one. That was the thing that I didn't understand, especially because like it received the most citations as well. It received the most citations out of all of the other daycare facilities. I'm not validating the conspiracy theories. I'm just exercising healthy skepticism, okay? Exercising healthy skepticism and healthy scrutiny, okay? That's it. I don't have any evidence that this place is actually fraudulent, and it's certainly not fraudulent in the way that Nick Shitley was claiming it was.
To 10. Yeah, there's a lot of kids inside.
We spoke with another woman who says she owns the building that houses the daycare. She says they've been operating there since 2017.
And these allegations of fraud are having real-life consequences. Take a look. This child care facility says it's dealing with the fallout of fraud allegations. The Nokomis Daycare Center in Minneapolis says vandals did extensive damage there overnight yesterday. They believe divisive and hateful rhetoric toward the Somali community is to blame. We're expecting to learn more details later today.
Federal agents are conducting a, quote, massive operation in Minneapolis right now. The Department of Homeland Security has posted these videos of agents going door to door at suspected fraud sites. The daycare investigation represents a new front in Minnesota's fraud fight. More than 50 people have been convicted so far in the $250 million COVID-era scheme involving Feeding Our Future. Prosecutors believe fraud in 14 state Medicaid service programs.
I think the other side of the story, once again, that is perfectly valid to address is that this is not a Somali-only issue, obviously. Even this, the initial fraud investigation that was conducted was run by a white woman. Nobody ever talks about her, ironically enough. Like, the person who cooked up the scheme is literally a white lady, okay? The one who's going to prison, like the top dog, is a white lady. Odd that rarely ever gets mentioned in the coverage, okay? Her name is Amy Bach, and not only is she the white lady who cooked up the scheme, she's also connected to the current mayor, Jacob Fry. So there is actually a connection. There is actually a connection with the existing Democrats in charge, but a lot of people are too fucking racist and too predisposed with talking about how this is a Somali scheme that they haven't even done the proper research connecting people to one another. Also, none of it is recent. Yeah, Barry CBS 2. Amy Bach, founder and executive director of the Minnesota nonprofit Feeding Our Future, was identified by federal prosecutors as a central organizer of a massive COVID-era fraud involving approximately $250 million in federal child nutrition fund. No mention of the ringleader in this article. I wonder why, Barry Weiss. Isn't that crazy? Yeah, Amy Bach and Salim Saeed took advantage of the COVID-19 pandemic to carry out a massive fraud scheme that stole money meant to feed children. This is disgusting, and I'm glad that these people got their day in court, and I'm glad that they're going to prison, okay? Make no fucking mistake. It don't matter to me whether they're Somali or white. Fraud is fucking fraud. You understand? Especially when it comes to welfare fraud such as this one, which is the most disgusting because these are funds that are supposed to feed children. You're using money that is allocated to feed children to buy yourself nice cars. You're a fucking asshole. It's one of the reasons why I, say we got to become more Chinese right now, because I think we all know how this would have been conducted and concluded in China, okay? And yes, it would have extended to members of the party if there was enough evidence of their involvement as well. Do you understand? The defendants falsely claim that they have served 91 million meals, for which they fraudulently received nearly $250 million in federal funds. That money did not go to feed the kids. Instead, it was used to fund their lavish lifestyle. Today's verdict sends a message to the community that fraud against the government will not be tolerated. That's the lady. Isn't that fucking nuts? There is a bigger story here. Okay, so the right-wing hysteria that is hyper-focused on shifting the blame over to like random Somali people living in fucking Minneapolis is actually dropping the ball on investigating this shit properly. How did this fraud go on for so long? Is there involvement from people in the government? Okay, they're so focused on the defendants countering the initial investigation by claiming racism, because that also suits a narrative purpose for Republicans. Oh, they were able to use the I'm black card. You know, they were able to use the wokes to actively thwart investigations. I think that is bullshit. I suspect that there's more to the story than we see and we know. And it's ironic that Republicans that could probably do a better job of really tunneling in on even Democratic Party politicians here are so fucking predisposed and so laser focused on making this a Somali issue that they don't even like. It's clear that they don't even give a fuck about conducting a proper fraud case here, a proper fraud investigation, and maybe even tying it back to Democrats. It's crazy. Whose mouths were supposed to be fed with the $250 million? There were Somali mouths that were supposed to be fed with that as well. Not a couple. Not just a couple Somalis that were able to pocket the funds with kickbacks, okay? They were victimized in this situation as well, and now they're getting victimized again with a unfair share, an unfair burden of the responsibility in a scheme that actually hurt them, as the entire American right-wing slopaganda community is storming, trying to fucking break down the walls of every fucking childcare facility that they suspect of having some connection to Somali people. What is this? I generally like Hasan specifically for his criticism of the genocide in Gaza and American support for it. I'm always a little astonished that he says things like, we need to be more like China when they have literal concentration camps for Uyghurs. Brother, I said we need to be more like China in terms of combating fraud, okay? You can comprehend that, right? Like, you can understand that, right? Like, in terms of fucking punishing people who are engaging in fraud. Contextualize, please. Anyway, Jacqueline Sweet, who's an investigative reporter with work all over Rolling Stone, The Nation, Intercept, Guardian, Politico, Dropsite News, says it's reasonable the daycare owners thought Nick Shirley was with ICE and not a very young parent or a child named Joey because he showed up with several vehicles, a van, multiple masked men while holding a camera. Here are stills from a video taken by a local woman who filmed them thinking they were doing ICE raids. He doesn't show this entourage and the masked security guys and multiple vehicles he arrives in his viral YouTube video. Why the fuck would anybody think that these guys are sincerely trying to sign up their fucking children? Of course. This video also shows how Nick and his entourage of masked men appeared as they showed up around the city. I called this out in the video. You kind of see it in the background in a couple stills. Why would anybody think this is a legitimate, why would anyone who is operating a fucking daycare center think this is anything but a bunch of random thugs?
You cannot come in here. We don't care. We don't know where it is. Get out. That's not your job. You don't know that. Get out. He's recording. Get out of here. Fucking idiot.
It just blew my mind, though, that like people lack the imagination or lack the capacity to comprehend what it would look like from the perspective of a parent of a child in that child care facility, or the perspective of someone who is a staff member working at a child care facility, right? They just simply took whatever the fuck Nick was saying for granted. We're like, what do you mean? He asked to sign up his child. And I kept repeating, like, when is the last time you went to sign up for a child care facility for your child with a bunch of fucking masked men, cameras in tow, demanding to see the children first? Of course people are going to be skeptical, especially in an environment of heightened tension. Who amongst us hasn't done this, you know? Yeah, I mean, I joked about this as well on my Instagram story. I posted a meme. I think we got to do this more frequently and more often, because it's just like, yeah, POV, you're a child care facility worker, opening the door to a clout-hungry racist moron who wanted to get the attention off of Trump's Epstein affiliations, who simply wants to see all children inside. If you open the door, you're putting kids in your care. You're putting the kids in your care in danger. If you don't, 1,000 more will come. What do you mean? I just want to see the kids. I mean, I have a kid, and I want to sign up my kid for this child care facility. Everything is fucking Pizzagate, brother. What are we doing? Of course, the other side of the story is that when you have a minority population, when you have members of a minority population engaged in a crime, everyone in the minority population is also doing that crime in the eyes of the broader public. But if we were to flip the script a little bit, assuming that every Jewish person is Jeffrey Epstein would be anti-Semitic. Okay? Right? It is. Now, of course, there are people who legitimately will say that, and those guys are fucking freaks. They're anti-Semites. Assuming every Somali person is in on this fucking fraudulent scheme and every Somali-owned and operated daycare facility is actually in on a fraudulent activity, however, is totally fucking normalized in right-wing media.
Hey, they're recording.
Anyway, yeah, he just rolled around like this. Of course, people are going to be like, doesn't change the other man's reporting, Dave, of no kids there ever, but your point is valid. The fraud is bad. It's a shame certain group is getting labeled, but that's life. The real problem is definitely Tim Walz and other politicians, many most likely Republicans. No, dude. You're still believing in it. You're like,
Programs could total up to $9 billion.
And new this morning, the ringleader of the Feeding Our Future scheme is being ordered to pay up for the crimes. Amy Bach, the founder of Feeding Our Future, was found guilty of taking tens of millions of dollars meant to feed hungry children during the pandemic. Just yesterday, a judge ordered Bach to pay $5.2 million in restitution. Updates to the fraud crisis are coming in fast, and we'll be continuing to follow it all for you. Stay with WCCO and CBS News Minnesota for the very latest details as they happen.
Now, this all comes in the wake of a viral video on daycare centers in Minnesota.
And tonight we're learning that the Minnesota...
Yeah, well, the thing is, there's also, luckily now, there are real fucking adults that are, talking about this issue and covering it and actually getting additional information from these facilities. And weirdly enough, none of them actually stormed the facilities either when they were closed or when they were open, demanding to see the children. That's one of the craziest parts about this. It's very strange. It almost feels like when you're an actual journalist, you call ahead of time, you say, hey, I'm with CNN, I'm with this channel, I'm with that channel, I'm actually working on a report. Is it possible to speak to a manager, please? And then you establish a time and date where you do that. And then in that conversation ahead of time, you ask like, oh, is it possible for us to see the security footage? We'll hide the identity of the children. Obviously, we're not going to show that because that would be fucking illegal and insane. And then the facility says, of course, yes, we will show you. It kind of feels like that's how you were supposed to conduct journalism. That's real journalism. And it's very different than what Nick was doing.
We're from CNN. Can we talk to you? This is MAGA YouTuber Nick Shirley. Back at a daycare in Minnesota, he alleged was a fraudulent facility in a now viral video.
People are going to say this is a left or right issue, but no, fraud is fraud. And so I'm not out here trying to put a twist on things.
Shirley's viral video, released over the weekend, in which he says he's uncovering tens of millions of dollars in fraud.
Isn't it correct that the actual fraud case is unrelated to child care facilities? Yes, the overwhelming majority of fraud that took place in the welfare fraud scheme that was investigated and charges were brought and convictions came was not related to child care facilities. There was one co-conspirator, one of the defendants actually operated a child care facility. That one actually shut down. This fraud was cooked up by a white woman by the name of Amy Bach, and it was almost entirely like the other people that were brought in with kickbacks were Somali, okay? Most of the co-conspirators are Somali. That's the reason why they're saying this is a Somali, crime or whatever, okay? That's the reason why there's a racialized component to it. Now, of course, the difference is, I think people here understand that, when you have a group of Somali people that have engaged in a crime, that doesn't mean every fucking Somali person is doing the same fucking crime or any crime. As a matter of fact, many of the victims in this circumstance are also Somali Americans themselves. Having said that, however, having said that, okay, as far as the ongoing investigations, there are ongoing investigations with, there are ongoing investigations in child care facilities as well. Okay, as far as I understand, to my knowledge, there are currently additional investigations that are being conducted. Okay, this does not mean that while those investigations are being conducted, you can just like go to every fucking Somali owned and operated daycare or childcare facility and demand to see the children and then act like there's no children inside of those fucking facilities because they understandably did not bring you in.
At Minneapolis daycares run by the Somali community was retweeted by Elon Musk and Vice President J.D. Vance. In the video, Shirley tries to open locked doors and talk to people at various daycares he claims are frauds.
Did you come during their normal operating hours when you came to visit?
I came at 11 a.m., I believe, and I also came the following day later in the day. The point of it...
Yeah, you came at 1 p.m. the following day later in the day. In both of those circumstances, the daycare was not an operation because it was open from 2 p.m., as we now know, until 10 p.m., okay? Also, I do need to repeat this over and over again, but it is pretty funny how fucking bad he is at communicating. Like, it is... it's pretty wild. Like, he is not a particularly clever, particularly intelligent person, okay? Haters are not ready for this. Yeah. Trump and Wasp billionaire back slop tubers. Wait, what? Average municipal fraud. Trump friends and Wasp billionaire fraudsters. It's not the average municipal fraud that is the line of defense here. I mean, I guess the meme makes sense. But I would say that it's the slop tubers that are defending Trump. $11 a.m. is not the time to go to a daycare. You're wrong. There are some daycares that will be open early in the morning, okay? There are going to be some daycares that are open early in the morning. Some are going to be open until later in the evening, okay? It doesn't matter. It's just different childcare facilities are open at different times. This is not evidence of fraud. This is not evidence that there's no children at those facilities. Because remember, that's the main point that they were fucking putting out there. The main argument was there's no children at these facilities. Now we know there are children at these fucking facilities. And now we even know that there were children at these facilities the days that Nick actually went to these facilities. So will people call into question the veracity of his reporting? Fuck no, they won't. Because people, once again, never want to go back on their previous, their prior biases that have been confirmed by slop again, and no matter how fucking stupid it is. I love how the left always has to die on hills just because someone they deem MAGA believes something. You know this daycare is obviously some kind of scam, but you're too afraid to be honest. Pretty sad. Brother, words coming out of my mouth, you need to listen and understand, okay? You're so fucking stupid. I'm not dying on a hill. I'm not dying on any hill. If anything, you're dying on the hill that just because you agree with this fucking dickhead and you got duped by this fucking dickhead, you can actually go back and think, okay, maybe this dickhead's reporting on this was immediately destroyed by actual subsequent reporting that has now come out. Nope, still a scam. And by the way, I'm not even saying that there is no scam happening in fucking... I've never said that there's no scam happening in Minneapolis. I have openly talked about the widespread scheme that took place and the subsequent investigations that have come out of that initial investigation into the Feeding Our Children charity fraud, which was $250 million. Ironically enough, it was Biden's fucking Department of Justice that started that investigation, by the way. It was Biden's fucking DOJ. These guys are you're so stupid. You think these things happen like overnight. Why? Why is it that so many centrist contrarians cannot properly look into shit or try to be a little bit fucking charitable and understand the point that I'm making? That was bait. I mean, everything. People just say everything is fucking bait. So why did they suddenly change the name from Learning Center to Learning Center overnight? Brother, I cannot begin to explain how stupid you are. The place was always called the Learning Center. It's just the signage was wrong on the wrong side, on the parking lot sign. Oh my God. It wasn't Learning Center always. I'm not even defending the Learning Center. Anyway, that was the one that actually got dinged the most by the Department of Human Services. It was spelled correctly in the front door. The signage on the side was incorrect. The reason why you don't know that it was spelled correctly in the front door is because Nick chose not to show you. Printers mess shit up all the fucking time. Do you think they were the ones who were like, I don't know how to spell learning? Do you think that's what happened? Or do you think they were like, all right, these guys fucked up and they sent us the wrong signage, but we'll just keep it up for now until they fix it? Like, what do you think is more likely? Do you think that these guys are I guess you have to assume they're like incredibly low IQ, right? Like you're like, oh, they're Somali. They must be low IQ. They don't know how to spell. So they wrote Learning Center and then they made the sign themselves and then they posted it and no one corrected them because everyone else is also low IQ and they put it up there. Even though they're a fraudulent business, they put it up there because they obviously don't care because they're a fraudulent business. There's no children there. And at no point do you ever consider maybe if they were a fraudulent business, why the fuck would they invite additional scrutiny by having the wrong signage on the one side? Is there another signage that was correct? Is the name of the business actually correct in the government records? Perhaps they didn't write the sign themselves. Perhaps they paid for the sign and the sign poster wrote it wrong and they just put it up regardless. You know, because it gets the job done from afar. What do you think is more likely? I can't believe this is what we're arguing over, too. I don't think we can say they get dinged more than the other comparable care centers because they got unfairly highlighted and targeted by Shilly. No, but they did get dinged more. No, he's saying that the center had the most failed marks on their state inspections, I believe was the reference. Exactly. When I say they got dinged more, I'm not talking about fucking Nick Shitley. I'm talking about the investigation that we conducted when we here in this community dug in to the actual government files. They have had their licenses revoked in the past as well. They got a new license. They had the most points of failure in the investigations that had taken place by the Minneapolis Department of Human Services.
A tour after the mid footage from the SAFs.
We saw this already. We covered this already. Yeah. New video evidence definitively proves Nick Shirley is a lying fraud. WCCO confirmed. Kids go to ABC Learning Center. Spoke with director Ahmed Hasan. Reviewed the surveillance video. WCCO also confirmed the kids are attending the now infamous Quality Learning Center. Speaking with the mother dropping out for kids with a fixed sign out front. Another daycare has faced extensive damage overnight thanks to the vandals. Here's Nick Shirley and his random friend accusing ABC Learning Center of having 0 children inside. Shocker. Surveillance video of the day they filmed proves that they were lying and people were dropping off kids throughout the day. The other side of this that's awfully suspicious is the fact that David got to be on Fox News anonymous. He's the primary researcher on this major piece of news. Why the fuck is that? Since Nick Shirley wants us all to believe that only Somalis commit fraud, below are the relevant documents in the fraud case involving Nick's family, in which they were alleged to have defrauded a company of over $1 million. They settled the case for 20 grand. Wait, what the fuck? What is this? I don't know. I'll look into this. It just came out. I'll look into it. At least getting exposed to the liar will cause Shirley to improve his standards and be better. Fuck no, it's not. It's not going to do that. Especially because, as Andrew Mercado reports, NPR News, the Minnesota Public Radio News, reports that Minnesota House GOP leader Lisa DeMuth acknowledged the Republican Party's involvement in Nick Shirley's viral daycare video, saying, "We work with Nick Shirley on this issue. That matters because the video has been widely framed as independent citizen journalism." Minnesota officials have said fraud investigations were already underway long before the video, and inspections have not backed up many of the claims being made about the specific daycare centers shown. Still, the video fueled widespread outrage and targeted scrutiny of Somali-owned childcare providers, with the top Republican now on record confirming coordination. This reframes the entire narrative. This wasn't just a lone YouTuber uncovering something new. A political party acknowledges involvement in producing or shaping media that went viral not organically and helped drive public backlash. It's fucking insane. Every day, there is new information that comes out about the story that makes things look even worse. And every day, I find myself even more mad at all the people that got fucking duped by this shit. But all of those people that got duped by this shit, will they actually see this? No, they won't. The reason why they won't is because they already have their narrative. Okay? They already have their fucking narrative set.
Police family.
The narrative confirms their priors. That's all they care about. And everyone that is a naysayer is actually a stupid, idiotic bitch who's biased and loves fraud when Somalis are doing it. That's their attitude on this issue. And when you have a steady slop service from a lot of other biased right-wing YouTubers and Twitch streamers, people like Asmongold, that are going to consistently keep reinforcing the idea by using racialized narratives over and over again and lead them astray, it doesn't fucking matter. No one ever actually finds themselves on the other side. No one ever actually investigates the stuff thoroughly. None of the that's 1010 what happened. Businesses don't usually make their own signage, or a lefty dying on a hill. Exactly. Oh, this is another case of the lefties dying on a hill because they don't want to fucking they don't want to admit that like Somalis are capable of doing fraud. Nobody's saying that. Everyone is capable of doing a fucking fraud, okay? Everyone's capable of doing fraud. Fraud is the most American thing that happens. It happens all the fucking time. It's completely unacceptable. And every single instance should be prosecuted, investigated thoroughly, and prosecuted and punished. Fraudsters should be punished, okay? I don't give a fuck if they're Somali Americans or Italian Americans or Americans with a dual citizenship to Israel, for example, like the one that Donald Trump actually pardoned recently. Annoying that you have to keep repeating that. Of course I have to keep repeating that because in the off chance that there are some people that are coming in here thinking that I am, pro-Somali fraud or some shit, it's good for them to hear it. So it makes them reconsider what they previously thought was the case. But yeah, this meta is going to do incredible fucking numbers in 2026.
Minnesota GOP worked with YouTuber Nick Shirley on that video. Our So Young Kim joining us now in studio. And So Young, you stopped by several daycare centers mentioned in that video to get their side of the story. And
now they're playing the victim card because they don't want to. That's fine. Well, that escalated quickly. I decided to drop by the Somali-run childcare center, Benati Childcare 2 in Columbus at 5 p.m. to see what type of activity was going on. After a couple minutes of asking questions and a few knocks on the door, I was threatened by a group of men. I wonder why. Because you're a random fucking dickhead. You're in Columbus, Ohio. What the fuck does that have to do with even the fraud in fucking Minneapolis? Do you guys understand why this is frustrating? As I correctly fucking called the moment that this video came out, what did I say? I said, this is a wonderful narrative to cut fucking welfare, okay? The administration will use this to cut welfare. Lo and behold, that's precisely what they did. They cut all the funding to child care facilities across the board in every single state. First, they started with the state of Minnesota. Then they moved to every single state, okay? What did I also say? That this will invite copycats to randomly pull up the fucking child care facilities that they suspect is being owned by Somalis or people with Arab-style names, with Muslim names. Lo and behold, that is exactly what has happened. It's like 1 million Pizzagates taking place all at once. All around the fucking country. Yeah, this is the CBS News report on this. I already covered this. I already showed you the CBS News coverage. But yeah, CBS News in Minneapolis reports Nick Shirley went to 2 non-operational centers, an after-school center in the morning, and an open center with video proving kids were inside. He misinterpreted the staff's resistance to open their doors to a random group of men with kids there. I don't know what to do with this story. There's undoubtedly fraud in every single government program. This guy's Cato. This guy's a fucking Cato Institute guy. So as a libertarian, on the one hand, he wants to cut all the government spending, okay? But on the other hand, as a pro, open borders guy, he's like, well, they're also shitting on some of the Somali people that are in America. So he's stuck. He's stuck in the middle here. He's like, oh, I don't know. White vigilantism around racialized hysteria and panic is an age-old American pastime. Just think about the 20th century white American lynch mobs going after black people. I know, but in 2025, we should have moved past this shit. And seemingly, not a single fucking dickhead is even remotely interested in trying to comprehend why people would be disturbed to see a random dude with a camera rolling up to a place where children are being left behind by their parents at the custody of another adult.
What were you told?
I gotta pee.
Yeah, we were at 2 of the childcare businesses in Minneapolis that were featured in the video. We were invited into one of them, and the owners say they feel targeted and maintain they did nothing wrong.
This is suite A, and that is suite B. So that's the difference. They open 2 p.m. So when Nick Shirley was here, it was before that. He came like around before the operation starts.
On Nicollet Avenue in Minneapolis, we spoke with the owner of Albee Kitchen and the building Quality Learning Center is in. She says she's been receiving a lot of calls and visitors asking about the child care provider next door to her kitchen. It's one of the daycare businesses featured in a viral video accusing them of fraud. The center sign on the building has been getting a lot of attention for a misspelling, and as you can see, that has since been updated. The commissioner of the Minnesota Department of Children, Youth and Families responded to the video Monday, saying there were children present at the sites when they were visited. State officials say the center had reported they would be closing last week, but officials learned Monday they have decided to remain open. We looked up their licensing status with the state, and it's listed as being active. Our crews did see children going in and out of the building Tuesday. A parent says she's been a customer for several months.
There's a lot of daycare, but this is the closest one that we know. It's good as the way they take care of the kids. I like it.
Over on 24th Avenue South, ABC Learning was another provider featured in the video. It was filled with children Tuesday. The owner got emotional while defending her business.
If I do something wrong, hold me accountable. I'm a human being, I can take my problem. But don't blame me something I have nothing to do with.
This center was open 5.5 years. This center never had problem.
And people at Quality Learning Center didn't want to provide a comment on camera, and the state says they currently have 55 open investigations related to the Child Care Assistance Program. In the studio, So Young Kim, Fox 9.
The Trump administration says it is now withholding all federal child care funding to the entire state. The agency says the state receives $185 million for 19,000 children, and now that money will be gone. And the agency did not specify any alternate plans for families who will be affected. DHS and the FBI said they were surging resources to Minnesota to investigate what they called suspected fraud sites. This all comes in response to a viral video posted by a MAGA content creator. He claims that he uncovered widespread fraud by Somali-run child care centers in the state. CNN is looking into those claims and has not independently verified the accusations, but the Deputy Secretary of Health and Human Services is taking the allegations at face value. Take a listen.
Intrepid journalists have made shocking and credible allegations of extensive fraud in Minnesota's child care programs. We believe the state of Minnesota has allowed scammers and fake daycares to siphon millions of taxpayer dollars over the past decade. Starting today, we require a justification, receipt, or photo evidence before we make a payment.
However, the so-called evidence comes from a man who has posted anti-Muslim and anti-immigrant content in the past. CNN's Whitney Wild speaks to the man behind that video and takes a look at his claims.
We're from CNN. Can we talk to you? This is MAGA YouTuber Nick Shirley back at
Is what Nick did not consider what Nick did not considered harassment? No, it is harassment. Of course it's harassment. The reason why people are saying it's not harassment is because they agree with him and they want to do what he's doing. Okay? If a liberal with a camera was going outside of, I don't know, like daycare facilities operated by like some Christian group or something and demanding to see the white babies inside, people would understand that it's fucking harassment, right? Especially if it was like a black or brown liberal who was doing that, you know? Let me in. I need to see your kids. That's it. Of course it's fucking harassment.
daycare in Minnesota he alleged was a fraudulent facility in a now viral video.
People are going to say this is a left or right issue, but no, fraud is fraud. And so I'm not out here trying to put a twist on things.
Shirley's viral video, released over the weekend, in which he says he's uncovering tens of millions of dollars in fraud at Minneapolis daycares run by the Somali community, was retweeted by Elon Musk and Vice President J.D. Vance. In the video, Shirley tries to open locked doors and talk to people at various daycares he claims are frauds.
Did you come during their normal operating hours when you came to visit?
I came at 11 a.m., I believe, and I also came the following day later in the day. The point of it is not whether or not I came at the right time of their operation.
What do you mean? Of course brother, you're right in a sense where you say the point of it is not whether or not I came at the right time or not. You're right in a sense because it doesn't matter. Even if you came during business hours, they're still not going to open their fucking doors to you because you're a random dickhead with a camera crew. Okay? God, he is so fucking stupid. He literally has brain damage. That's what's so frustrating. That's another thing that's so frustrating about it is that this is an objectively stupid person, like an objectively low IQ person. So much so that the first time I encountered his commentary, I felt bad. I felt like I was being ableist when I was making fun of him. Like, this person will not be criminally charged, okay? If they were to kill someone, you could make a convincing argument not to send him to prison, but instead to a facility because he is that fucking stupid, okay? He is medically stupid. It blows my mind that the right collectively has basically decided that their champions are people who are incredibly fucking dumb. People who look smelly, people who look like they have no interest or investment in identifying the truth whatsoever. People who look like they don't fucking shower. People who look like they're medically dumb. That's where we're at. It's almost, like I said, like they take pride in it, where it's like, well, this guy's just like me, you know?
hours. The point is that blacked out doors, they can't give you any information. You call that number, no one answers. I wasn't trying to go inside, and there should be a way for somebody to actually be able to call that number and somebody to be able to answer. These aren't real businesses.
But surely you don't think a daycare should just be unlocked. You shouldn't be able to just walk into a
There
daycare.
should be a reception.
No, every daycare is locked.
Oh my God. This is what happens when a fucking actual adult with at least 3.5 brain cells encounters a right-wing slop merchant.
Their doors are locked.
And so, okay, you bring up a fair point. Then why can't they actually give me information how to enroll?
This guy is dumber than fucking dirt.
Enroll a child.
Federal law enforcement has been investigating fraud in Minnesota for several years. Both Attorney General Pam Bondi and FBI Director Kash Patel said on social media they've indicted dozens of defendants. DHS has posted multiple videos of agents they say are conducting a massive fraud investigation.
Do you think that federal law enforcement hasn't done enough? I mean, they would say, look, these fraud cases have been going on.
The other side of this also, and I know this for a fact, is like, you know how the rallying cry of trolls in my chat is basically, I was just pretending to be stupid. Haha, I trolled you, right? When we react this way, or when I specifically react this way to how fucking dumb this guy is and how clear of a grifter he is, right? They straight up play that same exact role where it's like, well, you got trolled again. It's like, did I get trolled? Or am I frustrated because I thought you would be a little bit more intelligent? I thought you'd be a little bit smarter than leaning into a incredibly stupid video concocted by a person that you probably wouldn't even feel safe letting you drive, this person would not be legally liable in vehicular manslaughter. You would not feel safe allowing this person to drive you around town. And you're over here being like, nope, this guy actually is the most brilliant investigative reporter of all time. It's just like, I assume, my mistake for assuming, and yes, he literally doesn't have a license. His mom drives him around. That's true. Like, it's so sad, but it's funny. Bro, playing dumb is a central part of right-wing propaganda. It makes you come off as a regular guy when you're a part of an organized agitprop effort, and also helps you get away with harassment. Playing dumb is just OP. Brother, I don't think this person is playing dumb. Come on. There are some who do that. There are certainly people who actually genuinely dial back and play dumb. He's not one of those motherfuckers. That's a natural. That boy is a natural Dumbo, okay?
But they've already done like 80 indictments. The cases have been going on, for years.
And why did I show up one day in Minnesota and go to all these daycares, no children? They're receiving millions of dollars. We uncovered nearly $110 million in fraud in one day.
How do you know that all the allegations that you're making are true?
How do I know that they're true? Well, we showed you guys what was happening, and then you guys can go ahead and make your own analysis.
We're coming so we can make our own analysis. Are you 100% sure you're true?
Yeah, I am 100% sure I'm true.
CNN is looking.
She's baiting him for defamation. This guy also, I think, has no care or consideration for his own well-being. Like, he just doesn't even understand what the fuck's going on here. I don't know. Maybe it's through. Like, I can't believe that this is it. This is peak. This is peak right-wing the propaganda merchant.
Looking into Shirley's claims.
Hi, my name's Whitney Wild. I'm a correspondent for CNN.
We reached out to several of the daycares featured in the now viral video. Only one daycare facility answered and said they are a legitimate business.
Have you seen the videos, purporting that some of these daycares don't have kids inside?
Minnesota Republicans say despite the new focus from the Trump administration, they have been sounding the alarm on fraud for years.
We have talked about fraud. We have gotten stories. We've tried to push this forward every way that we can.
At the daycare where Shirley showed back up, a stream of children walk inside.
You're saying that this is a fraudulent daycare. There's kids being dropped off right now.
Yes, the Commissioner of Children literally said a week ago this place was closed.
Did you know
They're showing face right now.
A viral video, disputed claims, and their full fallout remains to be seen. Dozens of fraud cases that DOJ is touting began during the Biden administration. Back in 2022, the U.S. Attorney's Office for Minnesota announced 47 indictments for this massive fraud scheme. Since then, they've indicted more than 30 more people, and in total, they have secured at least 56 convictions. Whitney Wild, CNN, Minneapolis.
Smith's video is
The group
up, just
chat
so you know.
is
I know,
back
I
to
don't
talk
care.
about all of this right now. And Sarah, I want to go to you first. What do we know based on evidence about the alleged fraud in Minnesota and how legitimate and widespread it may be?
Well, I think a lot of people were very apt to believe Shirley's videos because we had indictments in 2022 when reporting first came out about this issue. It was David Fahrenthold, then at the Washington Post.
Yes, his mom went with him to prom. Farmington Sr. asked mom to home throne prom. Yes, it's true. Yes, he took his mom to prom. Look at this.
He hit 1 million subscribers, my boy.
He was a Mormon average white boy. He went on a mission to Chile and wanted to be a YouTube star posting stupid ass pranks. He went to Minneapolis and did nothing. They already knew about the fraud. Mediocre white Mormon boys are so damn pathetic and whiny. Here, yes, he did. Nick Shirley, senior at Farmington High School, said he and his classmates were sad and they learned prom would be canceled, but decided he'd do his best to make the most out of the unique situation. His mom is also a wannabe MAGA influencer. It's not even a joke. And not only that, but his mom is the one who drives him around. Yeah, she's on Newsmax. Also, here is a blast from the past. Walter Masterson. Nick Shirley tried to troll me back in August 2024, and it didn't go well for him.
On social media, and he mocks Republicans.
Really? Do you think he knows me?
He probably does.
Yeah, we got to talk.
This is him and his mom.
Hey, your job, go get him lined up to talk to us. We're going to keep talking to some of the people. You got the Antifa shirt on.
Yeah.
What does Antifa stand for?
It's anti-fascism.
And what do you think about this Project 2025 stand right here?
Project 2025, I mean, have you read it?
I have read a little bit of it.
What do you think about it?
He doesn't know how to read, so we know that's a lie.
Well, I've just known that Donald Trump has said he's not part of it.
Well, Project 2025, you want to talk about it?
Bots, bro, bots! Everyone's a fucking bot! I can't stand it. Previous things that would read as gross or dumb or you know, not people to look up to are now seen as like there's no control. There's no mechanism that looks at a guy like this. There's no like consensus that looks at a guy like this and goes, maybe this guy's not the best person for this subject, you know? There like the enshittification has hit every fucking aspect, even the right-wing slopaganda. Everything's a fucking race to the bottom now, dude. Jesus fucking Christ. He's like, oh, what do you know about Project 2025? I just know that Trump said he's not involved in it.
Yeah, let's talk about
Absolutely. So Trump said he never heard of it. He also doesn't like it. Project 2025, all the co-authors are former members of the Trump administration. They've all worked for him. They stayed loyal to him. One of the most loyal people ever. Stayed loyal to him through everything. The election fraud, January 6th. Probably the most loyal people ever. And Project 2025 wants to use Schedule F to fire federal workers and replace them with Trump loyalists. And he did this in his first term. He was great at it. John McKinty was a great
if Donald Trump if he publicly came out multiple times saying he does not endorse or he's not a part of
Well, he'd be lying.
Yeah, he is lying. And he was lying. We're now in the end of 2025, and we know he was lying. He's been flexing about how he's doing Project 2025. An extension of that was also, cutting off the water project for the state of Colorado, for example. He's just doing that. He's just punishing blue states. That was another Project 2025 moment.
25.
He'd be lying.
Why do they keep endorsing it?
He'd be always lying. I mean,
why would he lie about that?
Why would Trump lie? You know what, dude? The left owns. You got me, bro. I don't know why Trump would have any reason to lie whatsoever, other than that there's been massive public pushback.
What's the thing that scares you most about Project 2025?
The thing that scares me most about Project 2025. Okay, Schedule F. It's going to replace all the government workers with Trump loyalists. One in there, it's amazing. It's about Mexico's sovereignty. And it's saying it's going to use America's military to go in and invade Mexico to get rid of the cartels. You know, the cartels are a problem, but should we invade
But the cartels are already here in America. You know?
Well, should we invade Mexico and invade their sovereignty with the United States military? That is in Project 2025. I've read Project 2025, so
Yeah,
I'm very versed in it. So you can have 300 new aircraft carriers is in there. Let me see. It wants to build more nukes, and anything that we've done to get rid of nukes.
That could be good. That could be good protection for the
more
US.
nukes.
For the
More
US?
nukes. We need more nukes.
For the U.S.? We got to protect ourselves.
We don't have enough nuclear bombs. Is that a joke? That's a joke. What?
And a lot of the money, what do you... Brooke.
His mom gets involved because it's not going
Brooke,
well.
you can help. What's your question? My mom's got a question.
Okay.
What's your question for him?
Save me, mommy. Mommy, save me. This adult, he's I don't know the words he's using.
Okay, I'm part of this. So Kamala Harris now is all of a sudden running on the border. Do you believe that she's going to secure the border?
Okay, one of her problems. Okay, that's a good one. That's a fair question. So, as when she was VP, one of the things she was tasked with, it was the 3 countries where they had the bulk of the immigrants coming from, and she was tasked with going and dealing with the internal problems that was causing just this mass migration. And migration from those 3 countries went down after from those 3 countries.
After 3.5 years, and finally Joe Biden decided to step up and will come in.
Have I watched?
Waved at the cartel?
Have I waved at the
Yeah,
cartel?
have
So most of the drugs coming in, they give it to white people, all right? And they come through port of entry. Cartels are a major business. They're a functional business.
They're making a lot.
It's just so crazy because, like, 99% of right-wing grievances are just fucking made up. Like, every single talking point, there should be like, what about the drugs coming in? It's like, okay, great. Do you think drugs are actually being shipped over the border by random Guatemalans stuffing bags of fentanyl in their panties? Is that what you fucking think is going on? Are you stupid? The Department of Homeland Security, Customs and Border Patrol, ICE itself has conducted, DEA has conducted numerous investigations into this. Obviously, they have apprehension numbers, and the overwhelming majority, if not damn near the entirety of the cross-border apprehensions of drugs in searches and seizures happen at regular points of entry. They come in through our ports, and they come in through the regular borders, because obviously it would be a logistical fucking nightmare to rely on random people that are unaccountable to traffic a metric ton of fucking drugs that will make their way into the American marketplace. You have to traffic them with cars. And who is less likely to be stopped by Border Patrol? White Americans. And that is, lo and behold, precisely the reason why 90% of the people that are stopped and have drugs on them are actually American citizens. The market is American citizens, and the traffickers are American citizens, yet the conversation, 90% of the time, revolves around random undocumented migrants crossing the fucking border. Even though most people don't even cross the border like that anymore. They're visa overstayers. But that's a whole different story. Oh. They're removing the National Guard. Guess you got your wish. Macaroni and cheese socialist. What is this? What is macaroni and cheese socialist? It was Mehdi Hasan, dude. What? Yeah, I know. I know they're removing the National Guard. They lost in a court.
They're making a lot of money. They're doing really good. They don't put it on brown people's backs and send them over the border. They give it to white people to go over using ports of entry, because that is the most effective way to get in there. Every government agency, every alphabet agency
And if
has
they
said,
are giving it to white people, the cartel is paying the white people to bring the drugs in. They are paying them. Every person who comes through our border, they are paying the cartel thousands of dollars, and no one at the border, not even the Border Patrol, no officers, no nobody will stop anybody from coming in.
Yeah, and except the legislation that would have put tons of things where it can sense when fentanyl, all the things that sense when fentanyl is going through the border through ports of entry.
There's a lot of it.
A major border bill that Langford was a huge Trumper.
Do not mess with
He
Booker T.
supported his election fraud conspiracy.
I think
Far right
that's so
guy.
funny.
He was one of the co-authors, and they killed it because Trump wanted something to run on.
No, I think it's so funny because they blame Trump for everything. In that DNC, Trump's name has been brought up more than anything because the blame is put on Trump for everything, and they blame Trump for the open border. I do not go off of that. And Kamala Harris now is running on closing the border, where she's been our president for
Literally everything
years.
I've just said about Project 2025 and the border is verifiable and true, and
Trump
you
has
nothing
just
to
come
do
with
with
like a bunch of conjecture and bullshit. Okay?
Can't take. And how much did you get paid to come here? You're a creator.
How much do I get paid to come here? Was it they paid for my flight? Yeah, so they paid for my flight. They gave me access. I've never had access before. Listen.
You get a free hotel room?
Listen. I have traveled around the country dragging MAGA for 4 years.
Yeah, I bet you have. I bet you have.
I don't need a DNC budget to do that. I'm a very successful creator. I have my own budget to travel the entire country and drag MAGA all day.
By the DNC.
Okay,
Kamala's paying
my
for you
own
to drag
credit
it.
card can take me anywhere with.
I think that's also projection for the record, because like these guys obviously do get paid by right-wing donors. They obviously do get paid by the Republican Party to a certain degree. Do you think his make-a-wish was to become QAnon Upton Sinclair, and we're all part of helping his mom make this come true? This has to be true, Adam, right? Because this feels like mogging in broad daylight. Unc, please, I can't take any more thing one and thing two, mommy-son duo. It's pretty funny, I think.
In a day to come and drag fascists.
Really?
I don't need the DNC money. I don't need MAGA money. I don't need the special
there's
Soros money.
I don't
okay?
think it's right when
You're
you
gonna
call
flip
people
out
like
when you
us
find
that
fascists.
word. Yes.
Yeah, we are not
Fascist?
fascist by any means.
No.
Okay.
But you're literally getting paid to come here.
What? I'm getting paid to.
Do you think Republicans? Do you think Donald Trump flew in anybody coming to the RNC? Do you think
He's
he
flown
paid?
people to Mar-a-Lago. He has tons of conservative influencers.
To Mar-a-Lago. Is it a little weird that Kamala and the DNC has literally started paying people upwards of $1,500 to post a 60-second clip just bashing Trump?
What?
They're literally paying for influence here in the United States.
I've been doing this for free for 4 years, okay? No one has had to pay me to go and take a dump on Trump. And it's not difficult, all right? It's not hard to find people that dislike Trump.
This guy probably
all
poops
right?
green 'cause he's
You don't have
probably
to
a vegan.
pay anyone here to make a video about how much Trump is a piece of garbage, all right? You don't have to pay them to have him talk about election fraud, and like the host of other problems, all right? All right, who won the election? Quick question. Speed round. Who won the election? You told me. Okay, what happened on January 6th?
I was there.
Wait, what? You were there?
He was. Marx didn't account for this guy? No, listen. Fair is fair. I don't think anyone foresaw how unimaginably stupid America would become in an effort to have the most servile, the most malleable population, while simultaneously creating a massive division, a massive class division in education, where the children of the wealthy get the top fucking education and the children of the working poor get dumber and fucking dumber in crippled institutions, many of which don't even actually go to school anymore. They fucking homeschool themselves, which is one of the most insane concepts. For the Europeans in this chat, Americans, a fuck ton of Americans actually homeschooled their children. A lot of these fucking people that you're seeing, they're homeschooled. It is insane. In other places, in competent nations, this is illegal. Okay? Bro's got a point. We don't know how to deal with it. Bro could have thrown us an alley-oop, at least like a hint. Don't talk shit on M Hud. Okay, the Hudsons are a different breed. Okay, they're the only people that I mean, and I'm sure they're not. they don't defend homeschooling.
Okay, what happened on January 6th? I was there too. I was also there. I was on the steps of Capitol Hill.
So
what
was I.
happened on January 6th?
January 6th.
What
Donald
happened?
Trump gave a very good
Be
speech.
careful because
Gave a
I
very
was
good
there.
speech. I was there too.
Okay, I was
You
on
can
the
watch my
steps. Be
YouTube
careful.
video.
What happened on January 6th?
So
what happened?
was
What happened?
Donald Trump gave a speech.
What happened?
I'm talking to you.
Okay, yes.
There was an insurrection there.
There was an insurrection. By who? By who?
By the same people that were at the
No. By
riot
who?
yesterday. That also got
No.
Oh, it was Antifa. Shit, dude. It was Antifa. Okay. What is this? Look at this comment. I'm sat down this Sunday with Nick Shirley. Nick is doing the work for freedom and for taking our countries back. Thank you, Nick, and thank you, Tommy. I am Nick Mum. Oh, you found Nick Shirley's mom, Brooke Shirley, Brooker T. Jones. And then motherfuckers say that this isn't like an op. Tommy Robinson straight up is an agent for Mossad. Okay? Straight up. Straight the fuck up. His entire purpose is to constantly, whenever people are like, yo, this Israel stuff sucks, his entire goal is to be like, remember the Muslims. Remember the Muslims. Yo, don't talk about Israel. Israel's good, actually. Israel's an important ally. Remember the Muslims. Remember how scary the Muslims are. Oh, yeah, Trump pardoned Antifa. I'm not going to look at the House committee releasing Jack Smith's deposition transcript. If you think that I give a fuck about the Jack Smith deposition transcript, you are the most insane person of all time. Why the fuck do I care about the House? No, I don't care about the Jacks. Why are there so many people in this community that keep saying you have to look at this Jack Smith deposition? How many fucking Jack Smith fans are out there? There are literally dozens of them in here. People are like, bro, you have to check out the Comey investigation. What the fuck? Every single Jack Smith stand, it must be in here. Yeah, now random MAGA grifters are showing up to daycares across the country, banging on the door saying, where are the children?
Coalition is a nonprofit that got $23 million from the government to run daycares like this. So
by the way, the goalpost will inevitably shift to, well, we're giving too much money to these daycare facilities anyway, for the record. Like, just wait for that too. They'll just go, oh, I guess we're just giving too much money to these daycare facilities anyway. Why are we doing that?
It's 2 p.m. This place is supposed to be open. It closes at around 4:30. We're going to try and buzz one more time to see if anybody opens up. Looking for childcare.
Wow. Brilliant. Oh, hello. I'm looking for a childcare. Much of the Minnesota fraud, up to 90%, is caused by people that came into our country illegally from Somalia. No, they didn't. Okay, they did not. And that's precisely the reason why you didn't deport any of the people that were charged and convicted. You want to know why? Because they're not fucking illegal immigrants. They're American citizens of Somali descent. But of course, the reason why he's saying that is because he wants to denaturalize people. And I think he's going to try to start this process with like the Somali American fraudsters. The full tweet is even worse. Much of the Minnesota fraud, up to 90%, is caused by that people that came into our country illegally from Somalia. Congresswoman, in air quotes, Omar, an ungrateful loser who only complains and never contributes, is one of the many scammers. Did she really marry her brother? Low lives like this can only be a liability. Dude, this was one of the more insane situations. Like, people just straight up fucking lie about Ilhan Omar. Just like, oh yeah, she married her brother, all this shit. Send them back to where they came from. Somalia, perhaps the worst and most corrupt country on earth. Make America great again. %90 of the Somali Americans that live on U.S. soil are American citizens, okay? And have been American citizens. The additional 10% are not undocumented, for the record. They're still, you know, they have the proper paperwork. It's just not a thing. It's also kind of difficult to, you know, be an illegal immigrant from Somalia to begin with. Yeah, almost 60% are born here. They're not even like, they're not even naturalized U.S. citizens. They're natural born U.S. citizens. Oh.
Okay, so nobody's going to open. Okay, another entrance. Gonna knock again. Again, it's 2 p.m., so within operating hours, this place should be open. Little Frank needs childcare.
Wow,
Hello?
this is great. What a fantastic investigation you've conducted, sir.
Childcare. Okay, so they didn't answer, so we're gonna call the number on their website, and let's see if they answer.
Thank you for calling Maternity Care Coalition. We're closed for the Independence Day holiday.
Case closed. I don't know why it says Independence Day holiday before people go, Independence Day? It's clearly just now. It's not actually Independence Day. It could have been a fucking automatic message that they recorded back then, but it's very clear that they're fucking closed due to the holidays. Okay? Before you go, oh, wait a minute. Clearly this wasn't on Independence Day. Just remember that. Okay? Or it's not even real. There's also the other side of the story that this might be just totally fucking fake and totally made up. 215 is a Philly area
It's a
code.
little bit cold for Independence Day.
Okay, this isn't real. This is completely fake. There's no shot. Where is this? Where is this even? Early Head Start Child Care Center. This one feels like a bit. Oh. The unemployment must be going real up the way these people have so much time on their hands for this thing. Is the video of you pouring eggnog on the Charlie Kirk Memorial AI? What? This is the same guy that's saying macaroni and cheese socialism, right? Okay, I'm going to time you out because you're being increasingly strange in the chat. And I feel like you might be going through some stuff right now. And it's, it's weirding me out. I'm timing you out for your own good because it's freaking me out a little bit, the things you're saying. Anyway, here's another guy. Here's another freak that fucking rolled up to a random childcare facility. I decided to drop by the Somali-run childcare center, Benati Childcare 2 in Columbus at 5 p.m. to see what activity was going on, and they wouldn't let me see the children. And then they yelled at me.
Post, who started to unravel all of these claims. The reason why I think Shirley's post has gone viral amongst some of the conservative community is because Minnesota is a politically convenient target, not just for the president, but for the party. Obviously, the governor there, Tim Walz, was the running mate to Kamala Harris in the 2024 election. Ilhan Omar has long been a foe of the president's. And you noted up top that the ICE immigration raids on Somalis has been a priority for the president. So all of this collectively has made this story something that people want to gravitate to. And in addition to that, previous reporting that uncovered widespread fraud in Minnesota from years ago also makes people more apt to believe this, where I think a lot of folks in the media, including you mentioned CNN, which is looking to verify this video, are showing pause and trepidation around Shirley's reporting is just that making sure that it's actually verified, that it's showing fraud in a similar way that we all evaluated the initial reporting that came out in 2022.
And Antoine, what does it say about the media landscape at this point when a YouTuber with an anti-immigrant past can post a video with scant evidence, we can say, that launches a federal surge into a state?
I think there are different types of media, and I think Sarah's right. Truth be told, there's been local reporting on this matter for years. In fact, there were 59 convictions under the Biden-Harris administration, as I understand it. And quite frankly, while there's a lot of attention on the Somalian community, there's a white woman by the name of Amy Locke who was convicted, I think, on several different charges, who was considered the ringleader of this. And many of these daycares have been shut down for other reasons, like their ability not to be able to operate properly in the state. And I think the YouTuber video points to one of those who had already been shut down in the past. And quite frankly, I think that the governor has been hamstringed by the legislature for political reasons in order to do more. He was able to shut down the Housing Stabilization Fund, another accusation. So this has become politically convenient, and there's currency in this by this administration to make this a right-wing, red meat, racial talking point about the Somalians, and of course picking on Tim Walz. At the end of the day, I don't think anyone wants to run away from accountability, particularly Tim Walz, who's up for re-election in the state next year.
And also, we know, as we mentioned earlier, VP Vance, he retweeted Nick Shirley's video, and President Trump has also been stoking anti-Somali sentiment for a while. Let's listen to some of that.
Look at Minnesota, where Somalians have taken over the economics of the state and have stolen billions and billions of dollars. And what's happening in Minnesota with Somalia, where
Maya Star FH, thank you for the 100 bones. Sorry.
billions of dollars is being stolen, right? Like candy from a baby.
So, Terry, I'll ask you, where is all this headed, do you think, now that we have this kind of like resurgence in reporting of the situation, and as well as the attention from the highest office in the land?
Well, I think it's a refreshing change from the Biden administration that was infiltrating Catholic organizations like the Knights of Columbus and classifying parents who spoke up at school board meetings as
CNN, by the way. Yo, it's Stiff Son. Yo, it's If Son? I don't know how to say it. Yo, it's Stiff Son. Thank you for the 25 bones. This whole panel is goddamn insane.
Potential domestic terrorists.
CNN, baby.
Look, this is old. This is, as I think I saw news stories and videos as far back as 2014, definitely 2018. These claims of fraud are verified. They are credible. They've been trying to do things here. And listen, I think that our justice system needs to be colorblind because we know that fraud is not, or I'm sorry, that fraud is colorblind.
Yeah, unless you're looking into Catholic churches, in which case you should stop doing that. Okay, you should stop doing that immediately. We don't like that, but it's cool. We should be colorblind and look at all the Somalis, really. Just try to figure out what they're up to. I don't really like it. What are they doing over there?
This is not about the Somalians. I think the reason that it's being focused on the Somalians is because they're the ones committing it. We took these people in as refugees, and it looks like there's billions and billions of dollars of scams. So hopefully we can get some convictions here and get some justice, because people need this money. People need help with daycare, and no one should be scammed of it, especially taxpayers.
Well, if I can just quickly add, keep in mind Trump University was convicted for fraud, and I would also add that this president.
Yes.
Now,
Yeah, there's also a daycare in Minneapolis that was vandalized after the viral video purportedly exposed fraud. And Nick Shirley went on Valuetainment. Patrick Bet David. 777 Planets. Thank you for the 10 gifted. Neurodivergent. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Yeah, it's Somalis, not Somalians, but that's, I feel like, a lost cause. Now, before we look at the vandalism that's taking place in like different Somali childcare facilities, let's take a look at what Asmongold's commentary looks like, given that he's one of the largest content creators on this platform and also happens to be, covering this issue extensively.
Tell you something. This low income, ignorant, delusional, brain dead, third world importation of all of these illiterate people that can't speak English, that have no fucking.
I'm going to say it. Every single Somali person that Nick Shirley encountered is infinitely more intelligent than Nick Shirley. And not just Nick Shirley, but anyone who was duped by Nick Shirley's video. Straight up. Asmongold included.
Skills, live off the government, and are effectively parasites on the United States of America is a class war. All the comments saying you're a Nazi? Guys, this is just like Adolf Hitler.
He is and remains a complete parasite, a scrounger, like a harmful bacteria always spreading further. His presence produces the effect of...
Yeah, these guys also they love doing this thing where it's like, you're calling me a Nazi because I'm basically saying the exact same things that Adolf Hitler said about marginalized groups. Well, guess what? We've destigmatized Adolf Hitler. It's like, I don't think we have, actually. I don't think we have. I mean, I know you're trying to do it, but we clearly haven't. And that's precisely the reason why you go back and forth on saying Nick Fuentes is based, but then also simultaneously getting offended whenever people call you a fucking Nazi. Okay? He's decided, I guess the next pivot here is to say, actually, calling someone a Nazi is not going to be, not going to have the same strength anymore. It'll come back. Don't worry. Hopefully. Hopefully it'll have the same strength again.
A parasitic plant. Wherever he settles, the people who welcome him will be wiped out eventually.
Because these fucking parasites have come in from other countries. They're stealing our money.
Parasites? How does it even make... They're parasites because they take a job?
Yes, of course they are. What is a parasite? A parasite attaches itself to a host country. Stay with me here.
Let him fight. Let him fight. No. It's good. I'm glad that Destiny took time out of his busy day fucking yelling at the left to finally wake up to the nightmare scenario. Mr. Supposed Liberal is finally fucking waking up to the reality of the monster that he also played a formative role in the creation of. Okay? Remember, his podcast co-host is directly fucking aligned. Dan Stalkman, because they have a unique enemy, a common shared enemy, and a common shared hatred for this guy here. These guys have been fucking collaborating behind the scenes for the last 2 years in every single deplatforming initiative. Okay? So Mr. Liberal finally fucking woke up to the reality that there is a person who is doing unlimited Nazi propaganda on a daily fucking basis. Jesus Christ.
It attaches itself to a host, and then it extracts nutrients, resources, and life force out of that for itself.
The effect of his existence resembles also that of parasites. Where he appears, the host people die out sooner or later.
Oh... It is fucking insane that a guy who lives in filth and contributes nothing but hatred to American society gets to call random low-wage workers, random fucking low-wage workers, parasites, dude. Their contributions are endless in comparison to you, my man. Jesus Christ, what the fuck have you contributed? You don't do anything. If there's anyone that could be adequately considered a parasite, it would be the guy who just fucking sits around and just goes, yeah, based over Donald Trump videos. It's mind-boggling to me.
And there's an even newer clip. All the comments saying you're a Nazi.
Now, is Twitch okay with this?
Is this his final solution?
This is low-key some Adolf. This is just like, guys, this is just like Adolf Hitler.
Listen, maybe this works on Reddit, but it doesn't work anywhere else. Why don't we have a state?
100% does. In the fucking real world, which Asmongold will never actually go out and encounter other human beings, for the most part, because he never leaves his filthy-ass home, okay? But in the real world, of course, someone would absolutely turn around and go, what do you mean being called a Nazi for saying Adolf Hitler style shit is like, what are you doing here? You can't be defending your fucking statements like this. Go ahead, dude. Go to any fucking community. Run around talking about like these guys are parasitic. The Klan rally that you might attend would be the only appropriate place where you can say shit like this. Sure, the average American is certainly can be very racist, okay? Especially towards migrants, especially towards black and Muslim migrants. Certainly. Having said that, the moment that you start talking about how Hitler is based, I don't think most Americans are going to be on board with that. Okay? Look at Hasan, meat riding Asmongold for the 300th day in a row. Does it feel like the walls are closing in a little bit on your daddy? On a person that you consider to be this idealistic intellectual? Is that why you guys keep coming in here and crying? Is that what it is? That there is like maybe a fraction of the scrutiny on the shit that he says on a daily basis, and all of a sudden now it's like, oh, you guys, why are you paying attention to him? I don't know. Why are you so scared? Better yet, why is he so scared to have a conversation with someone like myself, for example? That post also got like 800 upvotes in 3 minutes. Reddit is for bots. Oh, it's super, super botted. With the numbers of viewers and subs, it seems like the walls are closing in here. With the numbers of viewers and subs, it seems like the walls are closing in here. What kind of narrative building is this? I've stayed consistently around the same exact fucking numbers for the past year, while also simultaneously retaining the same number of subscribers. How many fucking subscribers does Asmongold have? The fuck? Do you honestly think this is an own? You're like, wow, dude, look at you with your 44,000 subscribers. Like, oh no, I am a victim, dude. You caught me. I know he'll turn around and say, yeah, it's because I don't actually farm for subs. Yeah, neither do I any longer, which is part of the reason why I went from 50K to 44K. But once again, why the fuck does it matter to you? You're just a random dude. Why are you fucking riding? Why are you dick riding for another dude? Used to be a fan of Asmon back when he made gaming content. Nowadays, 100% of his content is politically biased and caters to white nationalists. He loves to fan the flames of anything conservative because he knows that is where his money comes from. At the end of the day, I doubt most of the things he says he even really stands behind. It's all about how much of that specific audience he can make like-minded content for. No, 100%. I've been saying that. It's not like he's shy about admitting it either. He just openly will say he's only self-interested and he will say whatever is actually beneficial for him. That's precisely the reason why he's changed his mind about a lot of the stuff that, you know, public consciousness is shifted on. The only reason why he keeps leaning into the fucking racism stuff is because he sees that the most commonly in his own subreddit and on Twitter. And he actually has a false assessment here. He genuinely thinks that because this kind of narrative is actually a lot more popular and overemphasized on the internet, that it's actually a narrative that is gaining momentum or popularity still, the anti-immigrant stuff that he's doing. It's not. Yeah, flexing another man's accomplishments remains the lamest shit. These guys have no shame. Dude, they are fucking K-pop stans. That's what's so crazy. Imagine being a K-pop stan for a fucking Asmongold. At least K-pop stans, at least K-pop artists are hot. You know, at least like you can listen to their music. You're over here standing for this fucking creature, brother. Holy fuck. Jesus. Yeah, you're also like a grown-ass man too. God damn.
Where we bring in 50 million illegal immigrants. We will send every illegal immigrant to one state, and we'll see what it's like after 10 years. That's right.
Buddy, that state is called California, and it's got the 5th highest GDP in the fucking world.
That's a great point. The reason why California's GDP is so high is because of illegal aliens. It's not because of all the businesses that are trillion-dollar businesses.
Okay. I don't understand. The California argument is actually not wrong. And who the fuck do you think works in the businesses? Like, do you think the entire businesses that exist in this country are comprised? Like, every single business in California is just, there's no migrants working there, undocumented or documented alike.
It's not because of Silicon Valley. Oh, no, of course not. It's actually because of the illegal aliens.
So fucking stupid. You don't know a single fact about literally anything.
That's right. Of course.
As opposed to what?
I think we need to shut off agriculture in its entirety. California doesn't just have Silicon Valley, even though Silicon Valley heavily relies on H-1B visas, but that's not even what we're going to be talking about here. We're talking about agriculture. California has a robust agricultural output, and the agricultural output is entirely with migrant workers, okay? It's kept up with migrant workers, both seasonal workers and migrant workers that have the proper documentation, and also undocumented migrant workers as well. Okay? No more food. Now, of course, yeah, the agriculture is a $60 billion business a year in California. Now, regardless, the proper solution here is not to deport migrants, or the argument here isn't, oh, well, migrants are actually working these low-wage jobs that American citizens would never take on. So obviously we need to keep having a steady flow of basically slave labor that's coming into the fucking country. That's not the argument, or at least that's not my solution, okay? I understand that the two-tiered labor system actually depresses wages for the domestic labor force as well. And the adequate solution here is to create wage parity and the proper documentation given to every single migrant worker. That's how you're supposed to do it. That's the only effective solution. But of course, all these guys want to do is the final solution. Why? Because they're fucking coping, okay? Asmongold has experienced tremendous success for a incompetent shithead who doesn't really know too much, okay? He is the success story. There's a reason why a lot of people love him and praise him like he is their god, because they're also the sweaty, unwashed losers who still sit at home in their parents' house and just spend most of their time after sucking the man's dick on a daily basis. They come home, they crack open a can of fucking Budweiser beer, and they watch Asmongold talk shit about migrants. It is coming from a place of unimaginable insecurity. The notion that your life is fucking dog shit and you have nothing to look forward to, but at least there's a guy out there who resembles your most awful qualities who's actually succeeding, right? And that's the reason why they fucking celebrate this man like he's the second coming of Jesus Christ. That's it. And one of the main points of propaganda here is, of course, to say, hey, you know what? My life is shit, but it's probably because there's brown people out there who are actually ruining this country. My life is shit because of random Guatemalans. My life is shit because random Somali people live on U.S. soil. It's not. It's not. Your life is shit because of capitalism. You won't recognize it. You will never recognize it. And you've been duped. You've been duped from the start. and you refuse to understand the system. So you just keep looking for a group of people that are more vulnerable that you can bully. That's what playground bullies do. And that's what a big driver for right-wing sentiment is. It's the same exact childlike attitude. Kid gets bullied at home, has a fucking shitty home life. Father is beating the fuck out of him. He goes to the playground and he tries to beat on all the little kids that are smaller than he is. Why is that kid doing that at the playground? He's doing it because his life fucking sucks and he wants to universalize the pain for others. He's doing it because that makes the playground bully feel strong, okay? Constantly punching down. And that's what it is. It's most like when it's reduced to its bare bones, the major driver for this kind of like white nationalist sentiment is the fucking insecurity that comes from having a pathetic life that does not match the dreams that you set out for yourself when you were 12 years old. That's it. None of these guys actually have achieved a level of success that they're comfortable with in their own lives. So they're constantly looking for other people that they can basically cyberbully on the internet. And that somehow makes them feel better about themselves. And he is a perfect vessel for this kind of anxiety. He's a perfect vessel for this kind of animosity, this kind of anger, because he's the fucking random loser who made it, right? In their eyes, he is a god. Because they live under similar circumstances, because they can't, improve their living circumstances, because they're stuck working shit jobs and they hate their fucking lives and have very little free time to themselves. And the free times that they're, the modicum of free time that they have to themselves, they spend watching Asmongold, consistently telling them like, yeah, everything sucks because of brown people, black people. You're fighting a non-existent enemy. You're not doing anything by pointing out one if thousands and preaching. You're fighting a non-existent enemy. Then why does it hurt your feelings so much?
All the illegal immigrants in fucking Alabama and Louisiana and fucking Georgia. Are you serious? I am getting rage baited. It's rage bait. Don't link me this.
That's right, guys. That's right. Hey, guys, keep in mind, the reason why California is rich is because they have a bunch of illegal aliens.
That's great. I had no idea. I thought it was the rich tech companies and the fact that it's like an incredible place geographically. It's like right next to the sea. It's always been one of the biggest states. It has one of the highest populations also, so it's going to naturally have a higher GDP. Yeah, okay.
Oh my God. It's rage bait.
Also, this is not an effective counter to Destiny's argument. I can't believe I'm defending Destiny here now. What the fuck is happening? Destiny's argument is, if undocumented migrants destroy entire economies, why the fuck is California so successful? That's it. If undocumented migrants are responsible for the death and destruction of entire ecosystems, entire economies, then why is California the fifth largest economy on the planet as a standalone state?
I'm getting rage bait. I know he's rage baiting me.
Yes.
I know it. I know he's rage baiting me.
This is what happens when you have to see the truth. And if I was rage baiting, it is working. The only way that...
Oh my God, yes, that's right. I'm simply rage baiting you. You have raged.
they are a net benefit to society is whenever you are using these fake indicators like GDP, you're going to get mad.
Oh, GDP is fake now.
It absolutely is fake, and it's completely fake. It's all fake money. So I'll go ahead and I'll show you. Was your life better in the purple block or the red block? Did you have more purchasing power in the purple block or the red block? Overwhelmingly.
Oh, this is where the limitations of liberalism come into play. GDP being a fake metric for quality of life standards has nothing to do with whether or not migrants are actually ruining your life personally. undocumented or not. Okay? The reason why, while I do agree with Asmongold in terms of GDP being a not fake metric necessarily, but a metric that doesn't actually present the perfect picture in terms of quality of life, okay? This is utterly irrelevant to the conversation that you started, Asmongold, where you claimed that undocumented migrants are ruining people's lives, okay? It's irrelevant. It's completely irrelevant. GDP is only a worthless indicator until it suits him, let's be clear. Yeah, ironically enough, he said, let's put all the undocumented migrants in one place, in one state, and see what happens to the economy, was the initial claim that he made, as though somehow undocumented migrants are just like less, like worthy of less or something. And if they were, they're you know, inferior somehow. And if they were all comprised in an area that like the economy would suffer, the counter to that was, if that was the case, California would suffer. And yet, judging by the same standard that Asmongold was presenting, California is not suffering, especially in terms of its economy. So then he turns around and goes, well, the GDP is a dumb metric anyway. Yeah, you're not wrong. Okay? You're not wrong in terms of analyzing whether or not people's material conditions are actually up to par, or if the quality of life is for the average person is good. GDP is not a very reliable metric. This is true. That's precisely the reason why you go to like average European cities and whatnot, and average European towns where the GDP is significantly lower than the United States of America's poorest states or poorest neighborhoods, and yet the quality of life is significantly better there. Okay? Or another example would be China for an even better comparison, right? Not the best metric. But the reason why it's even being discussed here is because you brought it up in your initial argument, only to turn around and now say, well, does your quality of life look better here than it did here? Did you have more purchasing power here than it did here? Yeah, it's irrelevant. You're not wrong. What would happen to your quality of life if every single person that's like out there picking fucking tomatoes that make its way into your ketchup that you're consuming, what would happen to your quality of life then? I don't think you'd be giving a fuck about the GDP in that situation. You'd just be pissed off that you don't have, ketchup to purchase. Except Asmongold is rich. He will still be able to purchase all of the goods that he wants to purchase at a much, much higher price point. His fan base, on the other hand, will not be able to, and they'll get increasingly more mad as their access to treats have diminished, and they won't know why it happened, and they'll think, maybe we just didn't deport enough migrants.
Everybody's saying purple. That's because basing the GDP off of the human centipede of the 5 most valuable and most profitable tech companies in the country is not a very good indicator for where wealth and consolidation of resources actually is. What about the fact that after COVID, over 90% of the GDP growth and the wealth growth went to the top 1%? GDP is absolutely not a good indicator of what an average person's purchasing.
I hate that he uses, ironically enough, he uses a leftist assessment. Like, this is my talking point, okay? He's using my talking points only to defend the position that undocumented migrants are actually worse overall for people's quality of life. Except there's no evidence for this, okay? This is utterly irrelevant. I mean, he is a National Socialist. I don't even think that he is actually a socialist, okay? Just like the National Socialists weren't actually socialists. Yeah, I saw this one.
There, you see 50 languages spoken in the school, and you see...
How is that a good thing? 50 languages was a punishment from God in the Old Testament for people building the Tower of Babel too high to get to heaven. You're literally looking at an Old Testament punishment from a vengeful God on a fallen world, and you're saying that it's a good thing. Is this fat, bald retard serious? Oh my God. 50 languages? That sounds like chaos. Can you imagine that?
Is he signaling to be a Christo-fascist? I don't know. Maybe if he does a God pivot, that'd be really funny. That would be awesome to see in 2026. Not only does he misunderstand the point of that story, it's not so much different languages, but the invention of different nations or ethnicities and the divide of humanity due to tribalism, which is, of course, he readily engages in. He's also calling someone else bald as an insult. It is wild. Oh, yeah, this was the other thing I wanted to show you guys, by the way. Mr. Based over here did the classic, like, the most classic pro-Israel defense meme. Wild how all the Israel influencers have the same interest in Somali daycare centers in the same week, says Andrew Mercado, because it's correct. It is very strange that all of these guys that went to Israel, all of a sudden, in the wake of Israel becoming the first country to recognize Somaliland for their own personal ambitions in the Red Sea to counter the Ansar Allah movement that is successfully, or was able to successfully shut off the logistical supply chain going from the Red Sea to Israeli ports. They want to obviously conquer that area to the best of their ability. So now they're betting on Somaliland, first country to recognize Somaliland. Day after that, all of this like anti-Somali fucking propaganda comes from a bunch of people who were doing propaganda in Israel. Nick is not the only one. Cam Higbee is another one. There's a bunch of these guys, right? Sure, maybe it's not. It's just a unique timing overall, okay? Unique timing overall. Maybe it's not on purpose, but it's a unique instance, all right? And he immediately goes, oh, you see Israel everywhere. Lol, this is stupid. But he's based, and don't forget, he's based, he's anti-Semitic. He loves when Nick Fuentes says Hitler is based. But then also, when someone actually correctly points to how strange it is that all of these fucking pro-Israel influencers are now talking about, Somali interventions on the American welfare state and the American welfare apparatus in unison, all of a sudden it's like, you think everything's Israel, bro. I'm based, though. Yeah. No, it's normal. Last mayor of Gaza, Cam Higbee, all these fucking guys. Losing my mind watching all these people ignore the entire Somaliland subject this past week. What is this? It has 6K likes, but I like the analysis. Israel's Red Sea miscalculation with respect to Somalia's sovereignty and territorial integrity is already being discussed among regional leaders. Core geopolitical threat. It legitimizes and entrenches alternative governance structures in the Horn of Africa. Yeah, the number one thing is that every single African country is terrified of breakaway states. And that's precisely the reason why this has 6 likes, not 6,000 likes. Look, every single African country is terrified of breakaway states. That's literally the reason why they've been fine with previous colonial boundaries that were set for them. This will cause a lot of instability across the continent. Somalia views Israel's misadventures as an existential threat. As a result, a new front of diplomatic warfare and potential proxy conflict, destabilizing the already fragile Somali state. Turkey, with its massive investments, that's the other reason. I've talked about this already. But another reason as to why Israel was doing the Somaliland recognition is because Turkey has a lot of investments in Somalia. And Israel's number one op is aside from Palestinians in the region now, and aside from Iran, of course, is now Turkey. They put the crosshairs on Turkey. That's why you hear a lot of like, Turkey is our number one enemy now type shit coming from Israel. So you get to undermine a strategic partnership that already exists against another regional actor, and you get to lay ownership over the other side of the fucking Red Sea in an effort to combat any sort of Yemeni intervention. Yeah, they also want to gain a foothold in the Horn to further destabilize or attack Yemen. Yes. 100%. Hasan, Trump attacked Somalia the most this year. Somalia of the 6 countries of the USA generally received memo to destroy. Israel wants a base for Yemen. The only country left is Iran, and the 7 countries dehumanizing Somalia serves manufacturing cruelty on the country. USA attacked land of Somalia. Once the one Israel likes it was only kill the peacemaker. Makes sense. What? Anyway, I'm not going to get too far into the Somaliland discourse. I'm just simply stating that they have their own personal desires in this recognition, and the timing of the anti-Somali sentiment that's been brewing, is interesting. It's already been happening. That's why I said it's a convergence. It's a convergence of different interests, right? Attacking migrant groups, attacking different migrant groups in an effort to shift the attention away from yourself or your personal ineptitude. That's obviously one of the reasons. And it's a tried and true technique for the administration. They did this with the Haitians during the election cycle when they said Haitians are eating cats and dogs, which is also fucking bullshit. And on top of that, they always want to gut welfare programs anyway, so they can now use this as an opportunity to gut welfare programs. These guys love fomenting hatred. The craziest part about it is that it's just like it was done in such a shitty way. It was done in such a sloppy way. But it was done fast and efficient, if that makes sense.
How do you know that you're
Like, it was fast and efficient. This break-in is causing more conspiracies. What do you mean someone broke in and stole just a payment and enrollment records right before a federal audit? The Minneapolis daycare center targeted by this tweet, Nokomis Daycare Center, received telephone threats of violence. It was broken into last night and vandalized. Checkbooks and parents' documents were stolen. Incredible. The DOJ is posting similarly. The dog ate my homework law. Somali daycare manager speaks to the media after his business was allegedly broken into. Claims student enrollment employee documentation was stolen. The dog ate my homework too. By the way, Harmeet Dillon is literally the assistant attorney general in the civil rights division of the Department of Justice, for the record. I need you to understand something. Harmeet Dillon is a civil rights attorney. Okay? Yes, she does follow me. She also, which I don't know why, maybe she's looking closely to see if I'm violating any of the fucking civil rights of whites or something. But she also gained a lot of notoriety when the Brown shooting took place, and she falsely leaned into the conspiracy that the Brown shooter was the queer Palestinian Brown student. Civil rights attorney for the Department of Justice. Also, she uses the R slur, which, I'm not the most sensitive person about that stuff. I just overall think it's cringe. But it is kind of wild for a civil rights attorney for the Department of Justice to do that. What's next? You're going to drop the N-word too? Like, what kind of civil rights are we doing? She is the civil wrongs attorney. She joined the war on civil rights against the rights. But yeah, all of this fucking hubbub has obviously created copycats, and this is
Top
what's
story in
going
Minnesota.
on. But even then, the vandalism that these places are receiving is not even enough. That's inviting additional conspiracy theories now.
Under a national spotlight, the federal investigation into alleged child care fraud. Here's the latest.
We believe the state of Minnesota has allowed scammers and fake daycares to siphon millions of taxpayer dollars over the past decade.
The U.S. Department of Health and Human Services says it's freezing child care funds for Minnesota after a YouTuber claims to have uncovered fraudulent centers in a viral video. The state gets about $185 million in federal funds each year. The HHS deputy secretary says he's demanded Minnesota Governor Tim Walz audit the centers featured in that video. The governor responded on X saying, quote, "This is Trump's long game. We've spent years cracking down on fraudsters. It's a serious issue, but this has been his plan all along. He's politicizing the issue to defund programs that help Minnesotans." And new today, we're hearing from a Minneapolis daycare center after it says vandals damaged facilities early Monday morning. Frankie McLister joins us now. And Frankie, what can you tell us?
Yeah, Barrett, the break-in happened early Monday morning between 3 and 6 a.m. The daycare behind me says they haven't committed fraud, and they've been in operation since 2016. We're going to show you some video right now of what they say vandals did. Now, this is where they say the vandals got into the daycare through cinder block and appeared to be unsuccessful when trying many other ways. The daycare says it appears the vandals first tried to saw into the door of the Family Dollar next door in the shopping center, but that didn't work. The manager claims those who broke in went straight to the office, stealing information of the many children who were taken care of here.
We are not a part of any harmful things that are being said. We have no problem with CCAP, and our licensing has been good, even the inspections. I want to say no intimidation is going to stop us.
We checked out their profile on the Minnesota Department of Human Services website. It does show that they haven't committed any fraud. There are minor violations, and that is public information that shows they remain in good standing. Barrett?
Okay, a story will continue to follow. Thank you, Frankie. Also new today.
Like, what are they? A Somali scammers liar, Somali scammers liar, a Somali broke in. Is there any point where someone will go, okay, maybe there isn't a scam on this one? Or is every new instance going to be another addition to the conspiracy? Because I feel like once you've decided that it's like all a grand conspiracy, no amount of information that counters your point of view is ever going to be enough. You're just going to automatically assume like, no. Like, even if they're children, they brought those children in. Even if there are children there that you can literally see in like the security footage, oh, well, they just real sweet that they brought those children in now. Yesterday there was no children. Well, you didn't actually see the children. They were there. They just wouldn't let you in because it's a fucking daycare. Then you go, oh, well, they just brought the children in for the day. I guess it was lucky. Stealing the children's documents isn't enough. Also, like, what you think there is no other way of investigating this place now that the paperwork is gone? There's no other way of figuring out if there's children there. There is one way. That's when they do a random fucking a random unscheduled licensing review check, which, if you were paying attention to the news broadcaster, they said this place passed with some minor infractions. I work at a daycare. The government is in and out of it all the time, and we're one of the places that passes the test. Yeah, exactly. Notice how Kaya isn't there anymore? You're joking, right? That's a joke, right? She just got up. You have no object permanence, right? Like, is that what's going on? You were just incapable of object permanence? Like, what What is happening? You are a manipulator? Brother, unlucky for you. I think a lot of things confuse you, I suspect. If you subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service, you will be able to rewind and see moments prior to you coming into the broadcast, Kaya was laying right there. That's right. The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. Your subscriptions in the form of a $6 a month subscription or a free one in the form of a Twitch Prime allow me to maintain my editorial independence. It's kind of funny though, because it's like he did do this kind of like whenever I stop covering a subject and then people will come in and be like, oh, did you talk about this thing? Like right as I'm done covering it. And that's kind of what happened here with the Kaya thing. All this time and I still don't understand. Is it bad if Kaya's on screen or off screen? Like what does it all signify? Can they keep track of it? I don't know. Especially considering the thousands of hours of Kaya being on and off screen for like the last 2 years. They just didn't, they didn't seem to care about it because they have no object permanence. Remember, there is no object permanence. If Kaya's off screen, it's abuse. If Kaya's on screen, it's abuse. I worked in state licensing for the payments that are specific for kids getting state funds for daycare. The kids are all well documented individually and their families. Their daycares aren't just saying, we got 100 kids, money, please, government. Yeah, that's the other side of the story. If there's one thing the federal government or state governments don't like doing, it's dishing out fucking cash for no reason. In order for these daycares to get any sort of state subsidies, they not only have to have access to the parents, to the names of the children, but their parents. And not only their parents, but their parents' income status, okay? Because they don't want to give money to wealthy parents that are sending their children to the daycare. So they have to justify that they need this financial assistance. So simply breaking into this place and stealing the documentation is not going to allow them to continue this fraudulent conspiracy because the government already has access to that fucking information. And there are also different means of procuring that information regardless of the paperwork that existed in the place. It sounds more to me like a random dumbass that went in to try and cross-reference this data somehow in their minds to uncover the fraud investigation.
The ringleader of the Feeding Our Future scheme is being ordered to pay up for the crime. Amy Bach, the founder of Feeding Our Future.
It is also pretty funny that these guys are the ones who are like Somalis are low IQ, but they're also, I guess, like smart enough to concoct this massive grand conspiracy. But what does this say about your IQ that you're falling for this dumb fucking bullshit? And I guess that's part of the process, isn't it? Maybe you feel a little insecure about your low IQ, so you just have to fantasize about how all Somalis are inferior scammers.
Future was found guilty of taking tens of millions of dollars meant to feed hungry children during the pandemic. Just yesterday, a judge ordered Bach to forfeit $5.2 million. Now, updates to the fraud.
Yeah, the woman on screen is not
Here's
Somali.
the power of what social media does today. 23 years old, you go and find out for yourself. You're not waiting on ABC, CNN, CBS, any of these guys. You go ask questions. After asking questions yesterday, I believe was it HHS, Rob, that came out yesterday? If I'm not mistaken, they came out yesterday and they stopped $185 million of funding to Minneapolis.
Yeah, big W's all around, dude. Big W's all around. Also, it's pretty funny that this guy is talking about fraud. I mean, his entire operation, his entire business is comprised around conducting a multi-level marketing operation. So,
because of the video you posted. So Watch this, folks. This is a byproduct of what Nick Shirley did on December 26th. Go ahead, Rob.
Hello, I'm HHS Deputy Secretary Jim O'Neill. I'm here with Assistant Secretary Alex Adams. Alex oversees the Administration for Children and Families. Intrepid journalists have made shocking and credible allegations of extensive fraud in Minnesota's child care programs. We believe the state of Minnesota has allowed scammers and fake daycares to siphon millions of taxpayer dollars over the past decade.
My office, ACF, provides Minnesota $185 million in child care funds each year. That money should be helping 19,000 American children, including toddlers and infants. Any dollar stolen by fraudsters is stolen from those children. Yesterday, I spoke directly with the director of the Minnesota Child Care Services Office. She could not tell me with confidence whether those allegations of fraud are isolated or whether there's fraud stretching statewide.
Today, we have taken 3 direct actions against the blatant fraud that seems to be rampant in Minnesota. First, I have activated our Defend the Spend system for all ACF child care payments across America. Starting today, we require a justification, receipt, or photo evidence before we make a payment.
You can stop it right there.
Second.
So the idea is $185 million stop because you independently went out there and created this content, exposed it to everybody, and then allegedly, was it today that CNN came after you, or was it yesterday?
Yeah, today they put a hit piece out on me.
And when did they interview? When did CNN come and interview?
Yesterday.
Yesterday they did.
Yesterday I showed up at Quality Leering Center.
Is this the one?
Yes.
So this is you show up, you're in Minnesota yesterday.
Yes.
At the Quality Leering Center. We got to say it correctly. By the way, his sweater he's got on, if you guys want to purchase the sweater, we're going to put the link below as well.
Yeah, he immediately made a fucking fake sweater. I mean, he's just grifting the fuck off of this. Journalism, by the way. How long till hogs demand general inspection at daycares? Photo evidence of what exactly? Brother, they already did do that in Ohio. They did do that already. Obviously, it never got like fully implemented, but that was unironically in the books, okay? If there's any suspicion that there is a trans athlete on the opposing team, you can demand fucking a genital inspection, or, you know, you can demand proof that the person is actually, the student is actually not trans.
To the Quality Leering Center. It's becoming a hot commodity. Rob, let's make sure you put the link below as well to support what he's doing here. But here's CNN. It doesn't look like they're happy.
You know Tyler Oliveira is seething because of this? This is all he wanted? No, I don't think he's seething. I think he's probably salivating at the prospect that he will probably get the next big one.
For you doing their work. When they first came up to you, were they friendly? Were they nice to you? What was the approach that they took?
Yeah,
that's $9,736 per child just for the state of Minnesota for child care. I believe they said that that's over the span of a decade, so that's barely $900 a year. I mean, yeah, you're paying for you're paying for people. You're paying for the staff. You're paying for the food. It's subsidizing a lot of shit.
Lady came up to me very friendly, and then she kept asking me these questions. I'm like, ma'am, you're defending fraud. Like, what are you talking about? Like, the issue wasn't what time I showed up to the daycare. The issue,
dog. If I went up to your fucking home and with a camera and a security team and put a camera out on you and said, hey, I demand to see the children inside of your house. I believe you're a pedophile. You said, I'm not a pedophile, fuck off, and slammed the door in my face. This all of a sudden became a major news story about your pedophilia, okay? And everyone was like, nah, that seems really suspicious that you said you're not a pedophile. Statistically speaking, white men are more likely to be pedophiles than any other group in this country. You're a white man. We're just going to assume that you're a pedophile. And then the next day, someone was like, hey, where did you get the evidence that this guy's a pedophile? I'm not going to fucking sit there and be like, oh, you're interfering in a pedophilia investigation. Why do you actually want pedophilia to continue? Obviously, the story is now about your inconsistent standards of reporting. The fuck? The way the reaction would be the complete opposite? Of course it would be, obviously, but... Like, you can't do the, oh, I guess you love fraud then, counter narrative here. You know, you can't just be like, oh, you're questioning my reporting, my quote unquote reporting on this. Well, I guess you love fraud then, because all I was doing is trying to uncover fraud. Okay, no, you weren't doing that though.
Issues at this building right here.
That's kind of the whole point of contention here.
Giving $1.9 million, and it's not even operating. And they're showing face right now while they're literally shuffling in kids while the commissioner of children is saying the daycare was closed last week.
That's pretty wild. Okay, so play this clip, Rob. Go ahead.
This is MAGA YouTuber.
Why are we giving millions to schools? I've been outside one all day, Hassy. Let's stop giving them our taxpayer money. Yeah, what the hell? I went outside to this public school and there were no children there. I kept demanding to see the children at this public school. Here's a note that I found from the local right-wing weirdo that tells me this public school is funded by, get this, your property taxes. Why are we giving property taxes to this public school where they won't let me ogle the kids? We shouldn't even be joking about this. I just realized that's probably the next meta. Like, once they unironically destroy the welfare structure, they will inevitably also continue demanding to remove any sort of funding initiative from the public schools anyway. And then they're just going to do that. They're going to be like, actually, public schools are fake too. They're fake and gay. R.I.P. Charlie Kirk. You would have loved dehumanizing Somali Americans.
Shirley, back at a daycare in Minnesota, he alleged was a fraudulent facility in a now viral video.
People are going to say this is a left or right issue, but no, fraud is fraud.
Bro, I'm sorry, but in like 2017, 2018, when this kind of story would happen, most people were like, yeah, that's a little gross. Like, the entirety of the right-wing ecosystem didn't automatically jump on the Pizzagate QAnon shit, okay? They kind of were a little ashamed of it. They would just like kind of sidestep it. They would just like push them aside. And it is so different now. The media landscape is so different now. Now everyone is doing their own Pizzagate. It's fucking crazy. Do you think it will backfire? No, I think it's going to get worse. I don't think it's going to backfire at all, because the reception to this like bottom of the barrel QAnon style fucking conspiratorial supposed quote unquote investigative reporting, getting highlighted by the vice president and getting tremendous amounts of praise, all the way from, like I said, the vice president down to Atriok, who was apparently giving it damning with faint praise, shows me that in the media landscape that we're in, it's only going to get worse, especially because for things to get better, there needs to be an investment in redeveloping consensus reality. And I don't think we have that investment. I don't think anybody is even remotely interested in developing consensus reality nowadays. I think we're just done. I think the insane people are running the asylum. Especially with like AI. Especially with AI, I think a lot of people are going to be less interested in politics. They're just going to say like, oh, this shit sucks. Like, I don't want to see it. Like, intelligent people that should be invested in this and should try to put us on a better trajectory will probably increasingly tap out of it. They'll quit, especially privileged people will do that. Those who don't have the same privilege will obviously be invested in it. And it'll be, insert whichever minority group, right? Today it's Somalis. Tomorrow it'll be someone else. But I do think that we are moving in the direction of permanent mass slopification. unless somehow Elon Musk's entire fucking net worth craters and he can no longer own Twitter or something, and then people demand their initial investments back, or they demand to pull out, like other people who aided in the purchase of Twitter, which is Saudi Arabia, so that's not very likely. And then, because like Twitter is a big part of where this is coming from, you know what I mean? It does obviously still have the capacity to fucking change discourse, change the trajectory of discourse. It's nowhere near as powerful or as influential as it once was. But we're kind of cooked. Dude, nobody I know uses Twitter. That's fine. But this, like $180 million in grants from the federal government was just revoked from the entire state of Minnesota, right? And that happened partially because Elon Musk base boosted the fuck out of this dumbass YouTube video. Okay? So that is a Twitter intervening in real life affairs almost single-handedly in the direction of like one fucking psychotic billionaire racist and his own personal desires. So yeah, you don't have a lot of friends that are on Twitter. That makes sense. I think it's like what, 20% or something like that, maybe even lower than that now. Out of all the social media platforms, it's not the most popular, but it's still a large enough social media platform. It's still a large enough social media platform that it actually, and especially because it's one that is interconnected with all the other social media platforms, that like discourse that pops off on Twitter ends up making its way to Reddit, ends up making its way to TikTok, ends up making its way to your friends that don't consume Twitter or use Twitter. Reddit is another one of these websites that's also obviously heavily botted and heavily influenced by people who can brigade and shit like that. But this is yet another great indication that Twitter does have the capacity to intervene in real life affairs. Trump administration is freezing federal child care funds to all states now. Yesterday it was just Minnesota. Now it's all states. It's pretty fucked.
So I'm not out here trying to put a twist on things.
Shirley's viral video, released over the weekend, in which he says he's uncovering tens of millions of dollars in fraud at Minneapolis daycares run by the Somali community, was retweeted by Elon.
Where all that money's going to go? I hope to Israel. Otherwise, it'd be anti-Semitic. Or at least like the Israel of Latin America, Argentina or something. Okay, no disrespect to the random Argentinians. You don't deserve it. You already have Javier Milei, but...
Musk and Vice President.
Like, where do you think this is going to go, by the way? Like, what do you think is going to happen here? Affordability is a major problem. Now the government is shutting down one of the elements of affordability in childcare for all of these like new parents and shit that are working class. On top of that, healthcare premiums are going to triple. What do you think is going to happen? Eventually, the dam is going to break. People are going to fucking feel the pain. They're already feeling the pain, and it's only going to worsen. There's only so many minority groups that you can throw under the bus in an effort to shift people's attention away from your own ineptitude, right? That's it. What happens then? This is precisely the reason why I get really frustrated with people who claim that they are invested in like healthcare for all, or claim that they actually care about taxing the rich, and they present themselves as like left on those positions, but then spend 99.9% of their time talking about how undocumented migrants are responsible for everything. Well, you clearly don't care about it then, because you're using the current government that you support and their lack of interest in fixing any of these problems, and they're using their own personal distraction mechanism to foment hatred against marginalized groups and to redirect people's attention away from their financial circumstances back to the anger and resentment that they feel towards random people. If you were serious, if you were genuinely invested in fixing any of these problems, you'd be fucking calling the administration to account all the time. You'd be criticizing the admin, asking why they're so up the assholes of the super wealthy and defending the interests of the super wealthy, but you don't.
J.D. Vance. In the video, Shirley tries to open locked doors and talk to people at various daycares he claims are frauds.
Did you come during their normal operating hours when you came to visit?
I came at 11 a.m., I believe, and I also came the following day later in the day. The point of it is not whether or not I came at the right time of their operation hours. The point is that blacked out doors, they can't give you any information. You call that number, no one answers.
Yeah, no one. They got blacked out doors at the fucking daycare facility. I wonder why they don't make it easier for a guy like me to see the children inside. It's really fucked up. I need to see the kids. If I don't see the kids, then it must be fraud. Freak.
I wasn't trying to go inside, and there should be a way for somebody to actually be able to call that number and somebody to be able to answer. These aren't real businesses.
But surely you don't think a daycare should just be unlocked. You shouldn't be able to just walk into a
There
daycare.
should be a reception.
No, every daycare is locked.
Their doors are locked.
And so, okay, you bring up a fair point. Then but why can't they actually give me information how to enroll a child?
Federal law enforcement has been investigating fraud in Minnesota for several years. Both Attorney General Pam Bondi and FBI Director Kash Patel said on social media they've indicted dozens of defendants. DHS has posted multiple videos of agents they say are conducting a massive fraud investigation.
Do you think that federal law enforcement hasn't done enough? I mean, they would say, look, these fraud cases have been going on, but they've already done like 80 indictments. The cases have been going on.
So funny. They're defending
for
Trump
years.
now.
And why did I show up one day in Minnesota?
No, you fucking idiot. They're defending the rule of law. These investigations were not conducted under Donald Trump. You're so fucking stupid, Patrick. At least the guy in front of you genuinely does have like I'm trying so hard to just like use a fancy term for saying he's intellectually stunted or has like a intellectual disability, but like he does, right? You, on the other hand, Patrick, are a fucking adult. You know, you've done your own schemes growing up. Yeah, medically stupid. That's what I'm going to keep saying.
And go to all these daycares, no children. They're receiving millions of dollars. We uncovered nearly $110 million in fraud in one day.
How do you know that all the allegations that you're making are true?
How do I know that they're true? Well, we showed you guys what was happening, and then you guys can go ahead and make your own analysis.
We're coming so we can make our own
Very
analysis.
fair.
Are you 100% sure you're true?
Yeah, I am 100% sure I'm true.
CNN is looking into Shirley's claims.
Hi, my name's Whitney Wild. I'm a correspondent for CNN.
We reached out to several of the daycares featured in the now viral video. Only one daycare facility answered and said they are
She's
a legitimate
validating your point.
business.
Have you seen the videos, purporting that some of these daycares don't have kids inside?
Minnesota Republicans say despite the new focus from the Trump administration, they have been sounding the alarm on fraud for years.
We have talked about fraud. We have gotten stories. We've tried to push this forward every way that we can.
You can pause it right there. So this is yesterday in Minnesota.
Yeah, yesterday in Minnesota.
Wow. And you went back to Minnesota because you just told me that you're working on a part 2 yourself.
Yeah, because there's a lot more fraud.
How much more did you find?
Oh, we found a lot more businesses that don't exist. There's millions of dollars. We found daycares with more $1 million daycares. I mean, there's literally hundreds of daycares receiving millions of dollars in Minnesota at this moment as we speak.
So from the first one, you guys were over $100 million of fraud that you found, right?
This guy's a daycare
With the second
annihilator,
one, now
bro.
that
He's like, this is like when when a content creator hits like a fucking really good bit like a TikToker or something, and then they just keep pressing that button over and over, and then you know, the bit runs stale, but they still do it. But this time it's like racialized agitprop. He's just like, he's gonna be the guy, the daycare annihilator, it seems.
The recent one that you were there yesterday, how much more did you guys find yesterday?
Yeah, he's doing Hawk Tua, but
I have to do all
I
the
guess
numbers.
he's spitting on the daycares.
I'll do when I do all my editing, but at least another $10 million.
Another $10 million. Okay, so on the other side, while you're doing this, what caused you? And we see this man named David, right? We keep seeing this man named David, who I think yesterday he said, if you want to, I'll put $100,000 for anybody that can prove any of this wrong because this is government document. How did you and David? Rob, is this the clip where he says that?
Yep.
Do you want to play this clip of David?
No, don't call any parents.
Yo, who the fuck is David? Why is nobody asking the question, who's this David guy, by the way? Who's this fucking old ass man who is now apparently wearing your fucking merch that you made?
Anybody want to take me up? You $100,000 if you can. $100,000. If you can disprove my information. Okay, so give me a copy of what you have, and I can. If you can disprove my information. 100,000. Give it here. 100,000. 100,000. 100,000. Page by page. Keep going page by page. Keep going. Come on, girl. Just keep your video on it. Okay. And just.
Yeah. Except they did disprove it. They did. There's children in that daycare facility right now. Give him $100,000 then.
Screenshot it while you're going. Let me know when you got it.
All those people out there defending the fraud, and then he gives them the option.
They're defending the fraud.
Yes.
They're not on your side.
No.
How many of those people are on your side right there?
None of those people you're hearing in the background.
Just you and David and the camera guy.
Just me and Dave. Yeah, I was my cameraman.
So who's recording you there?
That's somebody doing a live stream. That's
from them. That's not even yours. That's that Kadra Abshir that's recording you.
Yes.
Got it. So they're recording you, and he's offering $100,000 to go prove if any of these things are wrong.
Yes.
So how did you and David get linked up?
David messaged me on Instagram, and out of the hundreds of DMs I get, I just opened David's, and he had all the proof. Because I've known about the fraud happening for so long in Minnesota, since back in June. I've known about the fraud, but it's hard for me to go out and get all the information because they make it very hard to get the information. Luckily, David had somebody inside the Capitol who's been leaking him all the numbers, leaking him all the information.
Somebody from the Capitol?
Yes.
In Minnesota?
Yes. So all the numbers that David has are 100% correct. And also, they're on the state, also they're from the government. From
Brother, that's just the total amount of subsidies that they've gotten from the state. That's not evidence that there's no recipients of said subsidies at these fucking daycares. What is going on? The argument isn't that these places are getting fucking state subsidies. The argument is these state subsidies are not being used on helping parents, low-income parents, put their kids in childcare facilities. That there are no children at all at these facilities is all fucking fake. That's the argument that you made. How are you forgetting your own argument?
in the state. But David told me he knew the numbers, and I said, okay, I'm coming to Minnesota. Let's do this video. Line out some of the daycares you'd like to go see, because I know about the fraud. I knew that the fraud was happening. I just needed somebody like David to come that's lived it, to be able to really solidify my claims and my ideas about the fraud that's happening. And you saw the video. Everything we said was true.
And this is David explaining the fraud, right, Rob? This is in front of Minnesota. Go for it.
Massive fraud is going on here in the state of Minnesota, especially in Minneapolis. Explain to me what's going on with the daycares.
So one of the things that I've noticed is there's an exceptional number of child care centers that are set up mostly in Minneapolis, but also in St. Paul. And I said, wow, how many kids are there in the Twin Cities? Some of them are by my office, and I would watch, and I said, well, there aren't any kids there. And I go to another one, there aren't any kids there, and I'd see just some guys, some Somali guys outside smoking cigarettes. So I stopped at one of them, and I said, hey, I'm just wondering, I've got a grandson who's looking for childcare, and I wonder if this might be a good facility. And they said, no, we're all full. And they had the door open, and I looked, and there were no kids. There was like a couch and a table with a couple chairs, and I said, well, are the kids out back playing, or what kind of place is this? And the guy said, you go, and he almost pushed me out the door, and then he followed me down the street to my car.
This entire incident, or David was like, I must see the kids. I must see Somali children. I need to see it. And then that's it. That's what sparked his interest, his curiosity. He's like, where are the children? Why can't I see any children? This is the guy.
That's when I said, wait a minute, there's something going on here, and that's got to be maybe 5 years ago. This fraud is so massive. When the dust settles on this, it's going to be found to be the largest fraud in the history of the country and probably the world. It's that big.
You can pause.
The ones that
is that true? The genetics is that's genetics right there. Is that mom?
Yes, that's my
good.
mom.
So now, good for you. You got great genes. You know, she's very comfortable doing this as well. Very cool. So the largest fraud in the world, in America, on what he's talking about. I hope we get to the.
Patrick's gonna fuck your mom, Nick. Watch out, Nick. He said, unbelievable.
Bottom of this. So you and David get linked up, and then you just said, why don't we just go interview? That's kind of how it started.
Yeah, I thought when we go, like, we'll walk to these daycares, we'll talk to them. But the first daycare we go to, all the windows are blacked out. And I try to open the door.
Brother, because of people like you, they do not want peeping Toms. What the fuck is this? I think the other part of this is that, like, this dude has never seen like a low income childcare facility in general. A childcare facility in like a low income neighborhood, like, it's not gonna look great. I'm gonna be honest. Like, it's just, they don't get a lot of funds. Well, they're getting no funds now. Shouts out to your bitch ass for that. Like, that shit don't look like the Four Seasons, okay?
Nobody answered. I ring the doorbell. Nobody answered. And that daycare, they had two daycares running out of that same building, and they had two different contracts of more than $1 million for these daycares. And I was very shocked to see that the response from the public after that was, oh, why is he going and knocking on these doors? Because millions of dollars are going there. We have a responsibility to know where our dollars are going. But it just went to show that the fraud is insane. And then the people are saying, well, that daycare is closed. Well, how come there's a sign that says it's open 7 days a week from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m.?
Is that what it says?
Yeah.
So the one that the CNN reporter claimed that you came after business hours, that you said you came at 11 to 5 o'clock, they have a sign that says they're open Monday through Sunday?
That one right there, the first part in the video.
Open 7 days a week. What is it? Zoom in a little bit, Rob?
I can't because it's a video, but it says open 7 days a week, 7 a.m. to 10 p.m.
It says that right on the sign.
Right there, right
Got
underneath
it.
the phone number.
This is the Mako, what is it called? Mako Child Care Center?
Yeah.
Is that another misspelled Mako, or is that really the name?
I don't know, but what's funny about that is there's actually two childcare companies inside that same building, but they're not showing the second one. And so they have two childcare businesses operating that same
Within
room.
the same place?
Yes.
And how much money are they getting?
This one together over the past few years, they have it right there. But
1.6
combined,
million?
they received over $5 million.
Stop it.
Just that one building alone.
And so what is the business model? Somebody just stays there all day, no kids, and they just take the cash?
Yeah, that's why all the windows are all boarded up, or why they're all blacked out.
Now, let me ask you, Nick. There was a.
Why are you asking this fucking idiot? He doesn't know anything. He didn't even. This guy's making money from destroying childcare for the entire country. How does this not result in a pogrom of content creators? Because everyone's fucking stupid. And it's much easier for them to hate on random Somali people than it is to be like, that's crazy that this insane bottom of the barrel slop propaganda and the mass hysteria that it caused allowed the government to do something that they've always wanted to do without any sort of scrutiny whatsoever, which is to fucking eradicate payments for childcare subsidies.
Video from 2019. Is it 2019, 2020? You know the video where parents would come, drop off the kids, and then take the kids out a minute later, not even drop them off. Come in, register, then they leave. You know which video I'm talking about, Rob? Yep. And allegedly, they were getting paid. That's the one right there. What year is that video from?
It says 2015, March 31st of 2015.
This is from 15
Yes.
that they've been doing this. So this is a surveillance. Maybe you can narrate to the audience what's going on here.
Yeah, so basically what they're doing inside these day.
I'm so confused. Okay. Notice how they have surveillance footage for this? I suspect it came in the aftermath of a concluded fraud investigation. I don't know the details of this, but I'm not gonna fucking sit here and act like fraud never happens. But how is that in any way, shape, or form related to the current thing that's going on? Doesn't make any sense. Yeah, this is evidence from a 2015 incident that that I guess finalized, like the court ended up convicting and charging people in 2019, maybe? I don't know. If it even is a real instance, like I don't even understand.
Order for the scheme to work, the daycare center.
You got to be kidding me. So I'll come in, I register my kids, you're able to write them off to make money off them. You send that to the Minnesota government. Hey, I have this many kids. Then they get paid. Then they come and give a kickback to the parents.
Yes.
So the problem with this is these parents are no longer going to get payments, and someone's going to call somebody out. And this has been happening for over a decade. It's not like this is a new thing that's happening. How many whistleblowers have been emailing you, DMing you, texting you, getting a hold of you? How many more whistleblowers have gotten a hold of you and David?
Yes, so many people have been reaching out. It's been almost like overwhelming to go through all the messages. But the people of Minnesota are so fed up with this fraud because now finally somebody's actually getting it out to the national level, because local journalists have been talking about it for years, but they've never been able to get it out to a national level like I was able to do. And so just the millions of dollars. And if you talk about why they're just giving them cash, it's because the money they receive is tax exempt, CCAP funding, and then these women that are working inside these daycares, they're not. My assumption is that they're not actually on payroll, and that's why 81% of the Somali population is on welfare inside the state of Minnesota, is because they don't actually receive a W-2 or 10.
Where? Oh my God. This is. Bro, he's just, like, he's not even hiding that he's just making shit up as he's going along. And I suspect he didn't come up with this on the spot. Let's be real. He's too stupid. He's half remembering something that someone told him to say. But it is wild. That's great. I guess, we have to operate off of the whims of Nick Shirley. And what he can and can't remember about what, like, David told him.
99, whatever it would be, to claim that they're actually receiving an income. Because if you're running a daycare of $1 million, you should be able to pay your person a salary of at least $50,000. You know what I mean?
But none of that is documented.
No, not that I know of. Because it doesn't make sense why there's so many people on welfare if they're making millions of dollars.
If you have any questions and you want to support.
Does this guy think every single person, does this guy think all the funds that are coming to the daycare are going directly to staffing? And does he think that every single Somali person just works in a fucking daycare? What the fuck is this argument? Also, if every Somali is staying at home and is on welfare, why the fuck do they need to put their children in the daycare? Oh, wait, they're not. Because it's fake. Misophonia chatter here, just reminding you we exist. You think you're the only misophonia chatter? That's all they do. That's all misophonia chatters love doing, is reminding me that they exist.
Report the work, because you have to realize, yesterday Eric Trump tweeted, I don't know if you saw this tweet. The best part about this tweet is the comments below. And Eric Trump, we're friends with Eric, but Eric tweets something and says, I don't know if you saw this, Rob. He says, man, people better start getting right there. He said, people better start going to jail in Minnesota. And the most common retweet was, dude, your dad's the president. Like, meaning, you give him a call and do something. But the reality of it is, if an Eric Trump is saying people better start going to jail, Don Jr. had you on, I think, last night. You were on a show last night with him. People simply want to see if anyone's going to be held accountable or not going into 2026. Do you think with the work you're doing, you're almost forcing them to have to make a decision of people getting arrested? And if that, have you started seeing people getting arrested? Like when you went to Minnesota, did you see the government there as well?
Yes.
Going knocking on doors?
Yeah, and that was directly because of my YouTube video and because of the video that went viral on X.
Love that.
So when have you ever seen a piece from a journalist, from a YouTuber, that's created such a change where literally within hours?
I want to fucking die, bro. Once again, there is an active investigation for the last 3 years. There is an active investigation. I work in public service in Minneapolis, and we've been getting some interesting calls as of late. Let me tell you. What do I have to do to get some of those fraud dollars? Somalians are going to grape your wives, you maggots, but with an F. So we can just start claiming credit for every criminal investigation? Yes.
Hours, they launch a full-fledged investigation to go and crack down on the fraud.
Is this one of them?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, Rob, can you play this? What did they
do? I love the federal government. Whenever they have to shoot these videos, it's always so funny because they look so incompetent. Everything reminds me of them kicking the snow, looking for the Brown University shooter. This video is hilarious. They're just like walking into random business and being like, are you guys doing fraud here? And the guy's like, no. And they're like, okay, have a nice day.
Find you. What's this one?
They're just going door to door, just
looking for people,
asking people about fraud. So I guarantee inside of this business, there's probably a transportation company that's also labeled there. There could be a home health care business there. There could be an adult daycare, and it's a grocery store. So that's how these companies are operating. I went to so many places where they don't even have the real business.
Wow. So this could be 3 or 4 businesses.
Oh, yeah.
Wow. What else did you find, Rob? Have they made any major arrests? Have you seen people walking out getting arrested? I haven't seen any of that yet. I haven't seen any of that yet.
Yeah, I
that's
wonder
taking
why.
place. I haven't seen the full-on, like the way 1980s when Rudy Giuliani went out there and a bunch of mobsters were getting arrested, 240-something of them getting arrested, coming out with handcuffs. We haven't seen that yet. I think that's what the American people want to see. They want to see some accountability taking place. By the way, you know that other video that we played where the guy said, Rob, can you go to the video of the guy claiming that Nick Shirley came at a time that nobody was here, and that's not fair because the time is this, and I'm here. There's kids here every day. I've been here for 8 years. There's always kids here. There's kids here. There's a video right there, that guy right there. So watch this. Watch this video. Go ahead.
What would you say to Nick Shirley, the YouTuber, if he was standing in front of you
I have
right
nothing
now?
against him himself, but I do have something against the rhetoric. It's if you're going to be a journalist, just have a moral compass. Like, do what you do correctly. If you catch business that are fraud, no one here is with that, or like we don't support that as a community. I don't support that myself. I was born and raised here. I'm not for fraud. Like the notion that, hey, a certain batch of somebody got caught, so all of them support it. It's like, no one. If in any community, any mishaps that happen, the rest of the community obviously doesn't want that to happen. It's a stain on all of our names, as you guys can see. We don't want that to happen. We don't take part in that. We don't like that. We don't want that in our communities. But just to say, hey, a certain company got caught, so they must all do it, and I feel like that's what he's doing.
89%, buddy.
I'm not a fan.
2 to 10 p.m. may not be your typical daycare.
What do you mean 89%? What is he saying? Is he saying 89% of Somalis are doing fraud? They're 1350ing Somalians? Brother, they're not. They're 1389ing Somalis. 89% of Somalis are on welfare? Wait. I don't even know if that number is correct, if that percentage is correct. But what doesn't make any sense here is that even if it was, which I don't think it is, what the fuck does that have to do with fraud? Yeah, 89% of Somalis are on welfare, and the remaining 11% are running fraudulent child care centers.
Hours, so can you explain why it is that you operate during these hours?
The reason for that is we're after school hours. So most of our clients, not most of our clients, all of our clients is after school hours. So schools, earliest dismissal would be 2:15 to 2:30ish, and the latest dismissal would be up to like 4:30ish.
You said you were there 11 and 5.
Our kids come to us.
That's what you
We don't
said.
have
Yeah,
anyone
I went at 11 in the morning, and then I went back the next day at a later time. And
the later time was 1 p.m., by the way. But he knows it was at 1 p.m., which was before they started their business. And that's precisely the reason why he doesn't want to say it. So, yeah, even though he is a fucking idiot, at least he's smart enough to not say the fucking time. But Patrick Bet David probably won't ask him what time it was the next day.
what's interesting is when he's out talking and doing this, simultaneously at the exact same time, the Commissioner of Children is saying that that daycare was closed a week ago. I filmed my video, the first one, on December 16th, when it was still operating.
Your first video was shot December 16th. That
December
was
16th.
released December 26th.
Yes.
Okay.
So it wasn't filmed over winter break. It was filmed
10 days before Christmas, 9 days
yes,
before.
and so it was still operating as a business according to the Commissioner of Children.
Got it. And by the way, isn't this the same location that in the first 42-minute show that you did, a neighbor's like, I've never seen kids here.
Yes, a man who's been living there for 8 years.
Can you find that clip? It's very important because, and you can tell that guy is just being...
I think the reason why Patrick Bet-David keeps relying on clips from the YouTube video instead of just like interviewing the guy is because he very quickly realizes that Nick Shirley is incapable of crafting entire sentences. So he's like, come on, find that clip. I can't listen to you anymore.
Straight up, it's like, no, I've never seen anybody here before. I'll find a time for you, Rob, if you want to look for it.
It's timestamped on my YouTube.
Okay.
Just go to
On your YouTube.
Yeah, go to his YouTube channel. So
It's about at the. What do you guys think that's taking place here in Minnesota?
go to 1630.
I don't think any.
Okay.
And but basically, this guy's been living there for 8 years. He's never seen a single child.
Press skip, Rob. To the right. Okay. If you go.
I wonder how Patrick Bet-David has been able to avoid the scrutiny from all the like anti-Brown right wingers. I wonder if it's because he mogs. Maybe he's got the halo effect because he's so sexy. So that's the reason why, like all the people that like hate Vivek and like Dinesh D'Souza and all the other like brown conservatives, they don't really shit on him that much. The podcast is 500K in 7 hours, but these cutout segments aren't that popular. Because he's anti-Iranian. Yeah, but these guys don't think Iranians are. I guess he kind of looks like he could be Italian, you know? But I think the real reason why I always assumed that like the Groybers would hate him is because they would have assumed that he's Israeli. Because Patrick Bet-David is the most Israeli name you can have. Like, it's not even a question. Like, there is not a more Israeli name that you can achieve than Patrick Bet-David. Straight up. So I just always suspected that they would assume he's like, I expected them to say like, oh, he's Jewish, he's Israeli, you know, that's. You know? I guess they're all value attained.
Up, fast forward, or behind?
Forward.
Keep going. This is the lady that thinks you're ice.
Yes. And by the way, they also spelled Leering wrong, and they also spelled Nicolette wrong. Like, these guys were incompetent.
And by the way, okay, right there. Pause it for a second. And by the way, they responded to why the Leering Center. They said the printing company made that mistake. And then Rob asked the question, said, if they made a mistake, why'd you put them in the first place? And then they said they went back and they were going to change it.
For 8 years.
For 8 years. They made the mistake and it was going to get changed. But what happened, Rob?
It was too cold outside for them to come.
For 8 years? What? They just didn't give a shit. I don't understand why it matters. Like, yeah, it gets the job done. It's a fucking, I don't know. I don't even want to defend this one. This is the one that people got mad at me earlier for saying, like, I am a little bit sussed out by that one because, like, there is is it closed or is it not closed type situation going on with the government, you know? But then again, it's utterly irrelevant to whether or not there's children there or, like, the fraud or anything like that. Okay. Let's get to 2025 in 8 minutes. And then after that, we're gonna do New Year's Eve related activities. We're gonna move the fun stuff.
25 was welcomed with a bang.
The golden age of America begins right now.
President Trump is the father of our movement.
Breaking news overnight, the social media app TikTok
went dark.
I want to thank President Trump for his commitment to work with us.
Users are migrating to a different video sharing platform.
Welcome to Red Note.
6 different wildfires.
Bro, low key, that Red Nose shit unironically did so much damage to America's interests in fomenting anti-Chinese hatred. Like, That was so crazy. That was like the opening salvo. And then when speed went to China, it was over. The opening salvo came with like people going to Xiaohongshu and being like, oh my God, these guys live better lives than we do. What the fuck is happening? Because when the lie that you tell about China is like so silly that they're all like peasants living in tofu dreg housing that's falling apart. When you do all that and then people actually see with their own eyes that that's just totally wrong. And not only is it wrong, but they actually literally have a better existence, better mode of existence than the average American. Yeah, people are going to lose their shit. It's like the Soviets getting US TV. A little bit. Like the overall material conditions in China has improved so much. People have like, well, to be fair, the U.S. did lie about Soviet existence as well quite frequently. If you look at like the CIA data, ironically enough, the Soviets were literally better fed and better educated than the average Americans were. But their living standards obviously changed throughout time. And there were restrictions that led to, or there were not restrictions necessarily, but there were just like issues with production and certain kinds of products not being readily available that absolutely played a role in people revolting. Because I am an advocate for treats, as I've talked about before, whether it be the coffee revolt or whether it be just like dumb shit like blue jeans and whatnot. China obviously doesn't have that issue. They literally have the same treats, if not better treats than we do. But yeah, when you show that to Americans, they lose their fucking minds.
In fire-ravaged LA.
It's believed some 12,000 homes and structures have burned to the ground.
Gestures some are comparing to a Nazi salute.
This is an order creating and implementing the Department of Governmental Efficiency, known as DOGE.
One of his targets.
USAID, thousands of...
Nicholas J. Fuentes is literally all performative until the Trump-Vance admin starts massively deporting Somalians. All of the tweeting, complaining, ranting, and investigating doesn't mean shit if Minneapolis still has a Somalian enclave in 2028, which it almost certainly will. Yeah, and then Nick Shirley responds to Nicholas J. Fuentes. I like that Fox News says I'm a, imminent threat. I'm an imminent threat to America. I'm a terrorist. I'm an anti-Semite. Meanwhile, every fucking right-winger is up Nick Fuentes' asshole. God, what an interesting time to be alive in, man. More of that good journalism that we've come to expect from Nick Shirley, by the way.
Staff and contractors were fired.
The president has ordered
to end all federal diversity, equity, and inclusion, or DEI, programs.
Go back to China then. I can't tell if this is a fan or a hater. You know what I mean? Oh, it's where the dog statue in the background go back to China then. Brother, that's not a threat. You understand that, right? Like that's like what are you talking about? What do you mean go back to China then? Yeah, I wish, okay? It's fucking awesome there. What are you talking about? It's like saying go back to Tokyo. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I fucking very much would like to do that. I enjoy being there quite a bit. And I enjoy being in China quite a bit as well. But you're threatening me with a good time. In your mind, you think it's a threat. It's not. If you hate America so much, just go live in China, don't you, dude? Kyle Dent. Now, here's the funny thing. I don't actually fucking hate America, okay? I actually want America to do better for people like yourself, even though you've been timed out. in the Asmongold chat, and that's why you moved over here to start, fucking up things over here. I want you to have health care. I want you to be able to get a better education. That's unironically what I'm fighting for. Of course, the very wealthy have decided that a position such as that one is very dangerous to their profit margins. So they make people like you think that when someone says, hey, maybe we shouldn't spend all this money on unlimited wars overseas, but instead we should spend it on ourselves to make sure that we have proper education, better infrastructure, and free healthcare for every single person unconditionally, they say that's terrorism. You're a terrorist. You're a bad person. You fucking hate America. I love China. Okay. It's, there's obviously issues in China as well, but China was awesome when I visited. I enjoyed it quite a bit. But even when I talk about what I like about China, what I want is for America to have those same things. High-speed rail, things of that nature, right? And that's what's so strange about it. You think it's because, I hate America and I hate America so much, I might as well go live in China. But what you don't realize is, the question is, why don't I leave America? Why don't I actually go live in China? Well, that's because I'm a fucking American. This is my home. Are you getting paid by China to spread the propaganda? First of all, if I was getting paid by the Chinese government to spread propaganda, do you think I would just admit that to you? Like, do you think I would randomly admit that to a Twitch chatter? If I was a secretive state operative for America's #1 foreign adversary, are you that fucking stupid? This is the brilliant mind that watches a Nick Shirley video and thinks, well, that's journalism, baby. And no, I wish, but I'm not. I was a chairman for the UAW temp for 5 years. Well, we know you have a hard time admitting the truth, that's for sure. Wait, you were a chairman for the UAW temp for 5 years? You are a United Auto Workers? I worked for the big three, UAW. I was a temp for 5 years, and it took me 14 years to get the max wage. Record profits equals record contracts to give us our fair share. Stand up for those who sat down. Bring me on. I was chairman for the UAW temp for 5 years and been employed with the company for almost 15 years. Based. Yo, this is the type of shit that makes me into like an unironic Brandon stan. You know, like the unironic Brandon stans on Twitter that will just like say the most heinous shit about working class Americans, specifically union laborers, where they are like, Brandon did everything in his life to fucking fight for the unions, and then they betrayed him. Like, you know how they talk like that on Twitter? That's how I fucking feel when I see stuff like this. You know what I mean? Yo, this shit got me feeling like bad empanada, where like the average American union rank and filer is unironically a labor aristocrat that also must be fought. It got me thinking like fucking, my war is not with the American capitalists. It's with the American working class. You are my enemy. Straight up. I mean, how the fuck are you a part of one of the only solid unions in the goddamn country, led by a brilliant man who I love, okay, and admire? Shouts out to Sean Fain, okay? And you're out here regurgitating some of the dumbest right-wing slopaganda anyone has ever fucking seen. How is that possible? How did you find yourself so duped? I think one of the bigger problems here, by the way, we all know you have a hard time admitting the truth, that's for sure. Yeah, like all the fucking advocacy work that I do alongside wonderful UAW leadership, for the record. Me being a fucking liar in that regard too. You know how it is. Anyway. Explain to me how you arrived at this worldview. How does this happen? Have you met an auto worker? I have. Yes, I know. We don't claim you, we flame you, my man. You do know I know a lot of people in the UAW, right? Both rank and filers, but also people in the leadership. Like, this is the one area, this is unironically the one area where, like, I do put a lot of fucking effort and work out there. You know, maybe you can fucking take the boot out of your asshole for a brief moment. It might be interfering with the fucking synapses up here. The fuck? That's crazy. Is that a threat or something? What? No, you fucking dingus. No, I would never. First of all, no, you're, goddamn it, you're so stupid. No, my point was, you're saying we don't actually fucking claim you. We make fun of you all the time. I'm like, I don't think that's the case. I'm responding to the initial claim that you made. Why we don't claim you, we flame you, my man, is what you said. So I was retorting to that. What? Why would I ever do that? Oh my God. God, you were such a big baby. What does, you know what I mean? I know a lot of higher. No, I didn't. I also said rank and filers too. You're so fucking stupid. You just want, God damn it. You're such a reactionary fucking moron. Jesus Christ. Every American union needs to do actual labor education. It's so fucking crazy. Your reading comprehension is in the dust. Thank God for your fucking labor union. Because if it wasn't for the UAW, you'd be probably dead in a fucking ditch somewhere. Holy shit. Jesus Christ. Bootlicking dumb fuck. Anyway, let's get back to 2025 and
Elon Musk bids farewell to the White House today.
Doge is done.
Bros just fighting against his own chat.
Jeffrey Epstein files were released last night. Many of the documents were heavily redacted.
Houthi PC small group.
They were running a war plan on a messaging app and didn't even know who was invited into the conversation.
Houthis is short for who these idiots running our government?
The deadliest plane crash in more than 2 decades in the U.S.
Claimed the lives of over 24 athletes, coaches, and family members.
We cannot just let this break us.
Turn now to the Super Bowl halftime show. Kendrick Lamar will be the first solo hip-hop artist to headline.
Gaga set the world record
for the highest attended concert by a female artist.
2.5 million fans attended it.
Puerto Rican superstar.
I can't get over this, bro. I literally, the guy who was like, yo, please have me on. I'm a fucking UAW guy, has turned into a Trump hog. How is that possible? I can't get over it. I cannot get over it. Hasan, why are you a terrorist supporting streamer? I hate Israel, okay? I hate Israel. I do not support terrorism. I can't get over it. How the fuck? No, I'm serious. Guy goes from like, oh, dude, UAW contract negotiations are happening right now. Have me on. We got to talk about it. To like just a fucking Adolf Hogler over like, what, 2 years with a president that didn't do shit for you. How is that possible? Where the fuck's the username? What was the other guy's username? What was it? I have to look at it. Look, for the record, you being a fucking dumb fuck right-winger does not change this reality. Obviously, something I constantly mention is it's not about, you know, being right-wing or left-wing. It doesn't even matter, right? You can keep making memes about like how I shock my dog or whatever. I don't really give a shit about that. But I am genuinely confused, genuinely shocked, if you will, about how someone becomes like so right-wing. Even after, like, this is something I genuinely want to understand. Like, how the fuck does a UAW guy turn into this much of a goddamn hog? How is that possible? Can you explain that to me, please? Instead of fucking crying like a pathetic bitch, by the way, implying that I was, like, trying to threaten you or something. How'd that happen? It's because you respond? No. Wait, he's right. Come back to China. What up, Eric? Bro makes AI edits on TikTok. I mean, whatever. He's. Oh my God. I guess people join unions for their own interests rather than collective interests. No, of course, right-wingers join unions because they want to have ownership over the fucking surplus labor value that they're generating. And there's no other way to do it. And he understands that. Look, record profits equals record contracts, give us our fair share. So, like, fundamentally, he understands this concept. I just don't understand how it doesn't extend to anything else, right? It just doesn't make any sense. Like, how? Like, you do understand it, unless you're just, like, repeating a slogan that you didn't fucking, that you didn't really internalize. So close to tweaking? What do you mean? You know, if you keep debating children, people will start questioning how competent you really are. I mean, this is not a child. This is actually an adult. Straightforward. Most union laborers are hogs, not socialists, especially since Citizens United pulled labor out of political speech and boosted corporate personhood. They don't see unions as leftists. I learned that the hard way in New York City DSA labor working group. No, I know that. I know a lot of the fucking rank and filers are hogs. I just don't. I don't know how. Look, you can be a hog, but you can understand self-interest, okay? And at least if you're in a fucking union, you do understand that self-interest. You understand your class position better than the average person because you're a part of a collective, okay? You're engaging in collective bargaining. You are stopping and withholding your labor power in an effort to get what you deserve, right? That action in of itself puts you simply at a much better understanding of collective action. How does that not extend to anything else? I guess a lot of people do genuinely just say the words without really understanding what it means. Like when people say like, oh, united we bargain, divided we beg, they just kind of repeat it. They don't really understand what that means. They don't understand the importance of collective action and showing solidarity in general. Or when unions say like, oh, we don't cross picket lines around these parts, right? Like, what do you think that means? Have you ever thought about that? Or is it just something that you're parroting that you heard from other people in your union ahead of you? You know? It just doesn't make any fucking sense to me how you kind of understand these perspectives, but then you also don't extend it to anybody else. You don't extend it to anybody else at all. Also, the other side of it is that, like, you know, UAW's got hella fucking diversity in it too. He's most likely a 10-7 leaver. Look at the timing. I don't think any fucking union guy at the UAW is that invested in Israel, brother. I'm not even asking about that. I'm just asking like how you lack class consciousness while simultaneously having more class consciousness than the average person in America, given your position in a labor union. Whatever. What are you going to do?
Our Bad Bunny making history with his first ever residency.
Bad Bunny said you were lit.
Everybody was feeling it.
And the Oscar goes to
Long Live Independent Film.
Sinners is topping the box office charts.
Have a wonderful last day.
A man charging at Ariana Grande as she walked a red carpet.
K-pop Demon Hunters, the movie, Netflix's most streamed movie of all time.
Wow.
People waiting on long lines for hours.
Trump telling Zelensky in a meeting,
you're gambling with World War III.
America's
just really scary right now.
Hilmar Abrego Garcia was deported to El Salvador, an administrative error.
Sending National Guard troops into Washington.
Rallies across the country opposing President Trump's agenda.
As part of Saturday's No Kings protest. Gen Z protests erupting in pockets around the globe.
We are the movement!
Nepal has been upended by a youth quake.
At least 22 killed in anti-government protests.
Dude, I'm in the highest paying sheet metal union in the nation. All my coworkers are right wing. My city has 70% market share. I really do think that there's just no labor education in unions. That's what it is. I mean, look, I'm on the outside. I'm not going to fucking tell people what to do. But I genuinely think that that is a big part of this. There's just none whatsoever. There can't be any whatsoever, because if there was, I think people would probably not behave this way. There's also a lot of like hatred against the Democratic Party, political polarization, and I guess like Democrats not giving big gains. Democrats bringing up major gains for labor unions in a while. But like, even then, if you're fucking UAW, how do you not vote for Joe Biden? Like, dude, I don't think you give a fuck about Israel. You know what I mean? Or Palestine at all. You're some guy. You're a guy working in a fucking car manufacturing plant, and Joe Biden literally walked alongside you on that fucking picket line and stood next to your union leadership. And gave big ups to the fucking rank and file. That's a historic moment for American labor unions. And you still turned around and voted for Donald Trump. Like, I despise Joe Biden in spite of that, because I at least have the capacity to look at all the other shit that he did, right? Especially in terms of, Gaza and all the death and destruction. If you don't care about that, why the fuck wouldn't you dick ride Joe Biden into fucking oblivion? You know? Like, how do you turn on that guy and you still go and vote for Donald Trump, who is notorious as a bad business owner and has like gotten into legal trouble with like every single contractor that he's worked with, notoriously anti-union? How the fuck is that possible? Less than 10% are in unions. It's pretty easy to do the math. I know, but I'm saying, like, even if you're a part of the 10% of the organized, the only organized labor class in this country, and you still, as a rank and filer, will turn around and vote for Donald Trump, you have a brain issue. I don't know, man. That shit makes me so sad. Like, I've been kind of depressed, like, with the reaction to the Nick Shirley video. And then, cause like, people are so receptive to this slop, and it shows me that, like, we're not going to make it. We're just never getting healthcare. It's never happening. We're never getting healthcare. Americans are just going to keep going, no. It is a real black pilling moment. I mean, I'll keep fighting for it, but goddamn. And then motherfuckers will turn around and be like, you actually hate America. Bitch, if I hated America, I'd be living in China. The fuck do you mean? God damn. Fucking Happy New Year's, everybody.
On the streets of Madagascar.
Growing questions about what caused that catastrophic ship crash into the Brooklyn Bridge.
Astronauts Sonny Williams and Butch Wilmore are back on Earth.
Take us space! Woo!
I feel super connected to love.
Free for the win and goal!
Last night in Game 7 of the NBA Finals, he tore his Achilles.
The NBA champion resides in Oklahoma City. Coco has conquered the clay.
The Los Angeles Dodgers now celebrating back-to-back World Series titles.
Terry Rozier and Chauncey Billups have been arrested.
This is an illegal gambling operation and sports rigging operation that spanned the course of years.
Congress. I disagree. This is overhyped. I think a better world is not only possible, but inevitable. Bro, it gets hard. it gets hard to feel that way from where I'm standing, okay? It gets so hard sometimes, dude. I mean, look around, man. Americans, like, dude, the funniest thing is when an American who is right-wing will tell me, like, oh, you fucking hate this country. It's like, brother, if I hated this country, I would vote Republican every election, okay? Straight up. If I hated this country, I'm rich enough, I could just leave, okay? I could go live somewhere else, right? Whether it be China or elsewhere, doesn't matter. That's number one. Number two, if I really wanted to, like, destroy this country from within, I would be advocating for the Republican Party every day of the fucking week, okay? Every day of the week. If I was a terrorist, I would be going, I love the Republican Party. You should hate your neighbors. You should hate black and brown people. They're scary. I would be destroying the social fabric. Because that's what Republicans do. And then they have the audacity to turn around and be like, oh, you who want to actually fucking bring healthcare to me and everyone else, you actually hate America. You who say, oh, don't spend all of this money on fucking warfare overseas, destroying the generation that will come after this one, only so they can also go back to the same fucking shit-ass job market with the rest of us after, you know, getting their college education paid for and they get a fucking comms degree. You hate America because you don't want that system to continue. It is actually I who loves America who thinks we need to fucking cut the already crippled welfare state and refuse to fucking pay for infrastructure. Yeah, if I hated America, I would vote for the terrorists, okay? That's why, as the chatter reminded me yesterday, one of my oldest fucking quotes that is one of the most vindicated of all time, Al-Qaeda has nothing on the Republican Party. Osama bin Laden wishes he could have a fraction of the destructive anti-American power that the average Republican politician has. Okay? That's it. Straight up. These motherfuckers are robbing you blind every day of the week and giving the benefits back to the fucking wealthiest people. And you're over here talking about Somalis or Guatemalans or fucking undocumented migrants. You're so duped. You're so stupid. You're so blind. You're so easily malleable. You're so persuadable. Trans people. You know? Immigrants. Yeah, dude, they're destroying the country. Totally. And not the rich guy telling you that they're destroying the country, who's basically robbing you fucking blind. It's the easiest trick, too. It's the oldest fucking trick in the book. Richest man in the world is getting his talking points from this. That is what is needed to stop the fraud. Yeah, richest billionaire on the fucking planet agreeing with the right-wing sentiment. This should be a wake-up call for anyone that works a real job that has been hounded by an asshole fucking boss. This is the boss of all bosses, okay? And he firmly and unconditionally agrees with the sentiment that it is actually the Somalis that are robbing you blind and not people like Elon Musk. How is that not a wake-up call for you? Because if you can't fucking comprehend it at that point, and if you actually hear him say those words and you go, oh, he's just like me for real, actually, it turns out he's pretty dope, then you're a fucking loser. You're an idiot. And you kind of deserve the conditions that you exist in. You don't think they're robbing the system? You think all Somalis are robbing the system? They both are? Brother, even the collective number that they've offered in terms of the welfare fraud that they investigated and found is literally nothing. It's pennies in terms of how much subsidies Elon Musk takes. Elon Musk literally got into Doge, wasn't even elected, mind you, was appointed to a position to fire tens of thousands of federal workers. Union jobs, by the way. What the fuck do you mean, the Somalis? It's obviously a fucking distraction. That's what I don't understand. You got people working day in, day out. You got nurses busting their asses. You got teachers that have to do fucking Uber at the end of the night. okay, in order to make sure they can buy a Lego toy set for their children when Christmas comes around. You got the president running around saying, you get one less doll this year. It's not a big deal. Why? Because we did the tariffs and it's going to liberate the economy. Everything's getting worse. All these fucking rich assholes are running around consistently telling you it's not them. It's not people like Elon Musk. It's not people like Donald Trump. It's not their wealthy fucking asshole friends who are in the White House day in, day out. It's not Larry Ellison, David Ellison, people that own every single thing from the media down to every single industry. And they're openly telling you, ha, it's the migrants. And you fall for it every fucking time. How do you fall for it every time? It's the ultimate sucker position. You're a mark. You're a rube. It sucks to hear this, but you really, really are easily manipulated. And it's those who always think they're free thinkers, those who always think that they're not as easily manipulated, that unironically get manipulated by people like this. It's crazy. Yeah, Elon Musk, net worth before Doge, 400 billion. Net worth after Doge, 749 billion. All it took was 1 year, baby. And in the process, he fired tens of thousands of people. He had complete control over every regulatory agency. Virtually every single regulatory agency was actually investigating him, by the way. They all dropped their suits. Yeah, even if every Somali American who draws breath within the U.S. used every ounce of power and influence they had to intentionally scam and steal, they couldn't approach 1% of the impact that billionaires have in ruining the lives of the American working class. It's literally the "this immigrant wants your cookie" meme over and over again. And the number of cookies that is behind Rupert Murdoch in this immigrant wants your cookie meme has grown exponentially, and motherfuckers still fall for it. Yeah. Like, look at this. Breaking. Forbes releases 2025 billionaires list. Like, how do you not see what is happening here? How do you not see that? The irony is, if Somali daycare owners actually made $257 billion off of their fraud, you'd be sucking their cocks, okay? Because you love sucking billionaire cock at the end of the day, okay? You do. You do. You love sucking billionaire boot and you love sucking billionaire cock. And if all the number 2, number 3, and number 4, if all the number 2, number 3, and number 4 highest earners in this country were scamming Somali daycare owners, you'd be sucking their cock, okay? You'd be talking about how wonderful and how cool it is that they worked so hard because you're a fucking dick rider to billionaires. All it takes for the average American to immediately immediately fall in love with a billionaire is to go on the Joe Rogan Experience one time and be like, "Oh, I'm just like you. I also fucking hate immigrants. They're weird. Also, I'm an immigrant from Africa, but don't look at that. I'm white, so it's fine. And yeah, those are the real scamming immigrants from Africa, from the African continent, not me. Guy who is literally worth $749 billion and gets tens of billions of dollars in subsidies from the American government every fucking year. Ah! Fuck, man.
You have to make the punishment infinitely worse than the crime. And I'm talking about deporting the entire family, denaturalizing the entire family, sending the entire group of them back to Somalia. That's what needs to happen. And anybody complicit and anybody involved in this scam, And until we have a candidate and a person that's willing to do that, then I'm not really interested in voting, if you want me to be honest. I'm really not interested in voting, because why is it that I'm going to vote for a slow rot of my country whenever the solution is so obvious? You can't flip the switch? Yeah, you can. You can easily flip the switch. You just do it. If J.D. Vance does not push for treason with capital punishment against Tim Walz, do not vote for him. If Trump does not deliver that.
Wait, what? Capital punishment? J.D. Vance must kill Tim Walz, or else I will not vote for him. Oh, man.
Do not vote for him.
This is your Rick Scott take, but in a pussy way? Yeah. Yeah, no, 100%.
If Trump...
Yeah, good thing he's not talking about an actual scammer, but simply a suspected scammer. Just a reminder that good people like you. What is this?
The fact that he is so, the other top streamers around him politically are like all conservative.
Yeah.
He is truly.
Oh, this is the old, he posted this an hour ago.
Like a sin eater for the world. Just like, I'm just looking at like, he is like the ones who lift weights in Omelas. He is like fucking.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah, no, we've cursed him to sit in that room. Sit in that little room of his and watch MSNBC all day long, 10 hours a day. He makes 150 grand every time he does it, but he cannot leave his little room.
Yeah, what is he doing with the 150 grand? He's got to be in front of the computer for 8 hours again tomorrow.
The rest of the house is empty.
Grabbing kids on the way to the manosphere alt-right pipeline and shunting them off into the left. Like, no, get back.
I think this is the other side of the equation, which is that like right-wingers understand the importance of mouthpieces and propaganda, like even down to the dumbest guy, which is part of the reason why they praise Asmongold in the same way that Brendan Lee Mulligan's praising me here, where it's just like, he's not doing anything with the money. He's just still fucking working every goddamn day. Right-wingers see that. That's why they love Asmongold, where they're like, oh, he's just, he's not doing shit. He's not doing shit. It's not like he's fucking, dominating entire industries with that or anything like that. He's just still doing this thing every single day. Meanwhile, people on the left, on the other hand, they are like, oh, yeah, you're right. Fuck that guy. Fuck him. There's no value to someone doing this. Fuck him. I hope he kills himself. I hate him. He's a leftist but successful. He fucking means he's bad.
Oh, the coverage of him is so funny, where it's just like all of these reporters are going and like, can this one jacked man in this little room change politics? Is this the new, like, no, this is just one guy who's trapped in behind a camera.
I don't know how he doesn't freak the fuck out at mainstream reporters being like, this one man stand against the forces of reactionary conservatism. And the fact that he doesn't go, help!
Somebody else do this.
Hasan Piker, the fact that he is so, the other top streamers around him politically are like all conservative.
Yeah.
He is truly like a sin eater for.
I do freak out. And I do say help all the time, by the way. All the time. And of course, as immediately on notice, this has been up for an hour. I swear to God, bro, there has to be like a group out there where it's like instantly there are I think people out there that just like, my haters are not normal. Like, they will, like, I didn't even know that this video was posted an hour ago, but instantly they're like, there's a bat signal or something. They are definitely bots. I've seen replies in seconds that have like 30 likes within seconds. I mean, I don't think all of them are bots. I think there's like real humans there. I don't think that account is a bot. Yeah. Long Comics Book Club. If Hasan Piker is the best that the left has to offer, the male models were already lost. The man has more controversy than buttons on a shock collar remote. I bet the rest of the Critical Role like you too. No, most content creators that aren't like outwardly fucking right wing, but are, you know, usually silent, are they have pretty good politics, and they're, you know, many of them spend their time in here and shit. Like, it's not. I know that. But it is crazy. And what's also crazy is, like, if there was a equivalent situation where someone was like talking about XCC, it wouldn't drive this much discourse. Like random content creators, like if a random content creator like I don't know, Ron or something, Stable Ronaldo does a collab with XCC, ain't nobody's talking about like how he fucking promoted Donald Trump or does like gambling streams or anything like that, or Speed, any number of these people. But if there's a video of me with Ron, every single comment will be like, I'm so disappointed in you. I can't believe it. They all become like little SJWs all of a sudden. Wait, what is this? You didn't know? All your ops has this on their Discord servers. All they do is key in Hasan Piker on your social media handles. Wait, what the fuck is this? News.gg server count? What does this mean? All your ops have this on their Discord servers. All they have to do is key in Hasan Piker or your social media handles. It's just a Discord app. You don't know how RSS feeds work? No, because I'm a fucking 34-year-old adult that doesn't spend that much time on the internet, ironically enough. It's just a Discord app. It just listens for your name and adds everyone. It's like a live now bot. Oh. It's how people lolcow. Oh, that's how they do it. It's crazy because like it still doesn't. You legit didn't know they also log and mirror all the messages in this chat in their Discords? No, I know that. I know that. But like what I don't understand is why they still do it, because it still doesn't work. You know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, most adults have the capacity to go, yeah, I think this is weird. Like what these guys are doing is like weird freak shit. You know, I don't get it. Stockman and the gang, they hate you. They're never going to let up. I know, but like, it's all just sentiment manipulation. But even then, it doesn't fucking work, you know? I think the goal is more so to piss you off or make you insane all the time. Again, it doesn't work. I live a pretty good life, you know? The question I have is, especially in this year, as the year 2025 is turning and 2026 is around the corner. The question I have for people that engage in this kind of stuff is like, when you look back at the end of your life, are you going to say, I didn't fucking do enough bot posting to try and ruin Hasan Piker's image on the internet? Like, will that be in your final moments? Will you go, I wish I spent more time in Discord servers cyber stalking my least favorite Twitch streamer? I don't get it. Like, that's crazy. Like, this is a fucking... Yep. What? Hasan praises terrorism and gave Bernie Sanders a U-train? Really losing respect for Brennan. Should praise the more effective, realistic political commentator Destiny. This is just ignorant. Hasan literally does nothing to fight against conservatives, though. He just acts like a super capitalist without actually doing anything besides making the left look absolutely insane. Do you believe that these people will make it past 40? Majority of them are one step away from just ending themselves. I don't know. Probably. The problem is everyone needs community desperately, and these dweebs got it from stalking you. Their community is what keeps them going. Do you understand? You're talking about Drew Pavlov and Dan Stalkman. They're insane that you can't reason with these people. Yeah, I get why they're insane, but they're singular figures. If you're like a random person, what kind of satisfaction are you getting out of this? You know what I mean? If you're like a regular ass dude, this can't be all that satisfying, right? That's it. That's all it is. Like, if I went away one day, if I just said, you know what, fuck it, I'm not doing this no more. I made enough money. I give up. I can't do it. All this stuff. And I just fucked off and left the internet. I'm sure you would celebrate for a little bit if this is what you're doing, right? If this is like your main ambition. But how fucking sad would your life be like the next day? You know? You'd have nothing. You'd have to find someone else. You'd have to find someone else to go after. It's just very strange. Alex Jones, here we come. Anyway. Also, I don't think you'd be giving up if you wanted to go live a chill life. I think a lot of us have to understand that, by the way. No, I'm not doing that anytime soon. Let's be real. Any mention of your name gets flagged is super easy. Yeah, I didn't realize it was like that. I always wonder because, like, from my perspective, I've talked to other content creators. When they see that, they don't think, oh, wow, you're a bad person. They think, oh, wow, you have insane stalkers. Because content creators understand what stalkers are. Just like members of the media understand what stalkers are. So a lot of these guys think they're being slick when they go, hey, I'm a big fan of you, but actually this is really fucked up that you did that. They don't actually read it as a sincere comment. They read it as you being a fucking weirdo. And I don't know how to explain it to people because they'll never hear me say this. Like, they'll never understand. When I say this, right, they think, oh, Hasan is just simply lying. Actually, we have a lot of impact. Has it not shocked you at all, even a little bit, that you've had no impact whatsoever? No, dog. Most people fucking see the comments on the internet. They know how fucked up the internet is. They just look at that and go, wow, this is incredibly weird fucking behavior. They don't go, wow, this guy's actually a weirdo. This guy's a real weirdo. What? I can't believe it. This guy that I've known, or this guy that I've like developed my opinion on as an independent adult, partially because of his political perspective, shit like the trash taste back down make them think they're winning. Yeah. Anyway, I'm not even going to get into that. But once again, that's another point where, like, people know what they do in their output, what they say outwardly, does not actually correspond to what they think privately. Okay? Content creators know. Sometimes they just want to, you know, throw off the scent a little bit because they don't want to be fucking harassed. And maybe they're being a little cowardly at times to do that. But it is what it is. It's just a part of the fucking game. What breaks the camel's back for you? Is there a breaking point to quit the job for you? I don't think you guys understand. What hurts my feelings is not random fucking dickheads on the internet. What hurts my feelings is when I see an entire fucking industry, a space that I occupy, dominated by some of the worst, most hateful fucking takes. People without any care or consideration for others, running around talking shit about trans people, talking shit about immigrants, talking shit about black and brown people, and in the most careless ways possible, specifically so they can fucking grift. And then their fan base that actually also leans into it because they think that's the cool thing. Because most of the expressions of politics are, especially online, are often insincere. That's what actually fucking hurts my feelings. That's what kills my soul. When I see people who advocate against their class interest, when I see people that have spent a good deal of time in here that turn around and go, you know what, actually, I'm reactionary now. I'm right wing now. That's the type of shit that hurts my feelings. That's what actually makes me feel like I'm not doing a good enough job. It's never people being like, I hate you, dog. You shocked your dog, or whatever the fuck they've made up and keep spamming over and over again long after the meme has like been dusted off, you know? What? What is this? The recent controversy is a troll account that claimed you wore Israeli shoes and a certain community wasted their entire afternoon trying to verify a troll post. Scroll up already has been discussed. This can't be it. It has a metal buckle with a side tilt. Oh, nice catch. They're pretty popular here, so I'm guessing Burks. So does anyone have a link for the not one? You either find an exact match or no match at all, kids. So we're doing some shoe comparison analysis today. I see. Keep up the important work, everyone. Loner Unbox. Lonerbox, never tell me to do a Asmongo clip. All those clips get downvoted as fuck compared to Hasan. You know, people who use that against you after saying it multiple times, they act like a fake fan. Yeah, no, I don't even care about that. I don't know. I just wish all these guys would, use their time and energy on something a little bit more productive, whether it be like trying to, I don't know, advocate for Democrats or something. I don't know. Or reading a book. The one upside is that most of them are too insane to actually effectively change people's mind. 90% of your haters in any comment section will just see like, everybody hates Hasan, Diddy, Epstein, Piker, the terrorist lover who hates America, so the average person just thinks they're fucking insane. I know. Because they are, though. That's the problem. They are fucking insane. That's an insane thing to say.
Passed the one big, beautiful bill to make America great again.
Meanwhile, regardless of your fucking hatred for me or whatever, the world is still dog shit and only getting worse.
Signing the bill, the one big beautiful bill.
This is Cheesecake Factory menu, Howard. This is for the lunch and after, okay? I'm getting bang bang tacos. Give me this.
Markets plunging.
Hollywood is remembering Val Kilmer.
Legendary singer Ozzy Osbourne has died.
Gene Hackman and his wife and dog found dead in their home in Santa Fe, New Mexico.
Diane Keaton has died in California.
Hollywood director Rob Reiner and his wife Michelle are found dead in an apparent homicide.
Pope Francis has died.
Just a day after meeting with J.D. Vance.
think we can say this is white smoke, and they have selected a pope.
Leonem decimum quartum.
This is stunning. It is an American Monsignor.
City's twinning Casper Keynes.
I think her ad is fantastic.
6'7" is dictionary.com's word of the year.
6'7".
The CDC's advisory panel was completely overhauled by Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
New numbers show the measles virus spreading like wildfire.
Acetaminophen.
An earthquake caused devastation in Mandalay and other cities.
This is why I said if I hated America, I'd vote Republican every fucking election and would tell everyone to do the same. Okay? This is it. This is the best example. I mean, RFK Jr. alone, he's bringing biblical style plagues to the United States of America.
A nighttime tornado in Arkansas Friday night. That was an EF4 tornado that caused a lot of damage in Diaz.
The catastrophic flooding killing at least 104 people in 6 counties.
I just remember holding him so he would get swept in the flood.
North Korea's leader Kim Jong-un has arrived in Beijing.
As the Chinese President Xi Jinping is showing off his country's arsenal and military might to the world.
It's called Deep Seek.
NVIDIA
Down big. President Trump
just gave NVIDIA and AMD the green light to sell chips to China.
Hamas and Israel have reached a ceasefire.
In Rafah,
At least 31 Palestinians have been killed.
Those who are supposed to represent us are betraying all oppressed peoples of the world.
Famine has been declared in Gaza.
The Gaza famine. The first images of those 20 Israeli hostages turned over.
Chaos and horror on a college campus.
Charlie Kirk was shot.
The alleged killer of Charlie Kirk reportedly confessing to the assassination.
Jimmy Kimmel Live.
Will be off the air, quote, indefinitely.
I absolutely have the right to
Free speech.
free speech.
It's so important to have a free press.
Yo, the Jimmy Kimmel shit literally ended Charlie Kirk, by the way. Look, Axios did a data chart on height, like search interest in a given topic, indexed to 100. Okay? Obviously, the popping thing was the Palisades fire. Then Donald Trump said around the same time that he was going to annex and invade Greenland. And then the inauguration blew up, and Elon Musk blew up alongside the inauguration. And the interest in Elon Musk continued because he was at the inauguration, did the double Sig Heil, but then also did Doge, right? And it peaked here when the Doge stuff ended. Meanwhile, DEI was explosive in the beginning as well. DC plane crash was also big because of the Ronald Reagan thing. The Ronald Reagan airport crash. Hold on, I'll zoom in a little bit so you guys can see it. RFK Jr. interest waned a little bit after the beginning in his appointment. Gaza continued peaking, but now it's actually going down, right? It's going down after the so-called ceasefire. That was the whole point. Doge really blew up. Destroyed the government and then kind of went away. Zelensky at his peak in the beginning when he came to America and had that crazy back and forth where J.D. Vance came in and said, "Will you say thank you?" Otto Penn has peaked from, I mean, not peaked, but like had his little moment from time to time. Tariffs really blew up. People still searching for it. Signalgate was huge. Pope Leo, Real ID, Golden Dome, Biden cancer, Kilmar Brega Garcia was in and out of the news. That was a pivotal, that was, I think, a turning point for the way people started looking at immigration too. That was a big fuck up. And then you had the ICE, you had discontent against ICE. That never fully went away as well. But, you know, the LA riots or, you know, the LA protests, that was another turning point, I think, for a lot of Americans. You had Israel, Iran. Labubu was basically the most poppin' thing outside of inflation this past year. Okay, everybody was constantly searching what a Labubu is. Another testament to Chinese dominance. One big beautiful bill passed, massive tax cuts. One big massive tax cut for the super wealthy. Alligator Alcatraz was memed about terrifying. Can't mystic the flooding that took place. Jeffrey Epstein was in and out. He's back to popping off. Coldplay, ironically enough, that was like such a normie focused story. Only streamers who are afraid of getting mogged avoid clicking this link. These fucking cats have Marty Supreme jackets and I don't. What does that say? Where was it? Yeah. Coldplay was like the biggest normie story of all time. Obviously, everybody loved that shit. All the normies loved that shit. All the boomers loved that shit. It was a coworker story. Don't know why Jeff Bezos was so relevant here. What the fuck did he do? Am I forgetting something? Is it because of the marriage? The wedding? That's how much he popped off? Oh, because he went to space and he got married. Well, not went to space, but his wife went to space. Jerome Powell. Sydney Sweeney had her little peak moment with the My Jeans situation. Inflation obviously was the most poppin' thing, most consistently Googled. Redistricting was asked about. I guess Taco Trump, maybe? Is that what it is? K-pop Demon Hunters banged as well. Taylor Swift engaged. Had a big moment, when we were moving into September, August to September. Cracker Barrel had a big moment as well, the revamp of the branding, which was so stupid. And then, boom, Charlie Kirk assassination. Now, the reason why this is actually very interesting is because look at how little people were Googling Charlie Kirk. And then he peaked, and then it's over. And why was it over? Because they went so fucking heavy-handed. They went so heavy-handed with the Charlie Kirk reverence that they went after Jimmy Kimmel. And while Jimmy Kimmel is like an inoffensive liberal, it pissed off a lot of fucking people. And now we are Charlie Kirk. We're all Charlie Kirk. Bad Bunny popping off throughout the year. Obviously, this was around, I think, like when they announced that Bad Bunny is going to be the person who sings, right, at the Super Bowl this year. No King's protest. We were there. East Wing seemingly was a huge deal for a lot of normies. Lure Vice, 6-7. Snap. A lot of people Googling Snap when they were trying to cut Snap during the shutdown. Zoran Mamdani, obviously. Government shutdown. AI bubble. Marjorie Taylor Greene, and then the Brown University shooting. And you are here now. And now the thing people are talking about is, I guess now the thing people are talking about is the Somali fraud. That was the year. was a pretty shitty year overall. But here, a chatter has made my year-end goals. And I'm going to see which one, like they turned this into like an easy clickable adventure, basically. As far as my fitness goals, I had midterm, maintain less than 15% body fat, which I got. Long-term, put on more muscle mass, which I technically did get. Be able to bench press 225 15 times. I was not able to do that. Deadlifts, be able to 1 rep max 555. I was able to do that. But again, all of this stuff I got in the middle of the year and then I lost. So I don't even know if I'm supposed to be clicking on these. Squats 315 for 12. Yes. Bench press, be able to do 225 15 times. No. Never able to get that. Increase vert basketball. Did not happen. Become more explosive. Became too explosive. Dunk consistently in a game. Did not happen. Focus on recovery, strengthening lower body, avoid injuries. Clearly did not happen. Do a combat sport on stream. Well, I guess that did happen. I did play sumo. Dancing lessons with other content creators. I did do that, but not frequently, but I have done that. DreamCon. Yes. These were the content goals. Yeah, I did Wing Chun. I did sumo. I did do combat sports. I did smile more in China. I did lean into clip farming, but not as best as I would like to. I did not learn how to ride a motorcycle. I did not do more fun content on the second channel. Was I more in tune with viral things happening? TikTok? Not really. I did do dating games. I did do scary games. I did not do more gaming, and I did not finish the Elden Ring DLC. But I did do dating games, and I did do, well, I didn't do scary games. I'm not even going to click on that. Fuck you guys. You're right. I love that you're so unbothered by your goals. Yeah, I mean, these are a shit ton of goals. Every year I set goals for myself, and every year I don't achieve many of them. More TikTok exclusive content, unless it's banned, it won't be banned. Okay, well, it didn't happen, but I didn't do really a lot of TikTok content. More community content. Okay, buddy, 2 times a month, Chat Vice Monthly, P.O. Box, dating profile review. Didn't do any of that shit except for Chad Vice, and it wasn't 2 times a month. But I did do more Chad Vice this year. I did not look at Okay Buddy once this year. How crazy. You know what? We're going to roll that into 2026. How about that? More b-ball content, fixed shot with lethal shooter. I did do more basketball content, but I did not do any of the, the lethal shooter one. What is this? Unk squat. Check this out.
Will it be weird if we pull up with a giant crowd in the camera?
Yeah, so we can just order all on one phone and they'll just make them right now and we can go in and pick them up.
Okay, let's do that.
Look at how long and thin that cigarette.
Wait, you have a lighter?
Squat. Give us an Asian squat.
Do you have a lighter? I think I'll smoke that.
Oh, okay. Oh, here. Oh my. Yo. Now hand one to the camera. Will, hand one to the camera.
God, those streams are so dope, dude. Holy fuck. Oh my God, bring me back. That's why whenever someone says like, bro, why don't you go to China if you love it so much? I'm like, oh my God, I fucking wish, dude. I fucking wish. God, that shit was so dope. You did the Asian squat so perfectly. You are a white Chinese. I agree. I don't know why I'm going over these goals again. I had done it already, but I guess it's the end of the year, so we might as well do it again. But yeah, more b-ball content. I did do more basketball content, but I did not actually fix my shot with lethal shooter. Focus on more fun React content, more collabs, reshape community to have more diverse fun tent. Bring back TV show React Meta. Didn't do that. Get at least one high profile interview that seems insane. Definitely did that. Swim with the fishes to defeat your fears. Cooking streams with Cutie, no. Cosplay with Emeroot, no. Travel stream with Nick Pollum, no. Maya Zoo review plus Stavi, no. Jeff Nippard, no. Squeezy, we did. Nothing with Queso. More feared and shared experiences, we did do that. 2 out of 8. Travel goals, Japan, Japanuary, yes. China, yes. Thailand, no. France, twice. Vietnam, no. Korea, no. Canada, no. 3 out of 7. Kaya goals, take Kaya to experience snow for the first time. Didn't do that. Kaya's second birthday, did not. We didn't do a birthday party for Kaya for her second birthday, right? Nope. And didn't do any of the Kaya goals. I am truly abusive. 0 out of 3. I am actually this right. I admit it. I was abusive to Kaya this entire year. Take more time off streaming. Did not happen. Well, let's take a look. Actually, now that we're nearing the end of well, it's literally the last possible time we can do this in 2025. Let's go to Sully Gnome. Let's find HasanAbi. And let's take a look. 365 days, right? Boom. So average viewership shot up in the last 365 days. Hours watched went up. Followers gained went down. I gained 32% less followers this year, and my peak viewership went down as well. Obviously, the reason for my peak viewership going down is because last year we had my career peak, which was the election, right? He hates us. Oh my God. Wait, what do you mean? Why? We have the stats in the year in. Oh, really? Well, I was going to take a look at like whether or not I actually, in comparison to last year, hours streamed went down 7.4%. So I did take more time off. There you go. I will be checking that box. Self-care 1 time a month. I did definitely do that. I took Sundays off. Get less angry at chatters. Less focus on bait unless it's funny. Definitely didn't do that. No more cursing. Lamau. Hire PA. Sure. Get a new car. Generate more positive vibes. Have people be more charitable to you. PR year continues. Okay. 4 out of 8. Next year, we're going to be able to do the New Year's prediction via Kalshi. Oh, shut up. Oh, here are the predictions. Grand Theft Auto 6 is delayed. Marvel Rivals meta, dead meta. Click. Trump gets Bibi to secure hostage where North Gaza is permanently annexed only to re-up and rearm Israel as it increases hostilities in the West Bank to perma-annex the West Bank. Check. Aggressive prosecution in direct violation of the First Amendment over pro-Palestinian sentiment. Worse than even Brandon. Check. Mamala writes her book. It sucks. Everyone makes fun of her. Career over. Check. I know last time I said Marvel Rivals meta dead, everybody got mad at me. There's still a lot of people playing it, but it's like meta-wise, it's not as poppin'. Like Arc Rivals is the meta currently. I don't know why everybody fucking constantly gets mad at that. No liberal resistance. Unk Raiders. Did I say Arc Rivals? Arc Raiders. Fuck. I'm sorry. No liberal resistance this time. Trump and Trumpian far-right politics are now the norm. Institutions that previously would present themselves as liberal now behave openly and outwardly right-wing. I wish I could get extra points for how right I was on that one. Trump, Elon, Fallout, crash and burn, check. Thin-skinned, China, Elon's connection to China. That wasn't true. That it wasn't over Elon's. But it was because they were thin-skinned, but it wasn't because of Elon's connection to China. Mass deportation initiatives are started but never reach the numbers Trump promises since it's quite negatively impactful on the economy. Also check. More celebrities are openly Trump. Check. TikTok doesn't get banned. Yup. Benjamin Netanyahu doesn't get locked up by the ICC. Trump will go to great lengths to protect Israel. Yup. Trump sucks. Will cause the right-wing content market to continue growing, but will set the stage for their inevitable demise. The inevitable demise is actually started. It's actually started at the end of this year. If you recall, we've been watching it pretty closely. At least one massively consequential natural disaster. Check. We are fully gearing up for war with China. Liberals who previously critiqued Trump will defend him on his initiatives in this direction. Not on the tariff front, but they have been noticeably absent from the conversation on everything else. So that's a little bit, I mean, that's like yes and no, because they don't say anything about Venezuela. So I do think that's a W, because Venezuela is also about China and Taiwan is also about China, obviously. And they definitely are on board. Tariffs are also against China, but tariffs are the only thing that the liberals have complained about. So I will say yes on this. I mean, New York Times literally wrote an op-ed saying we have to go to war with China. Depending on how EU reacts, either American hegemony is permanently shattered or of China because the EU to also treat what? I don't know how you rewrote this prediction, but there's something in here, or China because the EU to cause the EU to also treat Trump like a savior. Yes, their fears that China have caused them to treat Trump like a savior. I was wrong about this. Okay. PP victory for China was wrong. For Canada was wrong. I was obviously wrong about that. That was the only thing I was wrong. Europe far right swing continues. Yes. Canada will not be annexed into the U.S. Yes. Security agreements over Panama and maybe Greenland. No annexation. Yes. So with the exception of one, I got 19 out of 20 predictions correctly. Packwatch was bad. Joe Brandon got ass cancer, but he's not dead. Nancy Pelosi also not dead. Mitch McConnell already dead. RFK dies in a weird way where it takes a long time to figure out what did it. Joke prediction. None of that worked. 0 out of 4 on Packwatch. It's dick cancer, but the ass part of the dick. Okay, well, regardless. I always notoriously get the Packwatch wrong. Liberals replacing Trudeau with Carney was a huge part of PP losing. I think that happened after you made that prediction. Yes. I don't think it was. I don't think Trudeau had been replaced at that point. Tariffs had not been implemented. Yeah. So yeah, 19 out of 20 predictions right. I'll take that. That's why you pay me the big bucks at the Piker Broadcasting Service. Now, of course, we're going to do next year's predictions and stuff in a little bit. But before I do that, I will finally get to the audience involved portion of the broadcast. Okay. Which is, where is it? HasanAbi Year in Review. Wait. Where is the password for it? Where's the password? Okay. Wait. HasanAbi Year in Review. Should we do Gamba? Sure. Let's do Gamba. All right. 2025. HasanAbi Year in Review. It's time, ladies and gentlemen. Let's fucking do it. Let's fucking go. Let's freaking shit. Okay? Brought to you by Frogan, website by Not Your Average African. We got Chatter of the Year, Twitch Mod of the Year, Discord Mod of the Year, Best Fear and Guest, Best Offline Collab, Best Community Meme, Best Gaming Arc, Best Gaming Moment, Best Thirst Trap, Best Fit, Best Kaya Moment, Most Heartfelt Stream, Best IRL Stream, Best IRL Stream Moment, Best Travel Stream, Best Controversy, Best Stream Guest, and Best Stream of 2025. Let's get started with Chatter of the Year. Oh my God. Chatter of the Year is Austin Show, Open Presence, Megaphonics, Honey Lays, and Me Smile. Now, I think Honey Lays will probably win this because of the recency bias. Okay? But I do think Me could possibly win it as well because Me is so selfish and chatters are selfish. So Me might win. Megaphonic. What? What? How is that possible? What? These were write-in? What the fuck? This is also the one time where Megaphonics is not even in the chat. Oh my God. He's probably out there with his wife right now, enjoying life. No Elon Musk links to send me. Megaphonics is going on vacation with his wife for her birthday. Why do you know that? I cannot believe it. Delete the VOD. We cannot let Megaphonics find out that he was voted in a writing campaign. I want to unreveal, okay? I never want to reveal this ever again. He got 40. Wait, this is how little the amount of votes? Wait, what the fuck? How many total people voted for this? Oh my God. Oh my God. Of course, me, Smile, got 140 votes. Did y'all not actually vote? It's a write-in, so people probably all chose different names. I voted for Wimstaff. For the write-ins, not many. Twitch Mod of the Year. We got Anaphase, Gizmo Max, Lake McGroove, Nice Bathroom, and Fizz. I think it's Lake McGroove, but let's see who won. 29.56 Fizz. Wow. That's shocking. Oh my God, everybody hates Lake McGroove because he banned everybody. Fizz, you don't ban a single damn person. This is clear. It's clear. It's clear why people wrote in for the write-in candidacy here. Okay, Discord Mod of the Year. Oh God, here we go. I don't even fucking know who this would be. Nuke Hoscord wins. Oh my. Surrender Dorothy. Okay. Chris CPS was 61. Wow, nobody voted for the Discord mod. Okay, the write-in ones were so funny. The write-in ones, you won by fucking 69 votes. Ain't nobody gave a fuck about the Discord mods. We're moving on. All right, best fear and guest. Up next is best fear and guest. Please tell me there were more people that voted for these. We're all banned from Discord. These were choice, right? All right. We have Caroline Kwan.
This lovely girl walks past sobbing her eyes out. And so I go, girl code, and I look at Caroline because I have social anxiety. So Caroline goes over to talk to her. So I feel like I helped, you know?
Yeah, no.
And so then Caroline goes over and she's like, are you okay? And she's like, I'm crying. And she's like crying and hyperventilating a lot. And then I was like, do you need a lorazepam? Because I have one because I knew I was anxious.
Well, first I was like, do you have an anxiety disorder? She's
Oh,
like,
yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
I go, do you take anything normally? And she said, yes.
She said Ativan, which is lorazepam.
Yeah.
So I was like, oh, do you need one? And she's like, yes, please. And the cops are
You're
right there.
prescribing things to people
It's
at the
girl
hospital.
code, though.
It's girl
Okay.
code. No, this is before the
chapel.
this is at Chapel Grove.
Okay. We're not going to watch the whole thing, right? That's a long-ass TikTok. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I posted unfollowing spree.
Phineas.
I followed some people. And what I knew when I posted that was that everyone insecure would check to see, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Normally when you unfollow somebody, you
Wait,
hope...
did I make the cut?
Yours followed still.
Yeah, no, he's
You
still,
did
yeah.
it so gleefully, too.
I was so gleeful.
Who'd you unfollow?
Mostly I unfollowed like Joe Biden's Instagram account, like Instagram accounts
Was
that
he
I've
mad?
been...
Did he check?
He didn't know. The auto pen letter of he was pissed off.
Yeah.
Mostly it was like, cool houses in Bali, like random accounts that were like followed from years ago that I was like, whoa, sick architecture. But I did unfollow a couple friends.
Oh, wow.
who just I don't like the content.
Oh,
like the
Damn, that's cold. You're
just
cold.
like,
That's cold as
I was
hell.
like, I just don't like these.
Did they text you?
Yes.
Oh,
There was no reason for me to do this. It was just.
All right, that was Phineas. We got Gianmarco Zaresi.
And you're outside and everyone's smoking a pack throughout the dinner.
I know.
It was really romantic. It was very special.
Mhm.
I did the
As
full
well.
Turkish baths with like
Yes,
two
me
guys.
too.
Like it hurt.
I did not like turkey.
Why?
I got food poisoned, and then I got the absolute shit beat out of me with a piece of spruce.
Yeah, they beat the food poisoning out of you.
Yeah,
You enjoyed that.
Yeah, it felt like I did something.
Or if you go to a Turkish barber, he is going to also fuck you up.
Yeah. Apparently they burn you and they put their wiener on you. There's a word for them putting their wiener on you in
Dayamak.
Turkish. Yeah.
What are you
It
talking
means
about?
to
They
lean.
rest
It
their
means to-
sack on
it
their
means
shoulder.
to no, you're just your dick.
Is it to keep you like from moving? You're like,
think it's
don't move.
I don't know what it is, but it's just like
a pecking order.
To me, I'm like, if that was offered and it was extra, I'd go, please, I'm here. When
Yeah,
in
you gotta-
Turkey,
yeah, you
put
gotta
a
get
cock
all
on my
the-
shoulder.
Okay. We got Vanilla Mace.
Ridiculous shit. There was this guy that came in one time, and he respectfully looked like someone who like lived in their mom's basement. Like, no offense to him, but he did. That's just like kind of the vibe that he gave. You could paint the picture in your head. I went up to him like, oh, did you want to do a dance? He's like, yeah, but I want to do some like slight role playing. I'm like, oh, okay. Well, I'm like, let's spice it up a bit. I'm like, sure. And he's like, I have magic powers.
Oh my God.
Where's this guy? He's like, I can make you faint on command. Me being gullible, I'm like, wait, can you actually?
That's a weird magical
Weird.
power.
And
I
he
think
was like,
Cosby had that power.
Yeah.
so we go do the dance, and he's like, okay, now. And I was just like, and then he was just like, wow, you're so good at this. Like, and he didn't try to do anything weird. He was just like,
loved it.
he was just like, oh my God. And he was like, okay, up. And I was like, hey. And he was like, wow, you're really good at this. And I just was like, this is hilarious. Like, in my
Wait,
head,
that's
I'm like,
all he wanted?
that's all he wanted.
That guy was kind of
That's
awesome.
all he
though.
wanted.
Okay. And last but not least, Crash Dummies.
Oh, and how to dap up properly too, because I'll be going in for dap
Bro, look at this shit, by the way. All of these fucking Fear on clips are from Austin's TikTok.
ups and be shaking my hand and shit. Like, ready?
Oh no!
Wait, let me see.
You can't go from right here.
Oh, no, hold on. Now,
No, that's the
it's a
problem.
bad angle.
Yes, you can't.
Oh,
go
he's
from
holding?
the thumb.
Oh, okay,
No.
okay.
We're
holding
here.
on.
Okay,
That's
boom.
right.
Yeah.
Okay, see that? Okay, hold on. Now,
It's your thumb. It's your thumb.
Okay, now
So he
hold on.
did-
In my defense, there's a lot of pressure. Normally, I don't have like there's
got
a lot of
red.
cameras around. Pressure.
Oh, there's black
Oh,
people
yeah,
looking
yeah.
at you.
Yeah.
Wait,
There's
sorry,
too many black
you
people around.
stuck
Damn, I was so fucking tan. That's crazy. All right. And now for the big reveal, ladies and gentlemen, for the best fear and guest. With 27.95, the Quantarage, Caroline Kwan wins best guest. Okay, this is the most homosexual audience of all time. The voters are so, this is incredibly gay. Okay, Caroline at the top slot, followed closely by Gianmarco. You guys are gay. You're so gay. That is crazy. Crash Dummies got and racist, honestly, and racist, gay and racist. Yeah, it's only this gay because of you and Will, not even Austin. Oh no, for sure. Chat voted for show tunes. Okay, best offline collab. First is the Adam Friedland Show.
Do you attribute any modicum of your success to just to being a big, strong guy?
Being attractive?
Yeah, if you were like a Quasimodo, would people be listening to you about like...
No. You look like the archetypical, stereotypical leftist guy.
What is that supposed to mean?
Just handsome.
You coming on my damn show insulting my ass immediately? Let's back up, because my audience is like pretty mature intellectual style. Many of them
I've seen the subreddit.
Many of them might not know.
This is recorded in 2024, yes.
I don't know what you're talking about. Many of them might not know, like, can you call Logan Paul right now?
I don't have his number either.
Can you call Mr. Beast right now?
I do have his number.
Hit him up, bro.
I don't want to call him.
Come on,
That's
please.
weird. We're
it's
not,
my dream.
We're
it's
not,
my dream.
We're
it's
not.
My,
we're
do
not
this
tight
for
like
me.
that. Can I pee? Am I allowed?
Can you please call Mr. Beast?
No.
How you gonna be socialist if you ain't in society? Just Please. I'll be cool. I'm not going to embarrass you. I swear to God. I swear to God.
No, I'm not doing
Please, dude. You know how I feel about Ukraine versus Russia?
How?
Sounds about white, dude. I'm just not famous enough, dude. You're not going to hit on my circuits.
I'll do it after.
All right. The Majority Report.
Look
Hello.
who's in studio.
Oh my God, you guys have
to-
such. This is crazy. This is crazy production.
This is the first time I've ever seen you in person. You have very large arms.
Oh,
didn't
that's.
realize.
Oh my God, that's crazy. I didn't
What
even.
a coincidence.
I didn't even think about that.
No, I didn't.
Huh. I didn't get the same compliment when I walked in my tank top today.
Whine about it. Whine about it.
Not anymore. I snipped her.
She used to free bleed.
She did.
That's awesome.
Isn't it gross?
No.
It's so gross.
It's definitely a little gross.
Yeah.
Especially because she's the size of a
It was
human.
nasty.
So her period is also human
It was
size.
just a human free bleeding.
Yeah.
Poor doggy.
Yeah, her
It
poops
was
are
gross.
human size as well.
Yeah, her poops are bigger than that.
She might be bigger than you.
How much does she weigh?
Like 110, 120 pounds?
Yeah, she weighs more than Maya.
She's also probably taller than you, too.
Standing up?
How tall are you?
5'2".
Oh my gosh, she is taller
No,
than
she's
you.
not.
Stand up right now.
No.
Come on. You got to do it. You got to do it.
You do got to do it. We got to settle once and for all.
No.
Once and for all.
Kaya,
Who's
up.
taller? Swift, don't bark at
So
this.
easy. It's so easy for her.
Swift, you're not taller than either of them.
See,
Chill
look
out.
how short she is.
Okay. No, I'm saying when she stands up.
No,
hold on.
she's
I'm going to pick her up.
small. Short stack.
That's gonna hurt.
Freaking short stack.
She's not taller
He
Oh,
than
tried
me.
to stretch her out. Almost.
Not even a full stretch.
It's almost. Look at her. She's just hanging out with the girls.
It's nice, Kaya. It's
Hi. Hi.
She's not taller than me. She's shorter. No, it literally is.
All right. Crash Dummies.
What's a non-sexual sensation that you enjoy?
She has mom traits.
What?
Your mom.
Bro, you're 19. What are you talking about?
Yo, Hasan, I don't know you, bro.
On a family trip, bro.
Hasan. I don't know you, bro.
Sa Padre.
Yeah, and you're an ish for me.
He's at the family cottage.
Hasan.
Bro, he don't know you either, bro. He don't know you.
Bro, he literally does not know you.
He don't know you either.
You can be straight and guys can still find you hot.
Well, I wouldn't know.
It seemed like you knew back then.
Hasan.
I
Sounds
know,
like you know.
You don't know me.
Bro, get
I
a
used to work at
septum ring.
Starbucks.
Get a septum ring.
Who are you?
I'm Hasan.
Are you Hasan Piker?
Yeah.
Okay, I know who you are.
Oh, damn. Okay.
Yeah. You pretty valid.
Thank you.
Oh, man. That was so fun. All right. And then last but not least, I've had it.
Hasan, what have you been up to and what have you had it with?
First and foremost, I wanted to say I've had it with Democrats who are not fighting. If you're a Democrat, you have to fight. If you can't take the heat, you got to get out of the kitchen. That's the number one thing I've had it with, because we know that Republicans are bad. We know that they're going to ruin the country. They're doing it already. They're doing all the fascist stuff, but we need Democrats to be out there putting their bodies on the line. It can't just be the American public. I'm out there at the protests. We're getting shot at. I don't see any Democrats with us. I need to start seeing Democrats at those protests. I need to start seeing like actual, visible, prominent politicians that are making a big fuss about the kidnappings that are going on all around the country, and also even the unlimited funding that's seemingly going to Israel.
Well, you know, that was a real aha moment for us, because it's such an easy layup right now to take down MAGA, to say MAGA isn't
Crazy because Democrats still haven't done that.
America first. They are clearly Israel first. Moses Mike Johnson packed up his toys because he didn't want his base to find out that Trump is in the middle of a ring. And he went immediately to his home district of Israel. They are Israel first.
Yeah.
And so I was waiting for the Democrats to say this, and they can't say it because they're beholden to the same people that Moses Mike Johnson is. So when the only bipartisanship that you see in Congress right now is support for marginalized Palestinians and starving them out, that's a huge problem for the Democratic Party.
And now, are you getting a haircut in 2026? Yeah, tomorrow, Jeff Whittick. With 28.43%, I've had it. Wins at first place with 28.43%. Majority Report in second place at 26%. Adam Friedland Show. God damn, y'all are racist, bro. And you hate women. Actually, no, never mind. You love women. Maybe a little too much. You love women too much. You hate the men. That's what I'm seeing here. Crash Dummies got robbed again. That's crazy. Okay, I am 100% in 2026 heavily leaning into the POC chatters who say this community is racist. Okay, sorry. It's fucking true. All right, now we're getting into best community meme. Number 1, woke of the day. America is a state of lawyers. Okay, America is a state of lawyers. By the way, I just said autistic, and this guy said, bro, don't use autistic as a slur. You think saying China is autistic while nutting over massive infrastructure projects is a pejorative? Are you okay? This was yesterday. Are you insane? To be fair, we do have a woke of the day.
There is
every day,
literally
so that-
nothing going on here that would indicate that I'm using this as a negative.
To be fair, we do have a woke of the day every fucking day. It's goddamn annoying. Nebraska chatter. This is an Austin classic.
This is what a Nebraska chatter. Nebraska chatter, who is somebody who sits in the comfort of their Lincoln, Nebraska suburb and tries to, and they try to correct you about things that they're just flat out wrong about. Like, they have no idea. They haven't left their home. They haven't left the state of Nebraska. They're not worldly. They're not.
We got Lemon Bro, which was, I mean, that's crazy that this.
I was already popping on.
Oh shit, that's loud as fuck.
Bilibili. Some of you know this already, but the Chinese team that we have out here told me that I'm already known on Chinese social media as Lemon Bro. That's right. I'm known as Lemon Bro. Why am I known as Lemon Bro in friggin' China? Because when iShowSpeed went to China, I was obviously very jealous, as you guys saw. And Chinese audiences that have a fantastic way of naming people certain things, they called me Lemon Bro because I'm sour. When I arrived at China, it's the first thing that they gave me. Look at What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? Also, we are in we're in Shanghai. We're in a sick ass hotel. This hotel is incredible. This is the suite. It's not like, I don't think it's like the craziest one, but it's pretty nice.
I think I was in Beijing. I don't know why I said we're in Shanghai. Maybe. I'm pretty sure this is Beijing. I was really fucked up that I thought it was I was jet lagged. Oh my God. Meme of the year.
We'll fight for the gospel. We'll honor his name. We'll Charlie Kirk. His courage our own. Together unbroken, we'll make heaven known.
All right. Anyway, my dogs heard this song, and I'm not joking, started praying the Lord's Prayer, R.I.P. Kirk. Yeah, dude, it's awesome. When he says we are Charlie Kirk, I wept. Jesus wept, and so did I. This is the kind of bullshit
Turkey would send to Eurovision, America should send this to Eurovision. They would win. We crowed? Yep, we crowed. These AI videos of the right are so awesome because it shows how the right wingers perceive themselves, and it's hilarious. I fucking love this shit. I love this shit because it's my favorite kind of meme where I'm like confused on whether or not someone actually sincerely made this. And the answer is yes, by the way. But it's so bad that it literally could have been made by someone who is a hater. And yet it is actually made sincerely. This is a hater meme? No, I don't think it's a hater meme. No, it's not a hater meme. Someone sincerely AI generated this thinking it was actually good for Charlie Kirk. That's what's so beautiful about it. It is those kinds of memes that are the best. The ones that someone makes because they thought that this was like sincerely make Charlie like honor his legacy, honor his memory. I fucking love that shit, dude. It's
and then oh no, 127. Okay, well I guess I know which one's gonna win. Wait, why isn't this working?
Before you score this test, my understanding is that 60 to 65 or higher, you're probably on the spectrum somewhere.
Mhm.
And anything below that, you're probably not.
I'm gonna be below it. I know it.
Oh my God. Hasan, I got 35.
What does that mean?
Oh my God. That
Did I ace the test?
before you scored the
Okay. I thought it would be We Are Charlie Kirk, but honestly, or Woke of the Day is a good contender too, but I think it's going to be 127. 31%. We Are Charlie Kirk. We Are Charlie Kirk wins. We Are Charlie Kirk because we are Charlie Kirk. That's right. Lemon Bro got second place. Damn, y'all love Lemon Bro, huh? Third place at 127. Woke of the Day in fourth place. And then Nebraska Chatter, of course, in fifth place. And that was best community meme. Now, a lot of you say there wasn't a lot of gaming this year. There was some gaming. There was a lot of offline gaming. Let's be real. I gamed a lot more offline than I gamed online this year. But I gamed a good deal online as well. Let's take a look. This was peak. Oh, no. It's cold again. Oh, it's cold again.
Come to me.
Oh, hold me.
Sweet God. We get warmer if we dance. Maybe if we just all dance a little bit.
I'm just rubbing up on you.
Oh yeah, I'm just gonna. Oh, yeah, wow, pop, lock, and drop it.
Well, yeah, there it is. Yeah, I'm just getting that. Ow. Oh God.
What if we explored each other's bodies? Oh, the snow's gone. Let's go.
Okay, we got Dispatch.
It does kind of sound like some sort of fascist-themed prom. What do you think? They were making alterations
Your
all morning.
areola's showing.
You.
Water Park Simulator. Are they dead? You received a fine for an ambulance dispatch? Oh, he's dead. Oh, he's dead. Clean the filter. Fuck. Oh my God. I had a much better handle on things. What is this? Out of order. Oh shit. This was hard. This is a hard ass game, man. What is happening, dude? What is happening? Why is everything falling apart so hard? These can't believe the dispatch clip cut. You save scum. Yeah, I did. Marvel Rivals. Are you out, Pete? Ah! Ah! Great gameplay. Thanks, guys. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2.
Good sword fighting.
I did finish this game offline. It was one of my favorite games of this year. I did not finish
the gay shit, dog. It is
I'm not even joking when I say this, like, oh, DEI or die or whatever, but like, this has been a spectacularly homosexual experience so far. No Jam podcast mentioned all this. The community's not beating the allegations. True, true, true. All right. What do we think it is? Are predictions in? Are the predictions in? Did you guys actually lock in predictions or no? Was there Gamba? I don't know. All right, let's reveal. 46.34 Dispatch wins. And in second place with 29.7 Peak. Water Park Simulator coming in third. Kingdom Come with fourth place. And nobody fucking, holy shit. Marvel Rivals in fifth place. That makes sense, though. Dispatch, I did finish to completion and played the most. And also, there's recency bias at play here. But moving on. Best gaming moment, which is different than best game, but best gaming moment. Let's take a look.
Actually, there's something I've been meaning to tell you. It's a little awkward to mention, but since the...
Like, look, I see the vibes, okay? She want me, but like, I gotta play a little hard to get, okay? She want me, but I gotta take it slow. It's okay. It's okay. The fucking early bird catches the worm, but sometimes, you know, it's like the turtle and the hare, right? It's a marathon, not a fucking sprint.
Blonde blazer.
Oh, this fucking asshole. What does he want?
Are you ready to go? Who is this? I thought I'd cataloged all of your work companions.
Robert, this is my boyfriend.
I got my
Another
get
man.
back. I got my get back.
This is our new dispatcher I was telling you about. Robert?
I
The
got
third
my
Robert
fucking
Robertson,
get back on
leader
this.
of the Phoenixes. Blonde Blazer told me about you.
Really?
Let's be real.
Did she, say, I don't know, what came up in that talk?
She said you're a capable, honorable man that truly cares for others. Why are you so small?
Hey, come on. You gotta stop asking.
Small?
The way you spoke.
Bro, are you fucking serious? Are you serious? Are you joking? Oh my god, incel arc. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Mecha Man School Shooter Edition. What the fuck? Oh no, no, no. But she was throwing work my way. What did I wasn't misreading the chat. I wasn't misreading the signs. Okay. I was not misreading the signs. I know what I saw. I know what I felt.
It's so funny seeing you role play the haters. Okay, how about fucking cool it on that? All right. I wasn't role playing my haters. I am not like Phenomena Man.
Hasan, I'm gonna suck the poison out of your wound. Don't move.
Oh, hell yeah. Oh, God.
What the fuck? Wow. You feeling better?
I think I have some more poison in me still.
All right, one more time. All right, how you feeling?
Nobody likes a spitter, Timmy. But I'm feeling pretty good.
They showed me how to do that in Scouts. All right, you ready?
Oh my Christ. Holy shit.
Hey, just don't get stung by a jellyfish.
It's Trump and Bubba, guys. What fuck?
Or I gotta piss on you.
All right, let's climb.
Will did carry the peak streams. Let's be real. All right, this is Water Park Simulator. No! No! Hands! Everything is collapsing! Queso! You get out of here! And he took a shit! And the pool is rusty! How do I fix it? Oh! Shit! Oh! Get out of the way! I'm repairing the... Oh, that was funny. Rainbow Six murdering own teammate. Sponsored stream.
Oh!
Fuck. The one kill I got.
We're at 33% sector loss.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I got scared. All right. 4 best gaming moments. Let's do the big reveal. With 41.4%, Peak wins. Makes sense, to be honest. This patch was in second place at 39%. Third place was Water Park Simulator, and fourth place was Rainbow Six. Not a lot of votes there for that one. Best thirst. What the fuck is this? Best thirst trap. In Japanuary, your boy was looking fucking peeled. Look at those goddamn titties. Oh my God. God, what a fun year this has been, huh? Valentine's Day. More Japan flicks from then too. GQ in the tub again. One day ban. Wait, what the fuck? This isn't even a thirst trap.
What's up, folks? It's Sunday, and you might be wondering why I'm not
this isn't even a thirst
on my
trap.
broadcast right now, and that's because I got banned. That's right, I got banned. I got banned for the day. I got suspended for doing what? Reading the manifesto of the guy who, the Israeli embassy people. And the reason why I was reading that, of course, was because people were claiming that it was a false flag. I don't think it's a false flag, and I think it's important to understand the motives of suspects such as this one. I've, of course, covered the written documents of other people that have done things similar, regardless of their political background or ideology, but this one was a little different. And so now I'm suspended for the day, and all of the worst scumbags online are celebrating it. So much for free speech, you know? It's really interesting how many of these free speech warriors love Israel.
And then Superman. Oh, that's what you got out of the Superman? That was the thirst trap? That's so funny. All right. Let's take a look at the reveal. GQ at 42%. I think this is crazy. I don't think this is the Superman is second. Wait, I think I looked the hottest on Japan. But I guess that's for the male gaze, huh? GQ is just the editorial, you know? I didn't know. I don't even think that looked that good in the GQ one. GQ did you great, bro? Hell yeah. Okay. Best fit. Now, a lot of people talk shit about my fits, but I do put that shit on when I put that shit on. Here we have Oxford Union. And then we have the Zhongshan suit. I think this is, fuck, man. That's such a good fit. Cozy Maxing, which literally went viral on the internet. A lot of people were hating on both me and Will here, even though the amount of fabrics that we have is so incredible. I mean, this is a flex in and of itself. You know, look at all the fabrics that we have. I love this fit. I think Cozy Maxing was tough. GQ, this is not even a fit. This is just me in a tank top. That's crazy. That's not even a fit, but whatever. The Adidas fit, also from China. I don't really like that one, but the China Maxing fit, I really liked. I liked this fit. I loved all the China fits. They missed this thirst trap moment. Your areola showing. That's stupid. Okay. China Maxing. Another Mabubu, the fit that made me all the money and proved once again that I'm a fake socialist. Okay, all of my best fits are from fucking China. LA, the LA protest fit. We stay dripped up. March and myself both. And then Superman. Okay, so I think Zhongshan is going to win with 40. Oh my God, with almost 50% of the votes. Zhongshan suit wins. Adidas at number 2. What the fuck? This is not even a fit. Cozy Maxi was at least a fit. Okay, some of these fits were not fitting. Okay, some of these fits were not fits. But it kind of makes sense. It makes sense. The Adidas jacket is hard though. True. All right, best Kaya moment. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. You didn't put the Kaya shock in here. That would have been the best Kaya moment. Let's be real. That's the most impactful Kaya moment of the year.
Explain something to you guys, okay? About the head size disparity here. Kaya's head is larger than most humans' heads. Okay? It's not that like my head is small. It's that her head is much larger than the average human being's head. She's not like people do not understand that she is not a normal sized dog. She's
true.
A massive dog. He's 120 pounds.
It's true. Kaya breaks the bed. Oh, Kaya being a fat
Sometimes
ass.
they're doing it and losing their jobs immediately after like a successful cycle. Whoa. Whoa. Oh my God. Okay, Kaya, it's valid. It's no longer a place. She finally broke the bed. It's okay, baby. She was right all along.
Come here.
Her fat ass broke the bed. You fatty. You're fat. Don't blame her for the product defects. Chat. She's fat.
Kaya, place, baby. What is this?
Kaya.
Place.
Kaya. Place. Good girl. Good place.
Yeah, if you guys noticed, I'm doing this every time specifically to punish her and use her and abuse her because I'm an abuser. That's why I was doing the place every time. RIP Place 2023 to 2025. Low key. RIP Place. For real though. Kaya opens the fridge. This one was crazy. Come here. Where are you going? Where are you going? Get over here. Get back in here.
This would 100% line up with the actual shot that we've now proven.
Oh, this is Charlie Kirk.
Was not taken.
Chatter to the set. Please close the fridge. Thank you. How the f did that fridge open? It was open this whole time. What the hell's going on? Did Kaya open it? Found Kaya opening it? Wait, for real? Are you blaming Kaya? Oh. Oh my gosh, she did open it. Oh my God. She just cracks it right open. Look at her sleeping after getting up to some mischief. Probably dreaming and scheming about what kind of mischief she'll get up to next. It's true. Kaya, Rainbow Six LARP.
Get rid of once you get to that level and know exactly kind of the approach and how you want to play your defenses.
Bro, my fucking haters literally took me memeing about like being a Rainbow Six guy and we're like, oh, he's Hamas. He's LARPing as Hamas. Dude, very bad year for my haters, honestly. Wait, you skipped 2? Oh shit, I didn't realize. Sorry, Kaya Lapdog.
Inside where they're like, oh, no. Kaya, what's happening? Oh, hello.
This is also part of the reason why I think it's really funny that everyone's always like, dude, you're so abusive to your dog.
Oh, what?
And then they'll be like, well, actually, you're only doing this to show off that you're not abusive to your dog. And it's like, okay, but all of this is from before you suspected me or outed me for abusing my dog. So how does that work?
What? Oh, this
no,
that's crazy.
Come here. Kaya.
Okay, this is.
Where are you?
What are you doing? Huh? What the hell?
Get over.
What are you doing? What is happening?
That's crazy. She's like, this is my stream now, please.
Okay.
Oh. Okay.
Wow, that was wild.
No, I am covered in fur now. Holy shit. Okay, what do you want?
What the hell?
When she dip, everything is fucking shaking. Yeah, she's big as fuck. We got Kaya Lapdog. We got Kaya opens the fridge. Oh, this one was the cutest though.
I have the one and only 24 karat gold Labubu.
Genuine question about the dog abuse allegations. Was that older tail pulling thing fake? It's crazy to me how much motion the whole Kaya thing got. It felt astroturf, but at the same time, that propaganda worked on my brain. What do you mean, older tail pulling thing fake? I don't know what you're talking about. Whoa. No, I'm abusive. I'm abusive to my dog. We didn't do the Rainbow Six LARP.
To get rid of once you get to that level and know exactly kind of the approach and how you want to play your defenses or how you want to play your attackers just based off that first half.
Bomb located by attackers.
Looking like it's going to be a pretty default setup from the side of Team Skills. Nothing too crazy here.
See, I'm abusing her here too. Look at this. I'm abusing her even here.
I am expecting
tactically beating her ass and also using her as cover. All right, everybody, let's take a look. Let's see the big reveal. But I'm wearing a mask, so maybe it's not me. Who knows? Kaya opens the fridge at 28.7%. Okay, number one. Not bad. Kaya breaks the bed at second place. Kaya at the No Kings at third place. Kaya Lapdog in fourth place. The Labubu didn't hit that hard. And the Rainbow Six LARP, they didn't like at all. God damn. This was robbed. Not Kaya getting jebaited.
Kilman was like, I remember because Brian Kilman was like, we should play after Cory Booker's like record breaking filibuster. Brian Kilman straight up.
More abuse. Always, just like the gaming frogs. All right, up next, most heartfelt stream. So we had a lot of big streams this year. Okay. Incarcerated firefighter stream.
What do you want people to know about either this program or about just being an incarcerated firefighter in general? What's something that people probably don't know, considering that a lot of people don't even know that you guys are out here fighting these fires?
We're taking advantage of the second chance that we're being given, you know, and this is the opportunity to change our lives, you know, the trajectory of our lives, to be able to get a career once we hit the streets. And we're blessed to be in this position, you know. Like you said, a lot of people may not know about it, but we're putting the work in to not only better ourselves, but better our communities.
Bro, don't hype it up too much. They're not going to give you more. They're not going to give you more money. It's crazy. They get paid $5 a day.
We're out there getting it.
No, I know, but
This
fires would be so much larger if they weren't out here. They need to get paid an adequate wage, right?
Yeah, no, that's true. I mean, we get paid $5.80 an hour.
You're over here like, oh, it's
no,
great.
not even. We get paid.
I love being in the fire.
$1 an hour. Actually.
Let me tell you this. Talk to me. You got the rest of the firefighters, right? They get paid pretty well. The municipality gets paid like I think $98,000. They got good pensions, good benefits. They got unions. What would you say if I were to tell you that there's also private brigades on top of that? You heard about the Palisades that got burned down. 75% of it's gone, except for Rick Caruso's mall in the middle of the Palisades. Why? Because he hired a private brigade. Those dudes are making $7,000 a day. To do what you guys are doing.
It's crazy, you know, it's a big pill to swallow. But in this case, the return that we get is our second chance at life. It's a blessing, you know. It's not more about the material, but the growth that we gain from this experience. Absolutely.
That was the first one. We got the No Other Lands fundraiser. Documentary's called No Other Land. We are joined by Hamdan Bilal and Basel Adra, the filmmakers, and it is nominated for Best Documentary at the Oscars tomorrow. Thank you so much for coming. What led you to film some of these experiences growing up in occupied Palestinian territory in the West Bank?
Yeah, so we both coming from a small community called Masafir Yatta in the southern occupied West Bank. It's, for those who don't know, Area C, which is fully controlled by the Israeli military forces. They control everything about our life, and there they are all the time stealing our land to build more and more of illegal settlements and outposts, bringing in Jewish settlers from all over the world to live in it, while they are, since decades, trying to destroy and destroying a big part of our homes and communities in order to force us leave our homeland. So we basically grow up in this horrific situation where every day we have to suffer from the occupation, and every day we have to witness something from this brutal occupation reminding us that we are living a normal life. When we became teenagers, we started to hold cameras in our hands, filming what these crimes going on the ground from settlers and from soldiers. We didn't have an idea of making a movie. We just wanted the people to know that we exist in this part of land. We want people to see what's actually happening to our life.
None of them.
Every time
Neither of these guys. These guys didn't get killed. Chatters. Oh, they did. Cousin. His cousin was the one who got shot and killed. His cousin, who was also someone in the documentary.
Entering our community, destroying homes and properties.
Of
It's
the
not even
Hatalin.
interested for journalists, for the people. It became a routine of our life.
He was in the movie,
For us,
though.
it's not a routine. It's a new suffering. It's a new family who losing their home and their structure, their shelters. And all of the time, we have been looking for different ways how we can make this footage and this evidence that we are taking on the ground seen by the world. And we wanted people to
He was
care
murdered
about
by
us, about what's happening.
settlers. And yes, Hamdan was beaten and kidnapped too, for a significant period of time. It was fucking insane. Not too bad. Gaza rally speech in D.C. There was this.
Every single person here understands the fundamental truth. None of us are free until all of us are free.
We had a pretty fucking crazy year, huh? Now that I think about it. Yeah, Hasan, you never leave your home. You never leave your room. You know?
I want to end with that and say, free Mahmoud, free Humaira, free all of the political prisoners. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Your voices will not be silent.
Thank you. I said the same thing at the Zoran election party, but if you didn't have global presence before, you sure as shit do now. Yeah, but it's not the best. Interview with Ben from Ben and Jerry's. Bro, in between, by the way, as far as heartfelt moments, there's also two doctors, not one, but two doctors that I interviewed that came back from Gaza. We also had, I also interviewed Quentin Quarantino, who was on the Samud flotilla.
You're Jewish.
In person, too.
Brooklyn. I was wondering, how your opinion on Israel evolved throughout time, if you don't mind me asking.
No, be my pleasure.
One of the coolest things about Ben, by the way, is, and David Adler, too. But one of the coolest things about Ben is that he's also super pro-China.
I went to, when I was in elementary school, I went a couple of afternoons a week to a thing called Center Island Jewish. And it was mostly teaching you about Jewish culture.
Many Jeremy Scahill collabs,
about
too.
how Jews had been discriminated against, and teaching you the Jewish songs and the dances and the holidays. And they also taught us about Israel. And what we were taught was that, after World War II, the Jews needed a homeland, a place they could feel safe. And it was Israel. Israel was
Chris
created
Hedges.
for that purpose. And it was this really shitty land in the desert that nobody wanted and nobody lived on. And that's what
Mahmoud Khalil.
Land without people for people without land.
And then the Jews who moved to Israel, with the help of the international Jewish community, ended up creating this very vibrant, highly developed society and culture. What we were told was
Chris
that
Smalls.
The Arab countries, the Arabs who lived around them, were kind of jealous of that culture,
Yeah.
that development, that quality of life. So they made war on them.
Yeah.
And so that's the way I thought it was.
What was a formative part of your development that made you feel like the way that this?
Yeah, Brace and Marrow, Bernie AOC, Lee Summers, many different Stavi Baby appearances, Ro Khanna. God damn, dude. There were a lot. Ested, Yusuf and his little brother from Gaza. I said Lee Summers, Summer Lee. Sorry. There were Hassan Minhaj, Rashida Tlaib, Ta-Nehisi Coates. Was Ta-Nehisi Coates this year too? No, I don't think Ta-Nehisi Coates was this year. Was it this? No, that was last year, I think. Right? Jean-Luc Mélenchon. Many Felix Biederman appearances. Kneecap. Vivian. Mehdi Hasan. God damn, dude. God damn. The Asmongold chatter. I like you said Chris Smalls and then the Asmongold chatter from Quebec. Two different union guys with two very different ideas. Dr. Abdul Al Sayed, Zoran Mamdani, Van Lathan. What a fucking lineup, dude. What a lineup. Asmongold, technically, that was a collab, I think, that happened this year too, didn't it? So technically, I collabed. All this year's Uber driver should have been an option. Yeah, all together. Lady from the Free Press who stalked you. Need to diverse it a little and have some friends in 2026? What do you mean? I had an incredible amount of fucking collaborations. As a political commentary person, I had a banger year with commentary. Ethan Klein was another major collab this year that we secured. That was crazy. Tim Heidecker, Vanilla Mace, Ross Douthat for the New York Times. That was a crazy collab. I did do a lot of fucking crazy collabs, man. Adapt. Terry Ami. Has Asmold Goblin interviewed or had a single person on stream that wasn't another streamer, like a politician or a celebrity? Wait, what? Dude, he's not like a normal... come on. We don't have to talk about Asmongold other than just memeing. FaZe Banks and also Jesus Christ. Oh my God. What's wrong with my brain? I genuinely can't remember anything. Majority Report, Jason, Nelk Boys, Nelk after the BB interview. Bradley Martin. Marlin Basketball. I guess, yeah, that's true. Charlie Kirk was also on stream. Technically, we did a collab with Charlie Kirk this year. And I don't mean like when he got shot and killed. I mean, literally, he was on my stream at the DNC. Theo Vaughn. Or DNC was last year. Fuck. Okay. Everything is merging into one another now. You're right. DNC was last year. I'm so stupid. Bro, give me a fucking break, okay? It's been a long year. And then the Zoran victory. God damn, the audio was ass. You were too drunk. Okay, let's see. Take me back to this night. That was a great feeling. I had some fucking aura moments. We should have done aura, highest aura moments. The camera surrounding me was an aura moment. Gaza rally speech in DC was an aura moment. There was some hella aura moments this year too. Getting shot at the fucking. I will add it next year. Okay, getting shot at the ICE protest. That was an aura farming moment too. We got to farm more aura. Incarcerated firefighter stream at 40%. Wow. Wait, what the fuck? The votes went down dramatically on the most heartfelt stream. What? I don't know what happened here. Why did it go from like every... I guess maybe it's because there's 5 options. I don't know. Oh, this was added later on. Okay. Best IRL stream. Oh, this was an aura moment. Yeah. Well, not this one, but...
Don't run! Thank you. They're starting to... No, they're just flashbangs. They haven't thrown anything gas yet, but they'll start throwing... Oh, shit! Are you good?
Oof. We need toxic best. Another aura moment was the Teo. This was an aura moment too, yeah. From standing up to top politicians, ice rays, reporting truthfully from Gaza outsider voters, Prem Tucker is helping us do the journalism no one else will. It's true. Kneecap was an aura moment too. We had some good ass aura moments. We had some good ass aura moments. What is this?
We'll see what this looks like.
Isn't it crazy how much, like, how, not to bring it back to the haters once again, but it's like, it is pretty wild that like this was the overall experience that entire night, and then the only takeaway for all the fucking sloppers was like Hasan got denied entry into this party that I was leaving off of a fucking clip that was deceptively edited. Once again, the reason why I mention this is because this is the real shit, right? This is the real world, and the alternative world that people concoct on the internet is ultimately meaningless. Okay? Like, I'd rather have the fucking unwashed, sweaty losers on the internet fucking despise my ass, but then still get this sort of still have some kind of real world impact, you know? The same moment from the audience POV. That's sick. I never seen this. Great clip with Kneecap. This was another one. I was so awkward here. I was kind of uncomfortable here. I'm not gonna lie. I just like felt out of place to be on stage, you know? That was sick though. What is this? Gold reaction?
Eat my food with a video.
Do it. Let's see what this looks like.
What is this face?
Thank you.
Why the fuck's he seething so hard? I've never seen this. My favorite reaction is when one of your haters said they must have confused him with Zoran. They didn't cheer for Hasan. Yeah, no, they thought I was Zoran Mamdani. Before the clip, you were just telling somebody how nobody out there knows who you are. Why is he so fucking sour?
That's interesting.
Oh, that's funny. What is? Oh, that's good. That's good. What's chat saying? Skip, Collargate, place, skip, place, go back, schizo, lol, all Hasan clips. Hasan's America, easy clap.
Eat a video.
How the fuck did his
eat a
audience
food, a
become
video.
so goddamn reactionary? How is that possible? I just don't get it. It's a blue state. What did they think was going to happen? Law is all Hasan. Get off LSF. Holy fucking shit. The face of someone who can't comprehend the public opinion is drastically different from extremely online Reddit forums. Yeah. I just don't get it. I don't understand how, like, I get why he might be fucking malding and shit, but why the hell are they all malding and shit? What dog do you have in this fight, you know? Daily Hasan segment schizo. His comments on his clip, his shatters are full of Islamophobia. China gay glaze, that's funny. Anyway, there was some good ass aura moments. Aura photo of the year by far. Oh, this was fun too, yeah. That food was amazing. Where the fuck is the... Oh, here it is. All right, let's reveal it. Oh, wait, no. Best IRL stream. We didn't even look at these yet. Best IRL stream. I sat at LA protest. That was crazy.
Cops are pressing in and pushing people. Oh shit! Yeah, they're shooting from the federal building now.
Zoran Mamdani victory stream. We already saw this one. The video, the audio is impossible here. Ireland 1916 walking tour with Lorcan.
Ladies and gentlemen, what's going on? You can see me, you can hear me. All right, see? This is what we look like on camera.
God, I'm beautiful.
All right, I am in the heart of Dublin, Ireland, and we have a really incredible guest here today who's going to walk us through the revolutionary tour of Ireland. Would you like to...
Welcome, Hasan. And I like the way you say Dublin. That's the way it's pronounced.
That's the right way to say it, right?
Dublin.
I can't help but notice you got this cool pin. What's going on there?
This is a little thing I made myself. I call it the Gaza Lily. I did a few of these up with some friends of mine who make badges, and we sold them for medical aid for Palestine.
Wow.
Here's Santa Claus.
Grinch.
What the hell?
Collaborate.
The Grinch of bollocks. Let me show this to you, especially for your...
I don't get it. It seems like I was outside a lot this year. Everyone keeps saying I'm inside all the time.
Younger viewers, this is a thing called a mailbox or post box. All of these were red in Ireland in 1916, and when we got the Free State in 1922, they were painted green. We always joked that the only thing the Free State government did as regards change was to buy 200 tons of green paint and veneer over the red post boxes and stand back and go, now we have a nation. Is this a tradition in America, the 12 pubs at Christmas? Did you ever hear of that?
The 12 pubs at Christmas?
Where
No.
you wear a stupid Christmas jumper and you and your mates go to 12 pubs. But rarely do pubs let them in. They don't really want that kind of business. And also, by the time you're at your 8th pub, you've all separated into little groups, and you know, the worst drinker amongst you is lying in a gutter.
A pub crawl.
Here we are coming up to the international.
You are just shit at IRL. No hate, but you always go to the right historic revolutionary heritage. Chat and someone please offer us up. I want to see what he watched earlier. Thanks in advance and sorry. You are just shit at IRL. Bro, some of my best fucking streams were IRL streams this year. We're literally looking at the best IRL stream, the best of the best right now. It's so funny that while we're in the process of looking at best IRL stream, he's like, nah, dude, your fucking IRL streams suck, actually. Space Dad and Hoscore drew this by hand from the Zoran party. Wanted you to see it. Thanks. Whoa. Fire. The January 6th tour was dope with Summer Lee.
What's up, everybody? We're live. We're alive here at the heartland of Empire, here in the Devil's Nest. That's right. We're in Washington, D.C. We're going to be hanging out with Summer Lee. She's going to be walking us around, showing us around the Capitol.
Hey everybody, I'm Summer Lee. I represent Pittsburgh, Western Pennsylvania in Congress, so this is my second term. So I know my way around here a little bit, but not enough that I have enveloped the air of evil.
This is my, January 6th tour. You know? That's what...
I don't know the route that they took on January 6th. So this is the tunnel, right? This tunnel connects all the different office buildings.
She's so cool.
And this is just the house ad.
This is what the QAnon people think is the baby transportation tunnel. That's what they think is going on.
I don't know nothing about that.
Except everyone's QAnon now, so maybe they're going to be demanding to see the tunnels
So right now, we are actually literally outside of the speaker's lobby.
Wait.
So we're not by his office. I think we are going to go by there.
This
is the house floor.
No, but is this where the thing happened?
Oh yeah, is it? Yes. Philip knows. So Philip is our expert. He's our Capitol expert. So if you're thinking about how close they got, for real, literally on the other side of this. So we're in the dome now. You know, the beautiful white zone. This is it.
Oh my God. Oh yeah, I remember people pouring in through here.
There it is.
All of my understanding of the interior is literally from January 6th. I'm not even joking.
That's wild. If you say January 6th 3 times, Capitol Police comes and takes you. This is where all the statues live. Every state gets 2 statues. They were no statues. All the statues were white people until 3 years ago. Oh, this is where all the problematic artwork here. So dead ass, this is the baptism of Pocahontas.
Oh my God.
When I said this is problematic, the baptism of Pocahontas.
No
this is wild.
way.
Yo, that is the picture where, I think, is that the one? One of these pictures is the one on the internet where they, circle all the slave owners.
I'm really fortunate that you were able to take some time out. I mean, I know there's not a lot on your plate currently.
If you were here when this place was open,
you
would have made it through.
Don't forget the Mahmoud interview we worked hard on. 4 months of work for that one. Yeah, no, that was also incredible and very impactful as well. The China Panda stream. Oh my God. Oh, don't even get me.
Penny was explaining to us because I asked a stupid question. I asked if pandas just roll around here, and she's still laughing at it, which I think was a good question. Okay, they could be.
No, it's not a good question.
Wow.
More than 100 kilograms, these panda adults. It's very dangerous.
I'm more than 100 kilograms. And
but you are not bear, you are human.
Yeah. I know, but I think I can. Okay. I think I can vibe out a panda. If a panda saw me and was like, "Oh, you're kind of like me. You're like a bear as well, big." And then I walk up to a panda and I'm like, "Hey, hi." And then the panda,
He's always held a belief that his spirit is akin with a bear's, and he could make peace with one in the wild.
Yeah.
He says this often.
If I saw one in the wild, I think we would dab it up, high five, like that. No, you don't think so?
He has 6 fingers, you have 5 fingers.
So do pandas punch often?
You guys is nothing, right? It's just a joke, right?
No, I mean, I'm being sincere. I'm being serious.
We don't agree with what you said.
Can you pull your arm up a little bit more?
It's very dangerous.
She was disgusted with me. And it's fine. because I still believe it.
If you face a panda in the forest, of course you cannot. If they punched you, it's equal to 115 kilograms.
But he wouldn't punch me, is what I'm saying.
Why?
Because I'm chill, like cool.
It's a wild animal.
I have like a very Chengdu attitude, just like the panda. So you're telling me the wild pandas are not as docile?
Some is very calm, but if you in the spring.
So there is a. So you're saying
in the spring they are very, very easy to angry because spring is dating time, it's mating time.
You're saying they'll think I'm competition. They'll be like, oh, that's another panda.
No, compared with panda, you are not very handsome.
I'm getting daggers after daggers. It's okay. I'm not as handsome as a panda. It's fine.
You're human. You're handsome. You're handsome.
It's okay, Penny.
You don't have to tell him that, Penny. You don't have to lie to me, Penny. It's fine. I still maintain the position that I could vibe out a panda. It's okay. I will continue to believe this.
Can't save everybody, Penny.
Look, my only rule is
her face. Okay, then Gaza speech. We already saw this.
The fundamental truth.
We saw this already. We watched it, but best IRL stream. And then Bernie AOC interview.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, we have Bernie Sanders and AOC in the building. You guys are about to go up and speak at another one of the rallies that you've been doing, the Fighting Oligarchy Tour. What are you guys trying to accomplish with these rallies? Let's get started.
Actually rally a class-conscious...
Look, immediately. Lame interview. You should have held their feet to the fire. I had 10 minutes, man. Give me a fucking break. Yeah, of course it's a 71-month sub. Of course it's a 71-month sub. What do you... Dude. Of course. You're just looking for negative comments? No, it's just like they will always pop
to
up.
Bring people together and to show that we can fight for a better future, not in marginalizing and attacking people, marginalized people, but actually in rejecting the differences that we have to come together in common cause and to organize folks.
Well, I agree. To me, this country faces the worst set of crises that we have faced in a very, very, very long time. You got a president who is moving us very rapidly into an authoritarian form of society. I mean, you don't sue media in America because they say something bad about you. Alexandria and I got about 500 lawsuits there, but we happen to believe in democracy. You don't ask for the impeachment of judges because they issue a ruling which you disagree with. These are tough times. And what we have got to do is rally the working families of this country to stand up to oligarchy and to demand that we have an economy and a government that works for all, not just the people on top.
All right, let's take a look. Let's look at the big reveal. And with 36.9%, Zoran Mamdani victory stream gets the best IRL stream. I Saw the Protest in second place with 27%, and the China Panda stream at 15% in third place. Ireland at fourth. Gaza Rally Speech DC in fifth place. January 6th Tour in sixth place. And Bernie AOC interview in seventh. Nobody liked that one. A lot of lefties hated that because we're all best IRL stream moment. A lot of big ones from Japanuary, some from China, and there's even a Zoran Mamdani mention in there. That should be your Twitter banner. True. Maids in Japan.
Smaller.
Yes. Okay, I like this. Well, you have a cat thing going on, right?
Yeah.
So what if, just off the top of my head, what if it's side, sway, ear? Yeah.
That's
something like that.
perfect.
Just off the top of my head.
Okay.
Just off. Okay. Hit it though. Sway, ear. Clean it. Paw. Make a paw. Paw. Thank you. Clean it. Yes. I'm working with amateurs.
I've never been cute in my life. Oh, they're blasting heat from here. It's crazy. I've never been cute in my life.
I could not fit into this fucking thing. I could not. Look at that. That's supposed to close, guys. Okay? This is supposed to be.
It's crazy.
Clavicular is going to use against to prove you're a sub-3 turquoise cell. I don't know what that means, but I'm literally mogging Clavicular's entire existence, even in this fucking maid outfit that is unzipped.
I've never been cute in my life. I don't know. I don't know.
One more time. And this time hit it perfect. Sway, sway. Clean the ear. And then that's the gift right there.
I get scared every time this is shown in front of my eyes. It's incel repellent. It's a really good way to.
Okay.
How do I negative vote? I'm just saying, I cooked. Let's look at this one. This was the day Anti-Piker stroked out.
Oh yeah, you're an eater. You're a feeder and an eater. You're a real ass eater.
Maybe you could have arranged those words a little differently.
Yeah, I didn't mean it like that.
Where's this from? I've never. Ocean's Wrath, Nature Untold. These are all pinned. Wait, what the
You play
fuck?
video games? No. I played FIFA.
Oh my god.
Come on.
You played jock games. That's like a
FIFA. How is
that's
FIFA
like
not a
bro-
jock game?
No, FIFA is a jock game. I'm saying it's like a bro game.
I mean, now see, I was initially defending that position, and now I want to go the other way. FIFA is in every.
Oh yeah, you're a buddy of mine, Ludwig. He white boy from New Hampshire.
Shout out
Whitest
Ludwig.
dude. His name is Ludwig Auger. He's the whitest dude of all time. And he started selling bidets as a YouTuber, and people love it.
How did he get into the bidet business?
I think he's a weeb. That's why. A buddy of mine.
Buddy question mark. Listen, dog. This was in the beginning of this year. Okay, before the big reveal. Before the big reveal that was a shock to everyone, myself included.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Does Ludwig know this? No. A budding bidet business. I changed kiss a homie to kiss a coworker. Yeah. Yeah, that's good. I'm glad that we made that change. It's no longer kiss a homie, it's now kiss a coworker. Anyway, let's get back to it. Zoram Mamdani, ass eater. Ice out of LA protest flashbang.
I think they're gonna push in from this side of the road.
Oh, fuck. That fucked my hair up. Anyway, there. That was. Oh, Jesus Christ. They're fucking. Wait, hold on. Oh, they were starting to walk. Yep.
Yeah, this is when the Roach wanted me arrested. Zoram Mamdani victory party. We already saw that. Aura moment, hype moment. You already know. Red Book, getting gifted the Red Book, which a lot of liberals got mad at. They were saying this is the same as like Adolf Hitler, Mein Kampf times 1,000. I'm beginning to notice a trend with all of my like best moments. There's always like thousands of people online that do everything. Thousands of people online. They did everything in their power to like look at any like cool moment. It's like that meme of like random guy walking, whistling with like the crazy person that's going like, I bet that guy's a real piece of shit. I hate him. It's always like that. is always just like anytime I'm just like having fun or having a moment or, you know, enjoying my time, it's always like, oh, I fucking hate this guy. Arrest him now.
Oh, no way. It's a small one.
And it's the first version.
It's the first. Wait.
Yeah.
Really? Is that a Bible?
No, that's a little red book.
It is basically.
The little red book?
The little red book. It's the red Bible is what it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Some may say more important than the Bible. Some may.
Especially over here.
Yep.
Yeah, I know. That's crazy. Okay, these were incredible. Well, they weren't very rare at the time, but this is a red book. Okay, quotations from the chairman Mao Zedong, and this is an English version from this is, I guess, from 1966. Okay, so initially they actually started printing these. I mean, there were so many that they printed of these, and I think by this point they did not want the English versions to be printed. So they tried to secure all the copies back. They were trying to like get as many of the copies of the English versions back as possible. And this is really, really special. Thank you. So that's crazy. Wait, what's your name?
Doomer, we will.
You can call me Zulu.
What?
You can call me Zulu.
Zulu.
Literally sprint to the eBay after this. Law, bro, didn't this clip cause like 10 to 12 controversies? I don't know. I was in China. I didn't give a fuck. But apparently, hella people got mad about that. I saw bits and pieces of it here and there. People were just like losing their minds. All right, we already saw the January 6th tour.
I'm trying to get you in the house for if you want.
That'd be great.
I know y'all aren't going to be able to come. Like the people aren't going to be able to come with us.
Oh, they're not
but
going
I might be
to
able to. Like
My
the camera
girlfriend's
can.
fan art.
But
Okay.
we can peep in. I think we can peep in.
Oh shit, this is fire.
This is my like January 6th tour. You know, that's what.
I don't.
All right, let's see which one. Let's see. The big reveal is Ice out of LA protest flashbang as best IRL stream moment, because it seems like you guys want me to get fucking shot. And then number 2, Zoran Mamdani victory party, Aura moment, leaving the victory party. Zoran Mamdani ass eater in 3rd, the Red Book in 4th, Maids in Japan 5th place, Twerk class is 6th place in January 6th tour and 7th place. Best travel stream overall. This was stacked. We got Japan.
Oops. No. Any machine, half size, pasokatic like this. 1, 2, 7, please. Evidence.
Interesting photo on that wall. Let's not look at the photo on the wall, okay?
I've never seen that happen.
Best or loss moment, yeah.
Oh, no.
Fuck! New York City 1 and 2.
I guess where else?
Sri Lankan food in Staten Island?
Oh
New York City. Clearly they're excited to see us.
Yeah.
That's what that's about.
That's what was going on.
That was full recognition. Yo!
This dude
what
was
up, my
at...
man?
I was watching the feed. Let me go say what's up.
France. Oh, that was cool.
Yo,
Single digit with 28 seconds. USA, 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 USA.
This is like when L.I. Joe got 5th at Evo.
Right, exactly, Slime.
We
Great
take
point.
the wins we can get
What
around
a
here.
spectacular showing by Team America here. Ludwig doing his absolute best.
As red,
with
white,
a
and blue
last...
paints the sky. Could be any country.
Yeah, but definitely for here, for those of you watching this broadcast, it's America, baby. Eagle screech.
my coworker Ludwig. DC trip.
Look, this is the tunnel, right? This tunnel connects all the different office buildings.
Whoa.
And this is just the house ad.
This is what the QAnon people think is like the baby transportation tunnel. That's what they think is going on.
Okay. China, baby.
I feel like I'm getting better at my Chinese.
Yeah,
Bing Tang Hulu.
So which one you like better, the house room or grapes? Yesterday you tried what?
The grapes
or
Orlin.
Part of,
I know he is.
everything we're doing. Look
Here's
at that.
Santa
He's got a horse
Claus.
and skin ain't green.
We saw this one already. And then Dearborn. Oh, who could forget Dearborn?
I thought you were leaving, man. I thought you had
With Dr. Abdul Al Sayed, and then Mahmoud Khalil was also on the Dearborn
Comes
stream
right
too,
around,
and then
comes
the
back,
mayor as
works
well.
out. Good to see you.
Dearborn was so sick.
Well, that was an awesome workout, man. I mean, he's like 7'5". I'm like.
Let's see who won. Time for the big reveal. Rashida Tlaib as well was awesome. Best travel stream, 67% China. Jesus Christ. With 7,373 votes. China in number 1 place. Japan number 2 in 2nd place with 15%. Zohran Mamdani got nothing here. 8%. Okay. God damn, people love China. Holy fuck. Ireland in 4th place. Dearborn in 5th place. DC in 6th place. And France in 7th place. All right. Best controversy. Wow. This year. Now, let me tell you, there was some real controversies this year. There was a lot of controversies this year, but these 4 are probably the top. Kiss, Mary, or Bleep, Rick Scott. Let's take a look. Let's watch this clip.
Where was I? The new meta is trying to get you banned for being mean to Rick Scott. I wasn't even like being directly mean to Rick Scott. What I was saying was like, if the Republican Party truly cared about like monitoring medical bankruptcy, they would literally apply the capital punishment. Like if they did, they don't.
That did work. That did get me a ban. That got me a nice little ban by people that are, bro, that feels like 2 years ago. It's kind of funny because it's like, that got me banned by, and the people pushing for that ban literally were, Asmongold, who has said directly that Tim Walz needs to get the capital punishment.
So you can cry about it all day, every day. You can cry about it, try to get me banned for it. Maybe I will get banned for it. Who knows? But it's not.
Hasan caught glazing terrace again, this time 10x worst. So when is Asmon's ban? Yeah, I'm not holding my breath on it. Shocktober 7, obviously.
The oh God, even my own community is making
this
the
dog,
fucking...
and you just moved 3 centimeters away from the bed. Yeah, I mean, we're joking about it, but like people do actually think that that's real. You know what I mean? People think that that's like unironically what's happening. I should really stop memeing on this shit. Yeah, that was Nazis don't get banned. Yeah, that was a big farm. That was a big farm. At this point, it's like there are still people pushing it, but like, it doesn't really matter. At least Kai became a star, you know. October 7th made me
The
lose hope.
assemblyman will not denounce Hamas. The assemblyman will not denounce Hasan Piker, who said America deserved 9/11. The assemblyman just said in his response, well, it depends on occupation. That is code, meaning that as a Jewish state, which he has never acknowledged.
I want to be very clear. The occupation is a reference to international law and the violation of it, which Mr. Cuomo has no regard for since he signed up to be Benjamin Netanyahu's legal defense.
At this point, I've had multiple coworkers bring up Kaigate. Just ask them if they're fucking vegan. You know what I mean? This was a big ballot issue anyway. Yeah. Kai's always been a star. Our world just got to find out. I think I'm a bigger fan of Kai than I am of you. No, of course. Of course. Mayor candidate pulled the fuck us on cord. You knew it was over. You need to meme about it more. I mean, I do meme about it.
Defense team during the course of this genocide. And I find the comments that Hasan made on 9/11.
I have a real life anecdote about your haters. Blue collar dude I know brought you up and was like, didn't he do something with his dog? And I said, so what, are you vegan or something? And then he started watching you. Shout out AJ. Hell yeah, Mr. Mandela effect. Dog, the year is over. I think we're good leaving it behind. I mean, I will
11
continue
to
memeing
be
about it whenever
objectionable and
people
reprehensible.
bring it up.
And I also think that part of the reason why Democrats are in the situation that we are in, of being a permanent minority in this country, is we are looking only to speak to
No, I'm
journalists
kidding.
and streamers and Americans with whom we agree of every single thing that they say. We need to take the case to every person, and I'm happy to do that, which is why I was on Fox News yesterday talking about how I wish it was more like NASCAR so we could see all the billionaires who are sponsoring you right on your suit jacket.
Do you think Dogtober 7 was your biggest controversy to date? No. I think America Deserved 9/11 is still one that like has real world impact, because that one, even though people don't give a shit about it, it's much easier to like virtue signal over. Like people, by and large, people don't actually have like any sort of real emotional feelings about 9/11 20 years after the fact, after we just like slaughtered fucking, millions of Arab people and whatnot. And most people see it as like what we did after being awful. But as far as Dogtober 7 goes, it's one of those things where like there are, America Deserved 9/11 will always have more staying power, even though people don't really give a shit about it. Dogtober 7, on the other hand, is utterly ridiculous, but those who will forever be like, no, he's a fucking dog abuser, fuck that guy, they will always say it. Most people after a while, I think, as at least in what I have seen happen, especially because like the Department of Homeland Security secretary literally slaughtered a puppy, like actually shot a puppy in the fucking head and wrote about it in a book. And like, ICE agents like kill fucking dogs with regular frequency. Before people say like, oh, whataboutism or whatever, it just kind of shows that like people don't really give a shit, and they only give a shit about it because it's like something that they can get me on, right? And yeah, there was a WoW streamer that literally like I think choked the fuck out of his dog on stream this year, and not a single person said anything because nobody cares. So the reason why like as far as like people bringing it up, they'll bring it up. Most people meme about it. Like the overwhelming majority meme about it. It's not even like a gotcha at this point. It's just a meme at this point. But the people that bring it up sincerely get really mad when I joke about it, because they'll be like, why are you guys joking about this? Like, why are you fucking joking? This is serious. It's like, well, okay, if it's so serious, why did you fucking make memes about it for like the first month, dumbass? You know what I mean? The point is, it's not about animal welfare. Obviously, if it was about animal welfare, most people would have realized by now that, Kaya is a very well-loved and very well taken care of dog, much better living conditions than the average person. But what was I going to say? Most people just joke about it. Most people just meme about it. But the people that don't want to say that they don't like me because I'm a terrorist, right? They'll use this as a way to be like, see, we all hate him. It's normal to hate him. You should hate on him because of the dog thing. And then it's always funny because like immediately when someone literally responds to someone putting that out there with like, what the fuck are you talking about? I don't give a shit about this at all. Who cares? Even if he shocked his dog, I don't give a shit, right? Because I'll see this every now and then with people being like, I don't even give a shit that he shocked his dog, brother. Who fucking gives a shit? They will immediately be like, well, that's not actually the real reason why you should hate him. You should hate him because of and then like they immediately they very quickly reveal why they're bringing that up, right? Yeah, they'll be like, this is how Muslims treat dogs. Oh, he loves China because they eat dogs in China. Or he's a terrorist. He's a fucking terrorist. Why do you even like him? Because he's a fucking terrorist. You shouldn't like him at all. So it doesn't really matter. Anyway, the China controversy, he loves China. Yeah.
这是什么呀？他录个视频。你是他导游？没有。Oh, you're at the film. Stop. Okay. 你是他导游啊？还得过来招待一下。是啊，你是导游啊？问问他那个，问问他那刚直播那什么东西。
Doors open. This was not a first day stream, brother. Will was right. Wait, what? When did they finally release you from jail in this moment? Sorry, I had to open the door. When did they finally release you from jail? Instantly. So as far as my best controversy this year, I don't know if it's like the most impactful. I don't know which one it'll be, but let's take a look. Let's reveal. I think it's going to be Dogtober 7. That was the most Do you denounce Hasan Piker at 44%? Damn. Do you denounce Hasan Piker at 44%? Shocktober 7th at second place in my second controversy. As far as impact goes, I mean, I think none of them are all that impactful ultimately, but Kayagate got robbed here. New York City drama gave you visibility? Sure. Yeah, that is pretty crazy that I was like a fixture in the that was pretty crazy that I was a fixture in the New York mayoral race. China controversy got third place, and then Rick Scott got fourth place. Okay. Kayagate is extremely online. No, it's not extremely online. No, I mean normies fucking know about Kayagate. And then we got best stream guest, best stream of 2025, stats and clips, and then the end. Okay. Best stream guest. We got Zoran Mamdani.
I guess where else?
All right, we saw this video already. We got Gianmarco Soresi.
So there we go. I don't know what she can have.
Well, she can't have any of it.
Okay,
and I'm
really?
I'm gonna strap the zapping collar on you next.
Sure, we'll just
for doing that.
And then for you, I got some black electric tape in case you run out. So, you know.
Thank you. I've run out of it in my mass,
I've seen
in my mass cover. Stavros Halkias. Have you done
microplastic
22andMe?
A 22andMe?
Like one of those like genealogy
23andMe,
things?
dumbass?
23andMe? I don't
fucking idiot.
22andMe? I've never done it. I don't know. I don't even know what it's fucking
That's
called.
so stupid to call it that. To get it wrong by one digit doesn't even make sense. No, you actually have a 20. Yeah, you have an extra chromosome. You need to take a 24andMe,
Okay,
Hasan.
so 23andMe.
A 25andMe. You have some kind of rare Turkish form of Down syndrome where you get two extras.
Yeah, me and Shane, we avoided it by a slim margin. Okay, listen.
It only affects the way you decide to dress. That's the only way.
Oh, okay. We got Phineas.
Well, good luck. And it sounds like your life is pretty. You have a pretty rich life aside from this unfortunate growing roster of rejections. So
the void of loneliness.
Yeah, but otherwise, I feel like you got passion and enthusiasm. And do you have a job you like or a job that you feel well compensated for?
Let me guess. Actuarial sciences.
No.
Okay, you're not a quant. Stavros mogged you, sorry, every time. Vanilla Mace.
With members of the opposite sex, and like how I even establish a relationship and how I tell them, and like, yeah, that's kind of my issue.
All right, I'm gonna take the reins.
You
here.
got it. Yeah.
Go ahead. Yeah, we're not okay.
Listen, I'm gonna say this straight up, and I'm gonna be. You got to learn how to eat the fuck out of some pussy.
Okay.
Let's start there.
Yeah, I'm not opposed.
We got, last but not least, Maya. Looks like Maya.
That does not look like me.
Oh my God, it kind of does.
No, it doesn't.
Oh my God, what the fuck?
I don't look like that. I don't look like this. Stop.
Dude, do a similar pose.
How do I do that pose?
Strike a similar, like do one of these. All right, let's see. Revealing 42% Zoran Mamda. Okay, dude. This guy wins everything. What the fuck? Oh, just because he's a fucking mayor? You guys are such lame asses, dude. Yeah, okay. Okay, a lot of good guests got robbed. Stavros in second place, Maya in third place, Gianmarco in fourth place, Vanilla Mason fifth place, and Phineas in sixth place. For best stream guest. Best stream of 2025. I'm not going to run these clips again because we've already seen them. You already know what it is. We got Zoran Mamdani interview. We got Ice Out of LA protest. We got Chad Vikes. We got the Zoran Mamdani victory stream. And we got China. And I think it's going to be China. Oh my God. It got Zoran Mamdani victory stream. Okay. Another victory for Zoran. China in second place. Very close though. What the fuck? This is why you got to vote. Okay. Lefties, you need to learn the importance of voting because China lost. The Zoran Mamdani victory stream was basically a movie, to be fair. It might have been, it was one of the most insane streams because like it was so, up until the very last moment, I did not think that it was going to happen. It was real cinema, you know? It was real cinema. All right. And then we got stats and we got clips. What are the clips? Stats and clips. In 2025, I streamed more than 2,450 hours. I streamed for 330 days. I took 35 days off. Oh my God. This is crazy. I got banned one time. Quiet quitting. Almost every single day off was, by the way, either a shoot day where I couldn't be live. Niye böyle giyindiniz? Nereye gidiyorsunuz? Kimle yapıyorsunuz? All of us. Ah, okay. Eyvallah. Wow, you took like a month off? Okay, it was a travel day. Calm down. Monthly breakdown. January, hour stream, 238 hours, 31 day stream, 0 days off. Top categories are Just Chatting and Marvel Rivals. And we got stats and clips. What are these? Are these like, oh, these are just like the top clips for the day. I'm not going to look at all of them. Fuck, I need to pee. Okay. February, 192 hours. March, 213 hours. Most impactful streams based on popular clips. This was my most impactful.
Unlike many others, I still allow dissent. Next time you should shake them. True. So the thing that I wanted to say is this conversation has taken place.
Okay. That's it. That's the end. Wait, what the fuck is this? All right, well, that's the end, everybody. When mom find the poop sock. Hold on. I have to go pee while this plays out. But hey, thank you. Thank you to Frogan. Thank you to everybody. I'm going to pee. I'll be back in a second. Hold on. I have to pee so bad. Sorry. What a year, huh? What a goddamn year this has been. Unk bladder. Man, come on, let me pee one time. Anyway, everybody, that concludes 2025, the arc of 2025. My ankle is not feeling better. I will still do. I will obviously continue streaming nonstop. I'm not gonna do predictions right now, but I'll do predictions tomorrow. I'll also have Jeff Whittick in the building to cut my hair tomorrow. But this has been a wonderful year, and I have the best community to share it with, and I'm so proud and I'm so happy that, you know, I continue through all of it. And no, it's not because, you know, I am obsessed with constantly duking it out with chatters. That's not the reason. That's not the reason why I keep streaming. We've had a lot of impact this year, and hopefully 2026 is going to be even more impactful. We got the midterms coming up, and there will be more travel and more cool streams, more collab, and it'll be jam-packed. And yeah, that's it. That's all I got. Damn, no midnight New Year's Eve stream. Nobody wants to work anymore. Yeah, I am not going to be live during New Year's Eve because I'm going to go spend some time with my family, and then I'm going to go do a New Year's Eve party. But one last sign off, and I'll see you next year. This has been a tumultuous year overall. A lot of ups and a lot of downs. But like I said, I'll see you guys in 2026. Love you all. And one final send off, one final free Palestine. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Bye, everybody.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlight to the starlight to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord agitprop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC.